Sharpe's Company by Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara. Part 1. January 1812. Chapter 1. A pale horse seen a mile away at sunrise means the night is over. Sentries can relax, battalions stand down, because the moment for a surprise dawn attack has passed. But not on this day. A grey horse would hardly have been visible at 100 paces, let alone a mile, and the dawn was shredded with dirty cannon smoke that melded with the snow clouds. Only one living thing moved in the grey space between the British and French lines, a small, dark bird that hopped busily in the snow. Captain Richard Sharpe, huddled in his greatcoat, watched the bird and willed it to fly away. "Move, you bastard! Fly!" He hated the superstition in himself. He'd spotted the tiny bird, and quite suddenly and unbidden, the thought had come to him that unless the bird took wing within 30 seconds, then the day would end in disaster. He counted. 19, 20, and still the damn bird hopped in the snow. He couldn't tell what kind of bird it was. Sergeant Harper would know, of course. The huge Irish sergeant knew all the birds. But knowing what kind of bird it was would not help. "Move!" 24, 25, and in desperation he bundled a crude snowball and skittered it down the slope so that the small bird, startled, sprang up into the skeins of smoke with a couple of seconds to spare. A man must sometimes make his own luck. God, but it was cold. It was all right for the French. They were behind the vast defences of Ciudad Rodrigo, sheltered in the town's houses and warmed by wide hearths, but the British and Portuguese troops were in the open. They slept by vast fires that died in the night, and yesterday at dawn 4 Portuguese sentries had been discovered frozen, their greatcoats iced to the ground, dead by the river. Someone had tipped them in, breaking the Agueda's thin ice, because no one wanted to dig graves. The army had taken its fill of digging. For 12 days they'd done nothing else. Batteries, parallels, saps, and trenches, and they never wanted to dig again. They wanted to fight. They wanted to carry their long bayonets up the glacis of Ciudad Rodrigo, to go into the breach, to kill the French, and take those fires and houses for themselves. They wanted to be warm. Sharpe, captain of the South Essex's Light Company, lay in the snow and stared through his telescope at the largest breach. He couldn't see much. Even from the hillside, 500 yards from the town, the snow-covered slope of the glacis hid all but the top few feet of Ciudad Rodrigo's main wall. He could see that the British guns had done damage, and knew that the stones and rubble must have cascaded into the hidden ditch to make a crude ramp, perhaps 100 feet wide, up which the attackers must climb to get into the heart of the fortress town. He wished he could see beyond the breach to the alleyways at the foot of the shot-scarred church tower that was so close to the walls. The French would be busy there, building new defences, sighting fresh cannon, so that when the attack burst over the rubbled mound of the breach, it would be met with precisely planned horror, flame, and grape-shot, death in the night. Sharpe was afraid. It was a strange knowledge, known to him alone, and he was ashamed of it. It was not certain that the attack would be on this day, but the army, with the instinct of men who know that the time has come, were confident that Wellington would order the assault this night. No one knew which battalions would be chosen, but whichever units were to brave the assault, they would not be the first attackers to climb the breach. That was a job only for volunteers, the forlorn hope, whose suicidal task was to draw the defenders' fire, force them to spring their carefully prepared traps, and clear a bloody path for the battalions that followed. Not many of the forlorn hope would live. The lieutenant who commanded, if he was still alive, would receive his captaincy on the spot, and his 2 sergeants would be made ensigns. The promises of promotion were easily given, because they rarely had to be kept, yet there was never a shortage of volunteers. The forlorn hope was for the brave. It may have been a courage born of desperation, or foolhardiness, but it was courage just the same. Men who survived a hope were marked for life, famous among their comrades, envied by lesser men. Only the rifle regiments gave a badge to the survivors, a laurel wreath that was sewn to the sleeve, But Sharpe did not hanker after medals. He simply wanted to survive a test, the supreme test of almost certain death, because he had never been in a forlorn hope. It was a foolish desire, and he knew it, but it was there. It was not just a test. Richard Sharpe wanted the promotion. He had joined the army at 16 as a private and worked his way through the ranks until he was a sergeant. On the battlefield of Versailles, he had saved the life of Sir Arthur Wellesley and had been rewarded with the telescope and a commission. Ensign Sharpe, risen from the gutter, but still ambitious, still needed to prove day after day that he was a better soldier than the privileged sons who purchased their promotions and climbed the officer's ladder with moneyed ease. Ensign Sharpe became Lieutenant Sharpe, and, wearing a new uniform, the dark green of the 95th Rifles, he fought his way through northern Spain and Portugal. The Corunna Retreat, Rolica, Vimiero, the Douro Crossing, and Talavera. He had taken the French Eagle at Talavera when he and Sergeant Harper had hacked their way into an enemy battalion, cut down the standard-bearer, and brought the trophy back to Wellesley. He became the Viscount Wellington of Talavera, and Sharpe had been gazetted, just before the battle, as a captain. It was the promotion he most wanted, the chance to lead his own company, but the Gazette was now 2.5 years old, and it was still unapproved. He could hardly believe it. In July he had gone back to England and spent the last 6 months of 1811 recruiting in London and the Shires for the shrinking South Essex Regiment. He had been feted in London, dined by the Patriotic Fund, and presented with a 50-guinea sword for the capture of the French Eagle. The Morning Chronicle had dubbed him the scarred hero of the field of Talavera, and suddenly, for a few days at least, everyone had wanted to meet the tall, dark-haired rifleman with a scar that gave his face an unnatural, mocking expression. He had felt out of place in the draped softness of London's drawing-rooms, and had covered his discomfort by shrinking into silent watchfulness. The reticence had been thought dangerously attractive by his hostesses, who'd kept their daughters upstairs, and the rifle captain to themselves. But the hero of the field of Talavera was nothing but a nuisance to the army headquarters in the Horse Guards. It had been a mistake, a stupid mistake, but he had visited Whitehall and been shown to a bare waiting room. The autumn rain had spattered through a high broken window as he sat, his huge sword across his knees, while a clerk with smallpox scars tried to find what had happened to the Gazette. Sharpe simply wanted to know whether he was a real captain, sanctioned as such by the Horse Guards' approval, or merely a lieutenant in borrowed and temporary rank. The clerk had kept him waiting 3 hours, but at last returned to the room. "Sharpe? With an E?" Sharpe nodded. Around him a group of half-pay officers, sick, lame, or half-blind, listened curiously. They were all seeking appointments, and hoping Sharpe would be disappointed. The clerk blew dust off the papers in his hand. "It's a regular." He peered at Sharpe's dark green jacket. "You said the South Essex Regiment?" "Yes." but that, if I'm not mistaken, and I really am, is the uniform of the 95th. The clerk gave a small, self-satisfied laugh, as if in celebration of a small victory. Sharpe said nothing. He wore the uniform of the Rifles because he was proud of his old regiment, because the job with the South Essex was only ever intended as a temporary attachment, and how was he to tell this pinched bureaucrat about leading his small band of riflemen from the horrors of the Corunna Retreat down to join the army in Portugal, where they'd been arbitrarily joined to the redcoats of the South Essex? The clerk twitched his nose and sniffed. "Oh, irregular, Mr. Sharpe, very irregular." He selected the top piece of paper with ink-stained fingers. "This is the document." He held Sharpe's Gazette as if the document might reinfect him with smallpox. "You were given a captaincy in 1809? "By Lord Wellington." The name cut no ice in Whitehall. "Who should have known better? Oh, dear me, Mr. Sharpe, he should have known better. It's irregular." "But not unknown, surely?" Sharpe had suppressed his urge to vent his irritation on the clerk. "I thought it was your job to approve these documents." "Oh, disapprove them?" The clerk laughed again, and the half-pay officers grinned. "Disapprove, Mr. Sharpe, or disapprove." Rain fell down the chimney and hissed on the meagre coal fire. The clerk, his thin shoulders heaving with silent laughter, tugged a pair of spectacles from the recesses of his clothing and clipped them onto his nose, as if the Gazette, seen through smeared glass, might reveal new cause for merriment. "We disapprove them, sir, most of the time. You allow one and you allow all. It upsets the system, you know. There are rules, regulations, standing orders." And the clerk shook his head, because it was obvious Sharpe understood nothing of the army. Sharpe waited for the head-shaking to cease. "Well, it seems to have taken you a long time to make any decision on this Gazette. And still not made." The clerk said it proudly, making it seem that the length of time proved the gravity of the Horse Guard's wisdom. Then he seemed to relent, and offered Sharpe a rueful smile. "The truth is, Mr. Sharpe, that there was a mistake. A regrettable mistake, and your visit has happily rectified the mistake." He peered over his glasses at the tall rifleman. "We are really most grateful to you for drawing it to our attention." "Mistake?" "It was filed wrongly." The clerk plucked another piece of paper from his left hand. "Under Lieutenant Robert Sharpe, no E, who died of the fever in 1810. His papers were otherwise in perfect order." "Which mine are not." "Indeed, no, but you are still alive." The clerk looked peevishly at Sharpe. "We do have a chance of tidying up when an officer is translated to glory." He took off his glasses and cleaned them with Sharpe's folded Gazette. "It will be attended to, Mr. Sharpe, with expedition. I promise you, with expedition." "Soon?" "That's what I said, isn't it? It would be wrong to say more." The clerk pushed his spectacles back into place. "Now, if you'll pardon me, there's a war on, and I have other duties." It had been a mistake, Sharpe realized afterwards, to visit Whitehall, but it was done, and he could only go on waiting. Surely, he told himself a dozen times each day, they couldn't disapprove the Gazette. Not after he'd taken the Eagle. After he'd brought the gold out of the burning Almeida, and after he'd savaged the finest French troops in the death-traps of Fuentes de Honoro. He stared gloomily across the snow at the Scar and Ciudad Rodrigo's defences. He knew he should have volunteered for the forlorn hope. If he'd led it, and survived, then no one could have denied him the captaincy. He would have proved himself, captured the rank, and the pox-scarred bureaucrats of Whitehall could scratch themselves into a well-ordered eternity, because nothing they could do, nothing could have taken the captaincy away from him. A pox on the bloody lot of them. Wretched Sharpe. A quiet voice behind him, full of pleasure, and Sharpe twisted round. "Sir?" "I could feel a pricking in my thumbs. I knew you had to be back with the army." Major Michael Hogan slithered on the snow towards him. "How are you?" "I'm well." Sharpe scrambled to his feet. He beat the snow off his greatcoat and shook Hogan's gloved hand. The engineer laughed at him. "You look like a drowned tinker, so you do. Well, it's good to see you." The Irish voice was rich and warm. "And how is England?" "Cold and wet." "Ah, well, that's a Protestant country." Hogan conveniently ignored the freezing dampness of the Spanish countryside around them. "And how's Sergeant Hopper? Did he enjoy England?" "He did, and most of what he enjoyed was plump and giggled." Hogan laughed. "Ah, a man of sense. You'll give him my best wishes." "I will." The two men stared at the town. The British siege guns, long, iron 24-pounders, were still firing, their reports muffled by the snow, and their shots erupting flurries of snow and stone from the walls either side of the main breach. Sharpe glanced at Hogan. "Is it a secret we're attacking tonight?" "It is a secret. Everyone knows, of course. They always do. Even before the General. Rumour has it for 7 o'clock. "And does rumour extend to the South Essex?" Hogan shook his head. He was attached to Wellington's staff and knew what was being planned. "No. But I was hoping I could persuade your colonel to lend me your company." "Mine?" Sharpe was pleased. "Why?" "Not for much. I don't want your lads in the breach, but, well, the engineers are short-handed as ever, and there's a heap of stuff to be carried up the glasses. Would you be happy?" "Well, of course." Sharpe wondered whether to tell Hogan of his wish that he'd gone with the forlorn hope, but he knew that the Irish engineer would think he was mad, so he said nothing. Instead, he lent Hogan his telescope and waited silently as the engineer stared at the breach. Hogan grunted. "Oh, it's practical." "You sure?" Sharpe took the glass back, his fingers instinctively feeling for the inlet brass plate. "In gratitude, A.W., 23rd of September, 1803. "Oh, never sure, but I can't see it getting any better." The engineers had the job of pronouncing when a breach was practical, when, in their judgment, the rubbled slope could be climbed by the attacking infantry. Sharpe looked at the small, middle-aged major. "You don't sound very happy." "Oh, of course not. No one likes a siege." Hogan was trying, like Sharpe earlier, to imagine what horrors the French had prepared in the breach. A siege, in theory, was the most scientific of all fighting. The attackers battered holes in the defence, and both sides knew when the breaches were practical, but the advantage was all with the defenders. They knew where the main attack was coming, when, and roughly how many men could be fed into the breach. There the science stopped. There was great skill needed to sight the batteries, in sapping forward, but once the science of the engineers had opened up the breach, it was left to the infantry to climb the defences and die on the rubble. The siege guns did what they could. They would fire till the last moment, as they were firing now, but soon the bayonets would take over, and only raw anger would take the attackers through the prepared horror. Sharpe felt again the fear of going into a breach. The Irishman seemed to sense his thoughts. He clapped Sharpe on the shoulder. "I've a feeling about this one, Richard. It's going to be all right." He changed the subject. "Have you heard from your woman?" "Which one?" Hogan snorted. "Which one? Teresa, of course." Sharpe shook his head. "Not for 16 months. I don't know where she's been." Or even, he thought, if she was still alive. She fought the French in the guerrilla, the Little War, and the hills and rocks of her battles were not far from Ciudad Rodrigo. He hadn't seen her since they parted below Almeida, and thinking of her, he felt a sudden longing inside him. She had the face of a hawk, slim and cruel, with dark hair and eyes. Teresa was beautiful as a fine sword was beautiful, slim and hard. Then in England he'd met Jane Gibbons, whose brother, Lieutenant Christian Gibbons, had tried to kill him at Talavera. Gibbons had died. Jane Gibbons was beautiful as men dream of beauty, blonde and feminine, slim as Teresa was slim, but there the resemblance ended. The Spanish girl could strip a Baker rifle lock in 30 seconds, could kill a man at 200 paces, could lay an ambush, and knew how to give a captured Frenchman a lingering death as payment for her own mother's rape and murder. Jane Gibbons could play the pianoforte, write a pretty letter, knew how to use a fan at a county dance, and took her delight in spending money at Chelmsford's milliners. They were as different from each other as steel is from silk, yet Sharpe wanted both, though he knew such dreams were futile. "She's alive." Hogan's voice was soft. "Alive?" "Teresa." Hogan would know. Despite the shortage of engineers, Wellington had put Hogan on his own staff. The Irishman spoke Spanish, Portuguese, and French, could break the enemy's codes, and spent much of his time working with the guerrilleros or with Wellington's exploring officers, who rode alone and in uniform behind French lines. Hogan collected what Wellington called his intelligence, and Sharpe knew that if Teresa was still fighting, then Hogan would have news. "But what have you heard?" "Oh, not much. She went south for a long time by herself, but I heard she was back up here. Her brother is leading the band, not herself, but they still called her La Agusha." Sharpe smiled. He'd given her the nickname himself, the Needle. "Why did she go south?" "I don't know." Hogan smiled at him. Cheer yourself up. You'll see her again. Besides, I'd like to meet her." Sharpe shook his head. It had been a long time, and she had made no effort to find him. "There must be a last woman, sir. Like a last battle." Hogan whooped with laughter. "God in heaven! A last woman! You gloomy bastard! You'll be telling me next that you're training for the priesthood?" He wiped a tear from his eye. "Oh, a last woman indeed!" He turned to stare once more at the town. "Listen, my friend, I must be busy, or I'll be the last Irishman on Wellington's staff. Will you look after yourself now?" Sharpe grinned and nodded. "I'll survive. That's a useful delusion. It's good you're back." He smiled and began trudging through the snow towards Wellington's headquarters. Sharpe turned back towards Ciudad Rodrigo. Survival. It was a bad time to be fighting. The turn of a year was when men looked ahead, dreamt of faraway pleasures, of a small house and a good woman, and friends of an evening. Winter was a time when armies stayed in their quarters, waiting for the spring sunshine to dry the roads and shrink the rivers. But Wellington had marched in the first days of the new year, and the French garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo had woken one cold morning to find that war and death had come early in 1812. Ciudad Rodrigo was just the beginning. There were only 2 roads from Portugal into Spain that could take the weight of heavy artillery, the endless grinding of supply carts, and the pounding of battalions and squadrons. Ciudad Rodrigo guarded the northern road, and tonight, as the church bell sounded 7, Wellington planned to take the fortress. Then, as all the army knew, as all Spain knew, there was the southern road to capture. To be safe, to protect Portugal, to attack into Spain, the British must control both roads, and to control the southern road, they must first take Badajoz. Badajoz. Sharpe had been there after Talavera and before the Spanish army had feebly surrendered the city to the French. Ciudad Rodrigo was big, but small compared with Badajoz. The walls in this snow looked formidable, but they were puny next to the bastions of Badajoz. Richard Sharpe let his thoughts go south, drifting with the cannon smoke over Ciudad Rodrigo, south over the mountains to where the vast fortress cast dark shadows on the cold waters of the Guadiana River. Badajoz. Twice the British had failed to take the city from the French. Soon they must try again. He turned away to rejoin his company at the foot of the hill. There could be a miracle, of course. The garrison of Badajoz might get the fever. The magazine might blow up. The war might end. But Sharpe knew they were vain hopes in a cold wind. He thought of his captaincy, of his gazette, and though he knew that Lawford, his colonel, would never take the light company from his command, he still wondered why he had not volunteered for the forlorn hope. It would have made his rank secure, and he'd have passed the test of overcoming the fear that each man had of being first into a defended breach. He had not volunteered, and if he couldn't prove his bravery, that had been proved so many times before, in the breach at Ciudad Rodrigo, then the proof would have to come later, at Badajoz. Chapter 2. The orders came late in the afternoon, surprising no one, but stirring the battalions into quiet activity. Bayonets were sharpened and oiled, muskets checked and rechecked, and still the siege guns hammered at the French defences, trying to unseat the hidden waiting cannon. Grey smoke blossomed out of the batteries and drifted up to join the low bellying clouds that were the colour of wet gunpowder. Sharpe's light company, as Hogan had requested, were to join the engineers on the approach to the largest breach. They'd be carrying huge hay bags that'd be thrown down the steep face of the ditch to make a vast cushion onto which the forlorn hope and the attacking battalions could safely jump. Sharpe watched as his men filed into the forward trench, each holding one of the grotesquely stuffed bags. Sergeant Harper dropped his bag, sat on it, pummelled it into comfort, and then lay back. "Oh, better than a feather bed, sir." Nearly 1 man in 3 of Wellington's army came, like the sergeant, from Ireland. Patrick Harper was a huge man, 6 feet 4 inches of muscle and contentment, who no longer thought it odd that he fought for an army not his own. He'd been recruited by hunger from his native Donegal, and kept in his head a memory of his homeland, a love of its religion and language, and a fierce pride in its ancient warrior heroes. He did not fight for England, less still for the South Essex Regiment, but instead he fought for himself and for Sharpe. Sharpe was his officer, a fellow rifleman, and a friend, if it was possible for a captain and a sergeant to be friends. Harper was proud to be a soldier, even in his enemy's army, because a man could take pride in doing a job well. One day, perhaps, he would fight for Ireland, but he couldn't imagine how that could happen, because a land was crushed and persecuted, the flames of resistance trampled out, and in truth he did not give the prospect much thought or hope. For the moment he was in Spain, and his job was to inspire, discipline, humour, and cajole the light company of the South Essex. He did it brilliantly. Sharpe nodded at the hay bag. "It's probably full of fleas." "Aye, sir, it probably is." Harper grinned. "But there's no room in my body for another flea." The whole army was verminous, lice-ridden, flea-bitten, but so inured to the discomfort that they hardly noticed it. Tomorrow, thought Sharpe, in the comfort of Ciudad Rodrigo, they could all strip off, smoke out the lice and fleas, and crush the uniform seams with a hot iron to break the eggs. But that was tomorrow. "Where's the lieutenant?" "Being sick, sir." "Drunk?" Harper's face flickered in a frown. "That's not for me to say, sir." Which meant Sharpe knew that Lieutenant Harold Price was drunk. "Will he be all right?" "He always is, sir." Lieutenant Price was new to the company. He was a Hampshire man, the son of a shipbuilder, and gambling debts and unwanted pregnancies among the local girls had persuaded his sober, church-loving father that the best place for young Price was in the army. The shipbuilder had purchased his son an ensign's commission, and 4 years later had been happy to pay the £550 that had secured Master Price's promotion to lieutenant. The father had been happy because the vacant lieutenancy was in the South Essex, a regiment that was safely abroad, and he was glad to see as great a distance as possible between himself and his youngest son. Robert Knowles, Sharpe's previous lieutenant, had gone. He had bought himself a captaincy in a Fusilier battalion, making the vacancy Price had purchased, and Sharpe at first had not liked the change. He had asked Price why, as the son of a shipbuilder, he hadn't joined the Navy. "Seasick, sir. Could never stand up straight." "You can't do that on land." Price had taken a few moments to understand, and then his round, friendly, misleadingly innocent face had grinned. "Very good, sir. Droll, but, still, sir, on land, if you follow me, there's always something solid underneath. I mean, if you fall over, then at least you know it's the drink and not the bloody ship." The dislike had not lasted. It was impossible to dislike Lieutenant Price. His life was a single-minded pursuit of the debauchery denied him by his stern, God-fearing family, and he retained enough sense to make sure that when he was supposed to be sober, he was, at the very least, upright. The men of Sharpe's company liked him, were protective towards him because they believed he was not long for this world. They reasoned that if a French bullet did not kill him, then the drink would, or the mercury salts he took for the pox, or a jealous husband, or, as Harper said admiringly, sheer, bloody exhaustion. The big sergeant looked up from his hay bag, nodded down the trench. "Here he is now, sir." Price grinned weakly at them, winced as 24 pounds of round shot hammered overhead towards the city, then stared agape at Harper. "What are you sitting on, Sergeant?" "Hay bag, sir." Price shook his head in admiration. "Christ! They should issue them every day. Can I borrow it?" "My pleasure, sir." Harper stood up and courteously waved the lieutenant to the bag. Price collapsed, groaned in satisfaction. "Oh, wake me when glory calls." "Yes, sir. Which one's glory?" "Oh, Irish wit, oh, God, Irish wit." Price closed his eyes. The sky was darkening, the grey clouds turning sinister, bringing on the inexorable moment. Sharpe pulled his huge sword a few inches from the scabbard, tested the honed edge and pushed it back. The sword was one of his symbols, with the rifle, which proclaimed he was a fighter. As a light company officer, he should have kept to the tradition that decreed he carried a light cavalry sabre. He hated the curved light blade. Instead, he used a heavy cavalry sword, straight-bladed and ill-balanced, that he picked up from a battlefield. It was a brute of a weapon, 35 inches of cumbersome steel, but Sharpe was tall and strong enough to wield it easily. Harper saw Sharpe's thumb test the edge. "Expecting to use it, sir?" "No, we don't go beyond the glasses." Harper grunted. There's always hope." He was loading his 7-barreled gun, a weapon of extreme unorthodoxy. Each of the barrels was a half-inch wide, and all 7 were fired by a single charge that punched out a spray of death. Only 600 had been made by the gunsmith, Henry Knock, and delivered to the Royal Navy, but the massive recoil had smashed men's shoulders, and the invention had been quietly discarded. The gunsmith would have been pleased to see the huge Irishman, one of the few men strong enough to handle the weapon, meticulously loading each 20-inch barrel. Harpe liked the weapon. It gave him a distinction similar to Sharpe's sword, and the gun had been a present from his captain, purchased from a chandler in Lisbon. Sharpe pulled the greatcoat tight and peered over the parapet towards the city. There was little to see. The snow, glinting with a myriad of metallic sparks, led to the slope of the glacis, which was a continuation of the hill on which Ciudad Rodrigo was built. He could see where the breach was hidden behind the glacis, because of the dark scars in the snow where the siege artillery had fired short. The glacis was not designed to stop infantry. It was an earthen slope, easily climbed, that was banked in front of the defences to bounce the round shots screaming over the defenders, and it had forced Wellington to capture the French forts on nearby hills, so that the British artillery could be placed high up and fire down over the glacis into the walls. Beyond the glacis was a ditch, hidden from Sharpe, that would be stone-faced and wide, and beyond the ditch the modern walls that masked in their turn the old medieval wall. The guns had pierced both walls, old and new, and turned them into a stretch of rubble, but the defenders would have prepared horrid traps to guard the gap. It was 9 years since Sharpe had been part of a besieging force, yet he could remember clearly the fierceness of the fight as the British had climbed the hill to Gawilgur and plunged into the maze of walls and ditches that the Indians had defended with ferocious bravery. Ciudad Rodrigo should, he knew, be more difficult, not because the men who defended this town were better soldiers, but because, like Badajoz, it was defended with the science of modern engineering. There was something horridly precise about the defences, with their false walls and ravelins, their mathematically sited bastions and hidden cannons, and only passion, anger, or screaming desperation would force the science to yield to the bayonets. The desperation would not subside quickly. Sharpe knew that once the attackers broke through the breach, their blood raised to a desperate pitch, the men would be ungovernable in the town streets. It had always been so. If a fortress did not surrender, if its defenders forced the attackers to shed their blood in an assault, then old custom, soldiers' custom, dictated that all inside the fortress belonged to the attackers' vengeance. Ciudad Rodrigo's only hope lay in a short, easy fight. Bells rang the Angelus in the town. The Catholics in the company, all Irish, made sketchy crosses and scrambled to their feet, as Lieutenant Colonel the Honourable William Lawford, the South Essex's commanding officer, came into sight. He waved the men down, grinned at the sight of the snoring Price, nodded amicably to Harpe, and came and stood beside Sharpe. "All well?" "Yes, sir." They were the same age, 35, but Lawford had been born to the officers' mess. When he had been a lieutenant, lost and frightened in his first battle, Sergeant Richard Sharpe had been with him, guiding him as sergeants often guide young officers. Then, when both men had been in the torture chambers of the Sultan Tipu, Lawford had taught Sharpe to read and write. The skills had made it possible for Sharpe, once he performed an act of suicidal bravery, to be made into an officer. Lawford stared over the parapet at the glacis. "I'll come with you tonight." "Yes, sir." Sharpe knew that Lawford had no need to be there, but also knew he could not dissuade him from coming. He glanced at his colonel. As usual, Lawford was immaculately uniformed, gold lace glinting above the clean yellow facings of the scarlet jacket. "Wear a greatcoat, sir." Lawford smiled. "Would you want me to disguise myself?" "No, sir, but, well, you must be bloody cold, and we all like a shot at a fancy colonel." "I'll wear this." Lawford held up a cavalry cloak, fur-trimmed and lavish. The fastening was a gold chain at the neck, and Sharpe knew the cloak would billow open and leave the uniform exposed. "It won't hide the uniform, sir." "No, Sergeant." Lawford smiled. He'd spoken softly, and the remark was an acknowledgment that their relationship was still the same, despite their promotions. Lawford was a good officer, who had turned the South Essex from a frightened regiment into a hardened, confident unit. But soldiering was not Lawford's life. Instead, it was a means to his ends, political ends, and he wanted success in Spain to pave the way to power at home. In war, he still relied on Sharpe, the natural soldier, and Sharpe was grateful for the trust and the freedom. Beyond the river, towards Portugal, the fires of the British camp glowed bright in the dusk. In the trenches, the battalions waiting for the assault shivered, gratefully drank the rum that was issued, and went through the tiny rituals that always preceded battle. Uniforms were pulled straight, belts made comfortable, weapons obsessively checked, and men felt in pockets or pouches for the talismans that kept them alive. A lucky rabbit's foot, a bullet that had nearly killed them, a memento of home, or just a plain pebble that had caught their eye as they lay under heavy fire on a battlefield. The clocks moved up from the half-hour towards the hour. Generals fidgeted as they tried to persuade themselves their plans were as near perfect as possible. Brigade majors fussed over last-minute orders, while the men themselves wore that wary, stretched look that soldiers have before an event that demands their deaths to make it memorable. Packs were piled, to be guarded by men who would wait in the trenches, and bayonets were slotted and twisted onto musket barrels. The job, General Picton said, would be done with cold iron, and there'd be no time to reload a musket in the breach, just to push on, bayonet out, reaching for the enemy. They waited for night, made small jokes, fought with the imagination. At 7, it was dark. The big church clock in the tower, that had been chipped and scarred by cannonballs, whirred as it geared itself to strike the hour. The sound was clearly audible over the snow. The orders must come soon. The siege guns stopped firing. A sudden silence that seemed unnatural after the days of hammering at the defences. Sharpe could hear men coughing, stamping their feet, and the little noises were terrible reminders of how small and frail men were against the defences of a fortress. "Go!" The brigade majors had the orders. "Go!" Lawford touched Sharpe's shoulder. "Good luck." The rifleman noticed the colonel was still uncloaked, but it was too late now. There was a stirring in the trenches, a rustle as the hay bags were pushed out of the trench, and then Harper was beside him, and beyond the sergeant, Lieutenant Price, wide-eyed and pale. Sharpe grinned at them. "Come on." They climbed up on the far step, over the parapet, and went in silence towards the breach. 1812 had begun. Chapter 3. The snow was brittle, crunching beneath Sharpe's boots, while behind him he could hear the sounds of men slipping in the whiteness, their breath rasping in the cold air, their equipment clinking as they started up the hill towards the glacis. The crests of the defences were limned by a faint red haze where the lights in the town, fires and bracketed torches, glowed in the night mist. It seemed unreal, but to Sharpe battles often seemed unreal, especially now as he climbed the snow slope towards the silent, waiting town, and with each step he expected the sudden eruption of cannon and the shriek of grape. Yet the defenders were quiet, as if they were oblivious of the mass of men who churned the snow towards Ciudad Rodrigo. In 2 hours at the most, Sharpe knew, it would all be over. Talavera had taken a day and a night. Fuentes de Honoro all of 3 days, but no man could endure the hell of a breach for more than a couple of hours. Lawford was beside him, the cloak still held over one arm, and the gold lace reflecting the dim red light ahead. The colonel grinned at Sharpe. He looked, the rifleman thought, very young. "Perhaps we're surprising them, Richard." The answer was instant. From ahead, from the left and right, the French gunners put matches to the priming tubes, the cannons banged back on their trails, and the canisters were spat over the glacis. The crest of the defences seemed to erupt in great boiling clouds of smoke that were lit by internal lances of flame that reached from the wall over the ditch to spear their tongues of light onto the snow slope. Following the thunder, so close that the sounds were indistinguishable, came the explosions of the canisters. Each was a metal can packed with musket balls which were blown apart by a powder charge. The balls hammered down. The snow was spotted with crimson. There were shouts far to the left, and Sharpe knew that the light division, attacking the smaller breach, were pouring over the glacis into the ditch. He slipped on the snow, recovered, and shouted at his men, "Come on!" The smoke rolled slowly from the glacis, carried south on the night wind, and was then put back by the gunners' next volley. The canisters cracked apart again. The mass of men hurried as the shouts of officers and sergeants drove them up the slope to the dubious safety of the ditch. Far back, behind the first parallel, a band played, and Sharpe caught a snatch of the tune. and then he was at the top of the slope, the ditch black beneath him. There was a temptation to stay a few feet down the slope and hurl the bags hopefully into the darkness, but Sharpe had long taught himself that the few steps of which a man is afraid are the important steps. He stood on the crest, Lawford beside him, and shouted at his men to hurry. The hay bags thumped softly down in the blackness. "This way! This way!" He led them right, away from the breach, their job finished, and the Forlorn Hope were jumping down into the ditch, and Sharpe felt a pang of envy. "Down! Down!" He pushed them flat on the crest of the glacis, and the cannons crashed overhead, so close that the light company could feel the lick of their hot breath. The battalions were coming behind to follow the Forlorn Hope. "Watch the wall!" The best help that the light company could be now to the attack was to snipe over the ditch as soon as any target could be seen. All was blackness. Sounds came from the ditch, boots scuffing, the scrape of a bayonet, a muffled curse, and then the scrabbling of feet on rubble that told him the Hope had reached the breach and were climbing the broken stone slope. Musket flashes dazzled from the breach summit, the first opposition to the Forlorn Hope, but the fire did not appear to be heavy, and Sharpe could hear the men still climbing. "So far—" Lawford left the sentence unfinished. There were shouts from behind, and Sharpe turned to see the attackers reaching the crest and jumping recklessly into the ditch. There were shouts as men missed the hay bags or landed on their comrades, but the leading battalions were in place, and they were going forward in the darkness, and Sharpe heard the growl that he remembered from Gawalgor. It was an eerie sound made by hundreds of men in a small place, steeling themselves to go into the narrow breach, and it was a sound that would last till the battle was decided. It's going well." Lawford's face was nervous. It was going too well. The Hope had to be nearing the end of their long climb. The 45th and 88th were on their heels, and still the only French reaction was the few musket shots and the canister that still exploded far behind over the hurrying reserves. Something more had to be waiting in the breach. A flame flickered on the walls, spread like fire catching on dry thatch, then heaved itself up into the air and down into the ditch. Another flame followed, then another, and the breach was lit like daylight as the carcasses, oil-soaked, hard-packed straw that were bound in tarred canvas, were lit and tossed into the ditch so that the defenders could see their targets. There was a cheer from the French, a triumphant, defiant cheer, and the musket balls plucked at the Forlorn Hope, revealed close to the summit of the jumbled stone slope, and the cheer was answered by the 45th and 88th as the battalions ran forward, a dark mass in the tangled maze of the ditch, and the assault began to look easy. "Rifles!" Sharpe shouted. He had 11 riflemen left, apart from Harper and himself, of the 30 men he had led away from the horrors of the Corunna retreat 3 years before. They were the core of his company, the green-jacketed specialists, whose modern Baker rifles could kill at 300 paces and more, while the smoothbore musket, the Brown Bess, was virtually useless at more than 50 yards. He heard the distinctive crack of the weapons, less muffled than the muskets, and saw a Frenchman fall back as he tried to throw another burning carcass down the breach slope. Sharpe wished he had more rifles. He had trained some of his redcoats to use the weapon, but he would have liked more. He ducked down beside Lawford. The French had switched to grape shot that left the cannon barrels like duck shot from a fowling piece. He heard the whistle of balls over his head, saw a flame stab down into the ditch towards the crowded battalions, but in the firelight he could see the red-jacketed British were nearing the midpoint of their climb. The Forlorn Hope, still almost intact, were just paces from the top, their bayonets held out, while behind them the lower half of the breach was darkened by the mass of the assaulting column. Lawford touched Sharpe's arm. "It's too easy." Muskets spat at the assault, but not enough to check the attack. The men in the ditch felt victory close, easily gained, and the column moved on to the breach like a beast uncoiling from the ditch. Victory was close, just seconds away, and the growl was a cheer that rose with the column's climb. The French had let them come. They let the Hope reach the very top of the shattered wall, and then they unmasked the defence. There was a twin explosion, horrendous and ear-shattering, and flames startled across the breach. Sharpe winced. The cheer was laced with screams, spattered by the rattle of grape shot, and he saw the French had mounted 2 guns in hidden casements dug deep into the core of the walls either side of the breach that could fire across the attack. They were not small guns, not field guns, but massive pieces whose flames lanced clear across the full 100 feet width of the breach. The forlorn hope disappeared, snatched into oblivion in a maelstrom of flame and grapeshot, and the head of the column was shattered by the gunfire that lacerated the upper half of the breach, clearing it with contemptuous ease. The growl faltered, turned into cries of alarm, and the column retreated, not from the guns, but from a new danger. Flames appeared in the smoke-shrouded rubble, livid serpents that flickered in the stone, forked lightning that ran quicksilver down the scoured stones to touch the mines that had been hidden in the breach. The explosion tore the lower slope apart, flinging men and masonry into the air, blowing the first attack into failure. The meat grinder of the breach had begun to turn. The growl was still audible. The men from Connaught and Nottinghamshire were going back to the breach, over their mangled dead, past the blackened smoking pits where the mines had been dug, and the French screamed insults at them, called them boy-lovers and weaklings, and followed the insults with more burning carcasses and lumps of timber, or stone that avalanched on the slope and hurled men back into the blood-soaked base of the breach. The vast guns in their hidden flanking casements were being reloaded, ready for their next targets, and they came, clawing their way up the blood-slick ramp till the thunder crashed again. The flames slapped at the breach, and the myriad scraps of grapeshot blasted the stones clear. The assault had been bloodily repulsed, but there was no thought except to go forward. The foot of the ramp was crowded with the men of the 2 battalions, who climbed again in the mindless, seething bravery of siege warfare. Lawford clutched Sharpe's arm, leant close to his ear. "Those bloody guns!" "I know." They fired again, a fraction early, and it was plain that no man could climb past their fire. They were dug into the very heart of the town's thick, low wall, and no British siege gun could have hoped to reach them, not unless Wellington had fired at each hidden casement for a week, until the whole wall collapsed like the breach itself. In front of each gun, revealed by the burning carcasses, was a trench that defended the gunners from their enemy on the breach, and as long as the 2 guns were firing, across and slightly ahead of each other, there could be no victory. The troops were climbing again, slower now, wary of the guns and trying to avoid the burning grenades that the French were tossing onto the slope. The red explosions punctured the scattered attackers. Sharpe turned to Harper. "Are you loaded?" The huge sergeant nodded, grinned, and held up the 7-barrel gun. Sharpe grinned back. "Shall we join in?" Lawford shouted at them. "What are you doing?" Sharpe pointed at the nearest side of the breach. "Going after the gun. Do you mind?" Lawford shrugged. "Be careful." There was no time to think, just to jump into the ditch and pray that their ankles would not twist or break. Sharpe fell awkwardly, slipping on the snow, but a huge hand grabbed his greatcoat, hauled him upright, and the 2 men ran across the floor of the ditch. The jump had been 20 feet, and it seemed as if they'd fallen into the bottom of a giant cauldron, an alchemist's vessel of fire, and the flames poured in from above. Carcasses rolled down, musket and cannon flames spat from above, and the fire spilled onto the living and dead flesh in the ditch, and was reflected red on the underside of the low clouds that rolled southwards to Badajoz. There was only one way to live in the cauldron, and that was to go upwards, and the column was climbing again, as Sharpe and Harper skirted the mass of men. And then the guns spoke, and the attack was flung back by the flame-born grapeshot. Sharpe had been counting the gaps between the shots, and knew that the French gunners were taking about a minute to reload each giant gun. He counted the seconds in his head as the 2 men struggled past the mass of Irishmen to the left of the breach. They fought their way through the crush, going for the very edge of the slope, and the surge of men carried them forward so that for an instant Sharpe thought they'd be carried onto the rubble slope itself. Then the guns fired again, and the men ahead recoiled. Something wet slapped Sharpe's face, and the attack was broken into small groups. He had a minute. "Patrick!" They threw themselves into the trench beside the breach, the trench that protected the gun. It was already filled with men sheltering from the grapeshot. The French gunners, over their heads, would be sponging out and desperately ramming the huge surge bags of powder into the vast muzzles, while other men waited with the lumpy black bags of grape shot. Sharpe tried to forget them. He looked up the wall to the casement's lip. It was high up, far higher than a man's height, so he braced his back on the wall, cupped his hands, and nodded to the sergeant. Harper put a massive boot into Sharpe's hands, cocked the 7-barrel gun, and nodded back. Sharpe heaved and Harper pushed up. The Irishman weighed as much as a small bullock. Sharpe grimaced with the effort, and then 2 of the Connaught Rangers, seeing their intention, joined in and pushed up on Harper's legs. The weight suddenly disappeared. Harper had grasped the casement's edge with one hand, ignoring the musket bullets that flattened themselves on the wall beside him, threw the huge gun over the edge, aimed blindly, and pulled the trigger. The recoil slammed him back, cruelly throwing him on the opposite lip of the trench. But he scrambled to his feet, screaming in Gaelic. Sharpe knew he was telling his countrymen to climb the wall and attack the gun crew while they were still dazed by the shattering blast. But it was hopeless trying to climb the steep wall, and Sharpe thought of the surviving gunners loading the huge cannon. "Patrick! Throw me!" Harper seized Sharpe like a bag of oats, took one breath, and threw him bodily upwards. It was like being lifted by a mine explosion. Sharpe flailed, his rifle slipping from his shoulder, but he caught it by the barrel, saw the casement's edge, and desperately threw out his left hand. It held. He had a leg on the stonework. He knew the French muskets were firing at him, but he had no time to think of that, for a man was running at him, a rammer raised to strike down, and Sharpe struck out with his rifle. It was a lucky effort. The brass-hilted butt caught the Frenchman on the temple. He staggered back, and Sharpe had dropped over the casement, found his feet, and the huge sword rasped out of the scabbard, and the joy was there. The gunners had been hit hard by the 7 bullets that had ricocheted round the stone emplacement. Sharpe could see bodies lying beneath the huge iron barrel of what he recognized as a siege gun, but there were still men alive, and they were coming at him. He swung the long blade at them, drove them back, hacked down with the sword, and felt it shudder as it cleaved a skull. He screamed at them, scaring them, slipped on new blood, tugged the blade free, and swung again. The French went back. They outnumbered him 6-1, but they were gunners more used to killing at a distance than seeing the face of their enemy wild over a naked sword. They cowered back, and Sharpe turned back to the casement's edge and found an arm clinging desperately to the stonework. He grabbed the wrist and heaved a Connaught Ranger into the sunken gum pit. The man's eyes were bright with excitement. Sharpe yelled at him, "Help the others up! Use your sling!" A musket ball went past his head, clanging off the barrel of the gun, and Sharpe whirled to see the familiar uniforms of French infantry running down the stone stairs to rescue the gun. He went for them, wild with the madness of battle, and the crazy thought whirled in his head that he wished the mean-faced bastard clerk in Whitehall could see him now. Perhaps then Whitehall would know what its soldiers did. But there was no time for the thought, because the infantry were coming down the narrow space beside the barrel. He leapt at them, shouting and lunging with the point to drive them back, and he knew he was outnumbered. They checked, let him come, and then countered with their long bayonets. The sword was not long enough. He swung at them, smashing bayonets to the side, but another came past his swing, and he felt the blade catch in his greatcoat. He seized the barrel with his left hand, pulled the man off balance, and brought the great brass hilt of the sword down on his head. He was forced back. Another bayonet flickered at him, making him dodge wildly so that he slipped against the siege gun. His sword was whirling uselessly, flailing for balance, and he saw the bayonets above him. His anger was useless, because he could not parry. The shout was in a language he did not speak, but the voice was Harper's, and the massive Irishman was crunching the enemy with a 7-barrel gun held like a club. He ignored Sharpe, stepped over him, laughed at the French, swung at them, and went forward as his ancestors had gone into fine dawn-misted battles. He chanted the same words that his ancestors had, and the Connaught men were beside him, and no troops in the world could have stood against their anger and their attack. Sharpe ducked under the barrel, and there were more enemy, fearful now, and he hacked up with the blade, drove them back, stabbed with it, screaming the challenge. The French scrambled for the stone stairs in the rear, and the crazed men in red and green coats came on, stepping over the bodies, hacking and clawing at them. Sharpe felt the blade grate on a rib, and he swung it clear, and suddenly the only enemy were the survivors, who cowered at the foot of the stairs, shouting their surrender. They had no hope. The men of Connaught had lost friends on the breach, old friends, and the blades were used in short, efficient strokes. The bayonets ignored the French cries, worked swiftly, and the casement was thick with the smell of fresh blood. Up! There were still enemies on the wall, enemies that could fire down into the gun pit, and Sharpe climbed the stairs, the sword a streak of reflected firelight ahead of him. And suddenly the night air was cool and clear, and he was on the wall. The infantry had fallen back down the ramparts, fearful of the carnage round the gun, and Sharpe stood at the stairs' head and watched them. Harper joined him, with a group of red-jacketed 88th, and they panted so that their breath fogged. Harper laughed. "They've had enough." It was true. The French were pulling back, abandoning the breach, and only one man, an officer, tried to force them back. He shouted at them, beat at them with his sword, and then, seeing that they would not attack, came on himself. He was a slim man with a thin, fair moustache beneath a straight, hooked nose. Sharpe could see the man's fear. The Frenchman didn't want to make a solo attack, but he had his pride, and he hoped his men would follow. They did not. Instead, they called to him, told him not to be a fool, but he walked on, looking at Sharpe, and his sword was ridiculously slim as he lured it to the guard. He said something to Sharpe, who shook his head, but the Frenchman insisted and lunged at Sharpe, who was forced to leap back and bring up the huge sword in a clumsy parry. Sharpe's anger had gone in the cool air. The fight was over, and he was irritated by the Frenchman's insistence. "Go away! Vamos!" He tried to remember the words in French, but he could not. The Irish laughed. "Put him over your knee, Captain." The Frenchman was little more than a boy, ridiculously young, but brave. He came forward again, the sword level, and this time Sharpe jumped towards him, growled, and the Frenchman rocked back. Sharpe dropped his own blade. "Give up!" The answer was another lunge that came close to Sharpe's chest. He leant back and beat the sword aside. He could feel his anger returning. He swore at the man, jerked his head down the ramparts, but still the fool came forward, incensed by the Irish laughter, and again Sharpe had to parry and force him back. Harper finished the farce. He worked his way behind the officer, and as the Frenchman looked at Sharpe for another attack, the sergeant coughed. "Sir? Monsieur?" The officer looked round. The giant Irishman smiled at him, came forward unarmed and very slowly. "Monsieur?" The officer nodded to Harper, frowned and said something in French. The huge sergeant nodded seriously. "Quite right, sir, quite right." Then a giant fist travelled from some place low down, up, and straight on to the Frenchman's chin. He crumpled. The Connaught men gave an ironic cheer, and Harper laid the senseless body beside the rampart. "Poor wee fool." He grinned at Sharpe, immensely pleased with himself, and looked over towards the breach. The fight still went on, but Harper knew his part in the assault was done, and well done, and that nothing could touch him this night. He jerked his thumb at the Connaught Rangers and looked at Sharpe. "Connaught lads, sir, good fighters." "They are," Sharpe grinned. "Where is Connaught? Wales?" Harper made a joke at Sharpe's expense, but in Gaelic, so that he was forced to listen to the Rangers' good-humoured laughter. They were in good spirits, happy, like the sergeant from Donegal, that they'd played a good part in this night's fight, a part that would make a fine story to weave through the long winter nights in some unimaginable future. Harper knelt to go through the unconscious Frenchman's pockets, and Sharpe turned to look at the breach. The 45th on the far side were dealing with a second gun. They'd found planks abandoned in the trench and thrown them over to the casement lip, and Sharpe watched admiringly as the Nottinghamshire men charged across the perilous path and took their long bayonets to the gun crew. The growl had become a whoop of victory, and the dark beast in the ditch uncoiled across the undefended breach and swarmed past the two silent guns towards the streets of the town. A few shots came from doors and windows, but only a few, and the British horde flooded down the rubble to where the breach had smothered the old medieval wall. It was over. Or nearly. A second mine had been put in the ruins of the old wall. Black powder had been crammed into an old postern, and now the French lit the fuse and ran back into the streets. The mine exploded. Flames streaked up from the darkness, old stones shattered outwards, boiling smoke and dust, and with it came the stench of roasted flesh, and the head of the victorious column was uselessly decimated. For a second there was a stunned silence, time just to draw breath, and then the Sharpe was not for victory, but for revenge, and the troops took their anger into the defenceless streets. Harpe watched the howling mob flow into the city. "You think we're invaded?" "Why not?" The sergeant grinned. "God knows we've deserved it." He was dangling a gold watch and chain, and he started forward towards the ramp that led down towards the houses. Sharpe followed, and suddenly stopped. He froze. Down where the second mine had exploded, lit by a flickering length of old timber, was a mangled body. One side seemed sleek with new blood, a sleekness speckled with the ivory of bone, but the other side was gorgeous in yellow facings and gold lace. A fur-trimmed cavalry cloak covered the legs. "Oh, God!" Harpe heard him and saw where he was looking. Then both men were racing down the ramp, slipping on ice and slushy snow and running towards Lawford's body. Ciudad Rodrigo was won, but not at this price, Sharpe thought. Dear God, not at this price. Chapter 4. There was a scream from inside the town, shots as men blew open the doors of houses, and over it all the sound of triumphant voices. After the fight, the reward. Harpe reached the body first, plucked the cloak to one side and bent over the bloody chest. "He's alive, sir." It seemed to Sharpe like a parody of life. The explosion had sheared Lawford's left arm almost clean from his body, crushed the ribs and flicked them open so they protruded through the remnants of skin and flesh. The blood was flowing beneath the once immaculate uniform. Harpe began tearing the cloak into strips, his mouth a tight line of anger and sorrow. Sharpe looked towards the breach where men still clambered towards the houses. "Bandsman!" The bands had played during the assault. He remembered hearing the music, and now, idiotically, he could suddenly identify the tune he had heard. The Downfall of Paris. By now the bandsmen should be doing their other job, of caring for the wounded, but he could see none. "Bandsman!" Miraculously, Lieutenant Price appeared, pale and unsteady, and with him a small group of the light company. "Sir? A stretcher, fast, and send someone back to battalion." Price saluted. He had forgotten the drawn sword in his hand, so that the blade, a curved sabre, nearly sliced into Private Peters. "Sir!" The small group ran back. Lawford was unconscious. Harpe was binding the chest, his huge fingers astonishingly gentle with the tattered flesh. He looked up at Sharpe. "Take the arm off, sir." "What?" "Better now than later, sir." The sergeant pointed at the colonel's left arm, held by a single glistening shred of tissue. "He might live, sir, so he might, but the arm will have to go." A splintered piece of bone protruded from the stump. The arm was bent unnaturally upwards, pointing towards the city, and Harpe was binding the brief stump to stop the weakly pulsing blood. Sharpe picked his way to Lawford's head, treading carefully, for the ground was slick, though whether with blood or ice it was impossible to see. The only light came from the burning timber. He put the point of his sword down into the bloodied mess, and Harpe moved the blade till it was in the right place. "Leave the skin, sir. It'll flap over." It was no different from butchering a pig or a bullock, but it felt different. He could hear crashes from the city punctuating the screams. "Is that right?" He could feel Harpe manipulating the blade. "Now, sir. Straight down." Sharpe pushed down with both hands, almost as if he was driving a stake into mud. Human flesh is resilient, proof against all but the hottest stroke, and Sharpe felt the gorge rise in his throat as the sword met resistance, and he heaved down so that Lawford tipped in the scarlet slush and the colonel's lips grimaced. Then it was done. The arm free, and Sharpe stooped to the dead fingers and pulled off a gold ring. He'd give it to Forrest to be sent home with the colonel, or, God forbid, to be sent to his relatives. Lieutenant Price was back. "They're coming, sir." "Who?" "The Major, sir." "A stretcher?" Price nodded, looking sick. "Will he live, sir?" "Well, how the hell do I know?" It was not fair to vent his anger on Price. What was he doing here, anyway? Fry shrugged miserably. Well, he said he was going to find you, sir. Sharpe stared down at the handsome colonel and swore. Lawford had no business in the breach. The same perhaps could have been said of Sharpe and Harper, but the tall rifleman saw a difference. Lawford had a future, hopes, a family to protect, ambitions that were within his grasp, and soldiering was not where those ambitions finally lay. They might all be thrown away for one mad moment in a breach, a moment to prove something. Sharpe and Harper had no such future, no such hopes, only the knowledge that they were soldiers, as good as their last battle, useful as long as they could fight. They were both, Sharpe thought, adventurers, gambling with their lives. He looked at the colonel. It was such a waste. Sharpe listened to the great noise coming from the city, a noise of rampage and victory. Once, perhaps, he thought, an adventurer had a future, back when the world was free and a sword was the passport to any hope. Not now. Everything was changing with a suddenness and pace that was bewildering. 3 years before, when the army had defeated the French at Vimiero, it had been a small army, almost an intimate army, and the general could inspect all his troops in a single morning, and have time to recognize them, remember them. Sharpe had known most officers in the line by face, if not by name, and was welcome at their evening fires. Not now. Now there were generals of this and generals of that, of division and brigade, and provost-marshals and senior chaplains, and the army was far too large to see on a single morning, or even march on a single road. Wellington, perforce, had become remote. There were bureaucrats with the army, defenders of files, and soon Sharpe knew a man would be less important than the pieces of paper like that folded forgotten gazette in Whitehall. "Sharpe!" Major Forrest was shouting at him, waving, hurrying over the rubble. He was leading a small group of men, some of whom carried a door, Lawford's stretcher. "What happened?" Sharpe gestured at the ruin about them. "Not mine, sir. He was caught by it." Forrest shook his head. "Oh, God! What do we do?" The question was not surprising from the Major. He was a kind man, a good man, but not a decisive man. Captain Leroy, the loyalist American, leant down to light his thin black cigar from the flickering flames of the timber balk. "Must be a hospital in town." Forrest nodded. "Into town." He stared in horror at the colonel. "My God! Well, he's lost his arm." "Yes, sir." "Will he live?" Sharpe shrugged. "God knows, sir." It was suddenly freezing cold, the wind reaching over the breach to chill the men who rolled the colonel, still mercifully unconscious, onto the makeshift stretcher. Sharpe wiped the saw blade on a scrap of Lawford's cloak, sheathed it, and pulled the collar of his greatcoat high up his neck. It was not the entry into Ciudad Rodrigo that he'd imagined. Well, it was one thing to fight through a breach, overcome the last obstacle, and feel the elation of victory, but to follow Lawford in a slow, almost funeral march was destroying the triumph. Inevitably, too, though Sharpe hated himself for thinking of it, there were other questions that hung on this moment. There'd be a new colonel of the South Essex, a stranger. The battalion would be changed, maybe for the better, but probably not for the betterment of Sharpe. Lawford, whose own future was seeping into the crude bandages, had learned to trust Sharpe years before, at Seringapatam, Versailles, and Gawalgur, but Sharpe could expect no favours from a new man. Lawford's replacement would bring his own debts to be repaid, his own ideas, and the old ties of loyalty, friendship, and even gratitude that had held the battalion together would be untied. Sharpe thought of the Gazette. If it was refused, and the thought persisted that it might, then Lawford would have ignored the refusal. He would have kept Sharpe as captain of the light company, come what may, but no longer. The new man would make his own dispositions, and Sharpe felt the chill of uncertainty. They pushed deeper into the town, through crowds of men intent on recompense for the night's effort. A group of the 88th had hacked open a wine shop, splintering the door with bayonets, and now had set up their own business selling the stolen wine. Some officers tried to restore order, but they were outnumbered and ignored. Bolts of cloth cascaded from an upper window, draping the narrow street in a grotesque parody of a holiday, as soldiers destroyed what they didn't want to loot. A Spaniard lay beside a door, blood trickling in a dozen spreading streams from his scalp. while in the house behind were screams, shouts, and the sobbing of women. The main square was like a bedlam let loose. A soldier of the 45th reeled past Sharpe and waved a bottle in the rifleman's face. The man was hopelessly drunk. "The store! We open the store!" He fell down. The French spirit store had been broken apart. Shouts came from the building's interior, thumps as the casks were stove in, and musket shots as crazed men fought for the contents. A house nearby was in flames, and a soldier, his red jacket decorated with the 45th's green facings, staggered in agony, his back burning, and he tried to douse the flames by pouring a bottle over his shoulder. The spirit fled, scorched his hand, and the man fell, writhing to die on the stones. Across the plaza a second house was burning, and men shouted for help from its upper windows. On the pavement outside women screamed, pointing at their trapped men. But the women were scooped up by redcoats and carried shrieking into an alley. Nearby a shop was being looted. Loaves and hams were slung from the door to be caught on outstretched bayonets, and Sharpe could see the flicker of flame deep inside the building. Some troops had kept their discipline and followed their officers in futile attempts to stop the riot. One horseman rode at a group of drunks, and flailing down with a scabbarded sword split the group apart, and rode out with a young girl screaming, clinging to his saddle. The horseman took the girl to a growing huddle of women sheltered by sober troops, and turned his horse back into the melee. Shrieks and screams, laughter and tears, the sound of victory. Watching it all in silent awe, the survivors of the French garrison had gathered in the centre of the plaza to surrender. They were mostly still armed, but submitted patiently to the British troops, who systematically worked their way down the losers' ranks and pillaged them. Some women clung to their French husbands or lovers, and those women were left alone. No one was taking revenge on the French. The fight had been short, and there was little ill will. Sharpe had heard a suggestion, floating as a rumour before the assault, that all surviving Frenchmen were to be massacred, not as revenge, but as a warning to the garrison at Badajoz what to expect if they chose to resist in their larger fortress. It was no more than a rumour. These French, silent in the midst of rampage, would be marched into Portugal, over the winter roads to Oporto, and then back by ships to the fetid prison hulks, or even the brand-new prison built for prisoners of war in the bleakness of Dartmoor. "Good God!" Major Forrest's eyes widened as he stared at the rioting troops. "They're animals, just animals." Sharpe said nothing. There were few rewards for a soldier. The pay would make no man rich, and the battlefields that yielded booty were few and far between. The siege was the hardest fighting, and soldiers had always regarded victory in a breach as reason for losing all discipline and taking their reward from the conquered fortress. And if the fortress was a city, so much the more loot. And if the inhabitants of the city were your allies, then that was bad luck. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Life had always been like that, and always would, because this was ancient custom, soldiers' custom. In truth, Ciudad Rodrigo was not suffering much. There were, to Sharpe's eyes, plenty of sober, disciplined troops who had not joined the riot, and who would by morning have swept up the drunks, disposed of the corpses, and the city's ordeal would soon end in alcoholic exhaustion. He looked round, trying to identify a hospital. "Sir? Sir?" Sharpe turned. It was Robert Knowles, who'd been his lieutenant till the previous year, but was now a captain himself. The "sir" was pure habit. "How are you?" Knowles smiled in delight. He wore the uniform of his new regiment. Sharpe gestured at Lawford's body, and the young captain's face fell. "How?" "Mine." "Christ! Will he live?" "God knows. We need a hospital." "This way." Knowles had entered the town through the smaller breach attacked by the Light Division, and he led the party north through the crowds and into a narrow street. "I passed it on the way here, a convent. Crawford's there." "Wounded?" Sharpe had thought Black Bob Crawford to be indestructible. The general of the Light Division was the toughest man in the army. Knowles nodded. "Shot. It's bad. They don't think he'll live. There." He pointed to a big stone building which was topped by a cross and fronted by an arched cloister lit by bracketed torches. Wounded men were lying outside, tended by friends, while screams came from the upper windows behind which the surgeons were already at work with their serrated blades. "Inside!" Sharpe pushed through the men in the doorway, ignored a nun who tried to stop him, and forced a path for the colonel's stretcher. The tiled floor was gleaming with fresh blood that looked black in the candlelight. A second nun pushed Sharpe aside and looked down at Lawford. Her eyes saw the gold lace, the torn elegance of the blood-stained uniform, and she rapped orders at her sisters. The colonel was carried through an arched doorway to whatever horrors the surgeons would inflict. The small group of men looked at each other, saying nothing, but on each face there were deep lines of tiredness and sorrow. The South Essex that had achieved so much under Lawford's leadership was about to change. Soldiers might belong to an army, wear the uniform of a regiment, but they lived inside a battalion, and the commander of the battalion made or broke their happiness. Their thoughts were all the same. "What now?" Forrest was weary. "You get some sleep, sir." Leroy spoke brutally. Parade in the morning, sir?" Sharpe suddenly realized that Forrest was in command until the new man was appointed. "The brigade major will have orders." Forrest nodded. He waved a hand towards the doorway where Lawford had disappeared. "I must report this." Knowles put a hand on Forrest's elbow. "I know where the headquarters will be, sir. I'll take you." "Yes." Forrest hesitated. He saw a severed hand lying on the checkered tiles, and he nearly gagged. Sharpe kicked the hand out of sight beneath a dark wooden chest. "Go on, sir." Forrest, Leroy, and Knowles left. Sharpe turned to Lieutenant Price and Sergeant Harper. "Find the company. Make sure they have billets." "Yes, sir." Price seemed shocked. Sharpe tapped him on the chest. "Stay sober." The lieutenant nodded, then pleaded. "Well, half sober?" "Sober." "Come on, sir." Harper led Price away. There was no doubt about which man was in command. Sharpe watched the men coming into the convent, the blinded, the lamed, the bleeding, French and British. He tried to blot the screaming from his ears, but it was impossible. The sound penetrated the senses like the acrid smoke that hung in the city's streets this night. An officer of the 95th Rifles came down the main stairway crying, and saw Sharpe. "He's bad." He didn't know who he was talking to, except that he saw in Sharpe another rifleman. "Crawford? There's a bullet in his spine and they can't get it out. The bastard was standing in the middle of the breach, right in the bloody middle, and telling us to move our asses. They shot him." The rifle officer went out into the cold night. Crawford never asked his men to do anything he wouldn't do himself, and he'd be there, cursing and spitting, leading his men on, and now he would die. The army would not be the same. Things were changing. A clock struck 10 o'clock, and Sharpe thought it had been just 3 hours since they slipped over the snow towards the breach. Just 3 hours. The door through which Lawford had been carried was opened, and a soldier dragged out a corpse. It was not the colonel. The body, pulled by the heels, left a jellied slime of bloodied mud on the tiles. The door was left open, and Sharpe crossed to it, leant on the post, and stared into the candle-bright charnel house. He remembered the soldier's prayer, morning and evening, that God keep him from the surgeon's knife. Lawford was on the table, strapped tight, his uniform cut away. An orderly leant on his chest, obscuring the face, while a surgeon, his apron stiff with blood the colour of burnt ochre, grunted as he pushed in the knife. Sharpe saw Lawford's feet, still encased in the boots with the swan-neck spurs, jerk in the leather straps. The surgeon was sweating. The candles guttered in the draught, and he turned a blood-spattered face. "Shut the bloody door!" Sharpe closed it, cutting off the view of severed limbs, the waiting bodies. He wanted a drink. Things were changing. Lawford under the knife, Crawford dying upstairs, the new year mocking them. He stood in the hallway, in dark shadow, and remembered the gas lighting he'd seen in London's Pall Mall just 2 months ago. A wonder of the world, he'd been told, but he didn't think so. Gas lighting, steam power, and stupid men in offices with dirty spectacles and neat files, the new denizens of England that would tie up the world in pipes, conduits, paper, and above all, order. Neatness above all. England didn't want to know about the war. A hero was a week-long wonder, so long as he wasn't untidily scarred like the beggars in the streets of London. There were men with only half a face, covered in suppurating sores, rodent ulcers, men with empty eye sockets, torn mouths, ragged stumps, who'd cried out for a penny for an old soldier. He'd watched them being moved on so they didn't sully the pristine hissing light in Pall Mall. Sharpe had fought beside some of them, watched them drop on a battlefield. But their country didn't care. There were the military hospitals, of course, at Chelsea and Kilmainham, but it was the soldiers who paid for those, not the country. The country wanted the soldiers out of the way. Sharpe wanted a drink. The door of the surgeon's room banged open, and Sharpe turned to see Lawford being carried on a canvas stretcher to the wide staircase. He hurried to the orderlies. "How is he?" "If the rot doesn't get him, sir." The man left the sentence unfinished. His nose was dripping, but he couldn't wipe it because both hands were on the stretcher. He sniffed. "Friend of yours, sir?" "Yes." "Well, nothing you can do tonight, sir. Come back tomorrow. We'll look after him." He jerked his head upwards. "Lieutenant Colonels and above are on the second floor, sir. Bleeding luxury. Not like those in the cellar." Sharpe could imagine it. Had seen it often enough. The dank cellars where the wounded were crammed on verminous pallets. One part of the ward always left as a death room where the hopeless could simply rot. He let them go and turned away. Ciudad Rodrigo had fallen, the great fortress of the north, and the history books would record the fact, and for years to come the victory would be remembered with pride. In just 12 days Wellington had surprised, surrounded, assaulted, and taken a city. A victory. And no one would remember the names of the men who had died in the breach, who had struggled to silence the great killing guns sunk in the wide wall. The English would celebrate. They liked victories, especially those far from home, that fortified their sense of superiority over the French, but they didn't want to know about this. The screams of the wounded, the thump of severed limbs, the slow drip of thick blood from the hallway ceiling. Sharpe pushed into the cold street and hunched down inside his collar against a sudden flurry of snow. There was no joy for him in this victory, only a sense of loss, of loneliness, and of some unfinished task he must perform in a breach. It could all wait. He went in search of drink. Chapter 5. It had begun to snow again, a thin sprinkling that flecked the greatcoats of the collapsed drunks in the street. It was cold. Sharpe knew he should find somewhere warm, somewhere to clean the big sword properly before the rust pits began, somewhere to sleep, but he wanted a drink first. The city was quieter. There were still shouts echoing down empty alleyways, an odd musket shot, and once, inexplicably, a muffled explosion. Sharpe didn't care. He wanted drink to drive away the self-pity, the nagging thought that without Lawford he could be a lieutenant again under the orders of a captain 10 years younger than himself, without experience, and his mood turned savage as he made his way towards the flickering lights of the plaza where the French spirit store had been broken open. The French prisoners were still in the square's centre, though without their officers who'd given their parole and gone off to bed or to drink with their captors. The French soldiers sat shivering and weaponless. Their guards watched them with curious eyes, their hands thrust into pockets, their loaded and bayoneted muskets slung on cold shoulders. Other sentries guarded the houses, stopping the last looters who still staggered drunk in the light of the burning buildings. Sharpe was stopped at the liquor store by a nervous sentry. "Can't go in there, sir." "Why not?" "General's orders, sir. Orders." Sharpe snarled at him. "Well, the General sent me. He's thirsty." The sentry grinned, but still brought his musket down across the doorway. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Well, it's orders, sir." "What's going on?" A sergeant appeared, a big man, walking slowly. "Trouble?" Sharpe faced the sergeant. "I'm going in there for drink. Do you want to stop me?" The sergeant shrugged. "Well, up to you, sir. But I'd advised against it. Bloody raw alcohol, that is, sir. He's killed a couple of lads." He looked Sharpe up and down, saw the blood on the uniform. "In the breach, were you, sir?" "Yes." The sergeant nodded and unslung a canteen from his neck. "Here you are, sir. Brandy. Took it off a prisoner. Compliments of the 83rd. Sharpe took it, made his thanks, and the sergeant let out a long, slow breath as he watched the rifleman walk away. "You know who that was, lad?" "No, Sarge?" "Sharpe. That's who that was." "Lucky I was here." "Lucky, Sarge?" "Yes, lad. Otherwise you might have had to shoot a bleeding hero." The sergeant shook his head. "Well, well, well. So he likes a drop, does he?" Sharpe walked close to one of the burning houses where the heat of the fire had melted the snow into a glistening sheen on the cobbles. A broken table was tipped on its side, and he perched on it, watching the prisoners in the snow, and wished he could get drunk. He knew he would not. As soon as the first fierce brandy was in his throat, he knew that he was being indulgent. He must find the company, clean the sword, think of tomorrow, but not yet. It was warm by the burning house, the first warmth he had known in days, and he wanted to be alone for a while. Damn Lawford for walking into a breach where he had no business. Hooves clattered on stones, and a group of horsemen entered the plaza. They wore long, dark cloaks, broad-brimmed hats, and Sharpe could see the outlines of muskets and swords. Partisans. He felt an obscure, unfair anger. The guerrilleros were the men and women of Spain who fought the guerrillera, the Little War, and they were achieving what the Spanish armies had failed to achieve. They were pinning down thousands and thousands of Napoleon's troops the British wouldn't have to face, but somehow the presence of the Spanish horsemen in the plaza of Ciudad Rodrigo annoyed Sharpe. These partisans hadn't fought through a breach, hadn't faced the cannon, yet here they were, come to pick like vultures at a carcass they had done nothing to kill. The horsemen stopped. They stared at the French prisoners with a silent menace. Sharpe turned away. He drank again and stared into the white heat, where the house had collapsed into a furnace-like intensity. He thought of Badajoz, waiting to the south, Badajoz the impregnable. Perhaps the pock-scarred Whitehall clerk could write the garrison a letter, telling them their presence was irregular, and Sharpe laughed at the thought. Damn the bloody clerk! There was a shout behind him that made him turn round. A single rider had left the group of horsemen and was walking his horse along the front row of prisoners. The French squirmed back, fearing the revenge of the Spanish, and the British sentries tried ineffectually to force the horse away. The rider spurred into a trot, into a canter, and the snow spurted from the hooves that crashed on the cobbles beneath. The rider's face turned towards Sharpe, the heels slammed down, and the horse came towards the lone rifleman in the light of the burning house. Sharpe watched the man come. If he wanted drink, then he could find his own. There were sparks from the cobbles as the horse was reined in, and Sharpe found himself wishing grimly that the beast would slip and tip its rider into an ignominious heap. So the man was a brilliant horseman, but that did not give him the right to disturb a man who deserved a quiet drink. Sharpe turned away, ignoring the dismounting Spaniard. "You've forgotten me." Sharpe heard the voice, and the drink was forgotten. He spun round, standing up, and the rider took off the broad-brimmed hat, shook her head, and the long, dark hair fell either side of her face that was like a hawk, slim, cruel, and very, very beautiful. She smiled at him. "I came here to find you." "Teresa." The wind snatched snow from a rooftop, whirled it crazily above the sparks of the burning house. "Teresa!" He reached out for her, and she came to him, and he held her as he had held her that first time 2 years ago, beneath the blades of the French lancers. "Teresa! It's you!" She looked up at him, mocking him. "Oh, you forgot me." "Christ in heaven, where have you been?" He began to laugh, his misery banished, and touched her face as if he wanted to prove it was her. "Teresa?" And she laughed too, with real pleasure, and put a finger to his scarred cheek. "I thought you might forget me." "Forget you? No." He shook his head, suddenly tongue-tied, though there was so much to say. He'd hoped to find her the year before, when the army had marched to Fuentes de Honoro, just a few miles from Ciudad Rodrigo. This was Teresa's country. He had thought she might look for him last year, but there'd been no sign of her. And then he'd gone to England and met Jane Gibbons. He pushed that thought away and looked instead at Teresa and wondered how he could have forgotten this face, the life in it, the sheer force of her presence. She smiled and jerked her head at the rifle on her shoulder. "I still have your gun. How many have you killed with it?" 19. She made a grimace. "Not enough." She hated the French with a pure, terrifying hatred. She turned in his arms and stared at the prisoners. "How many did you kill tonight?" Sharpe thought of the fight in the casement. He shrugged. "I don't know. 2, maybe 3. She looked at him again and grinned. "Not enough." "Did you miss me?" He'd forgotten how she would mock him. He nodded, embarrassed. "Yes." "I missed you." The statement was said matter-of-factly, almost flatly. It gave it a ring of absolute truth. She pulled away from him. "Listen." She jerked her head at the other horsemen. "They are impatient. Are you going to Badajoz?" He was confused by her sudden question. "Badajoz?" He nodded. It was an open secret. Nothing had been said to the army, but every man knew that both fortresses must be taken. "Yes. I suppose so." "Good. Then I'm staying. I must tell my people." She turned to her horse. "You what? Well, you don't want me to?" She was mocking him again and laughed. "I will explain, Richard. Later. Do we have somewhere to stay?" "No." "We'll find somewhere." She swung herself onto the horse and nodded again towards the partisans. "They want to be on their way. I tell them they can go. Will you wait here?" He saluted her. "Yes, ma'am." "That's better." She smiled at him, dazzling him with her beauty, with the joy on her face, and then she spurred back across the slash. He grinned and turned back to the fire, facing its warmth, and felt a vast relief that she had come. He wished she would never go. Then he wondered at her words, hearing distantly in his mind the faint alarm at the very mention of the name Badajoz. Tonight was a victory, but it led only to one place, to the place where the British, the French, the Spanish, to where the gunners and the infantry, the cavalry and the engineers all marched. And now it seemed the lovers were marching too, to Badajoz. Chapter 6. They found a house hard by the walls that had been used by French gunners. There was food in the kitchen, hard bread and cold tongue, and Sharpe lit a fire and watched Teresa as she stabbed the loaf with her bayonet and ripped the blade downwards. He laughed. She glared at him. "What's funny?" "I don't see you as a housewife." She pointed the blade at him. "Listen, Englishman, I can keep a house, but not for a man who laughs at me." She shrugged. "What happens when the war ends?" He laughed again. "You go back to your kitchen, woman." She nodded, sad at the thought. She carried a gun, as other Spanish women carried guns, because too many men had shirked the role. But when peace came, the men would be brave again and push the women back to the stoves. Sharpe saw the wistfulness on her face. "So, what must we talk about?" "Later." She brought the plate over to the fire and laughed at the unsavory lumps of food. "Eat first." They were both ravenous. They washed the food down with watered brandy, and then, beneath blankets that had once graced the backs of French cavalry horses, they made love by the fire, and Sharpe wished he could trap the moment, make it last forever. The quietness of a small house in a captured city, the only noises the calls of sentries on the wall, the barking of a dog, the dying crackle of the small fire. She would not stay, he knew that, to be a camp follower. Teresa wanted to fight the French, to revenge herself on a nation that had raped and murdered her mother. Perhaps, he thought, he could never expect this happiness to be forever. All happiness is fleeting, and his mind shied away from the thought of Lawford lying in the convent. Teresa would go back to the hills, to the ambushes and torture, the harried French in the rock landscape. If he had not been a soldier, Sharpe thought, if he'd been a gamekeeper or a coachman, or any one of the other jobs he might have found, then he might have found, too, a settled existence. But not like this. Never as a soldier. Teresa's hand pushed over the skin of his chest. then round to his back, and her fingers were light on the thick, ridged scars. "Did you find the man who flogged you?" "Not yet. He'd been flogged years before when he was a private." "What were their names?" "Captain Morris and Sergeant Hagswill." He said the names tonelessly. They were deep in his mind, waiting vengeance. "You'll find them." "Yes." She smiled. "You'll hurt them?" "Very much." "Good." Sharpe grinned. "I thought Christians were supposed to forgive their enemies." She shook her head, the hair tickling him. "Only when they're dead. Anyway," she plucked her hair from his chest, "you're not a Christian." "You are." She shrugged. "The priests don't like me. I have been learning English from a priest, Father Pedro. He's nice, but the others—" She spat at the fire. "They do not let me take the Mass, because I'm bad." She said something in quick, guttural Spanish, something that would have confirmed the opinion of the priests. She sat up and looked round the room. "Those pigs must have left some wine." "I didn't see any." "You didn't look. You only wanted me under the blankets." She stood up and searched the room. Sharpe watched her, loving the straightness of her body, the strength in her slimness. She opened cupboards and pulled their contents violently onto the floor. "Here." She tossed him a wooden shelf loose from a cabinet. "Put it on the fire." Sharpe sprinkled it with powder to help it light, and when he turned back she had found wine and brandished it to him. "You see, the pigs always have wine." She saw him looking at her, and her face became serious. "Am I different?" "No." "You sure?" She stood facing him naked, her face worried. "I'm sure." "You're beautiful." He was puzzled. "Well, should there be something different?" She shrugged, crossed the room and sat beside him. The cork was half out of the bottle, and she pulled it free and smelt the wine. "Oh, awful!" She drank some and handed the bottle to Sharpe. "What's the matter?" He knew the moment had come when she would talk. She was silent for a few seconds, staring into the fire, and then she turned abruptly to him, her expression fierce. "You are going to Badajoz?" "Yes." "You're sure?" She seemed desperate for his certainty. Sharpe shrugged. "Well, I can't be sure. The army will go there, but we may be sent to Lisbon, or maybe stay here. I don't know. Why?" Because I want you to be there." Sharpe waited for her to continue, but she stopped talking and stared instead into the fire. The wine was sour, but he drank some, and then pulled the stiff blanket up round her shoulders. She looked sad. "Why do you want me to be there?" he asked gently. "Because I will be there." "You'll be there." He spoke the words as if they described the most normal thing on earth, but inside he was grasping for a reason, any reason that would take Teresa into the largest French fortress in Spain. She nodded. "Inside. I've been there, Richard, since April." "In Badajoz? Fighting?" No. They don't know me as La Aguza. They think I'm Teresa Moreno, niece of Rafael Moreno. That's my father's brother." She smiled ruefully. "The French even let me carry a rifle outside the city. Can you imagine that? To protect myself against the horrid guerrilleros." She laughed. "We live there, my aunt, uncle, myself, and we trade in furs, leather, and we want peace so the profits can be high." She made a face. "I don't understand." She leant away from him, poked at the fire with a bayonet, and then drank more wine. "Will there be trouble there?" "Trouble? Like tonight, killing, stealing, rape." "If the French fight, yes." "They will fight." She looked at him. "You must find me in the city, you understand?" He nodded, puzzled. "Oh, I understand." A dog howled outside at the soft falling snow. "But why in Badajoz?" "You'll be angry." "I won't be angry. Why Badajoz?" Again she was silent, biting her lip and searching his face, and then she took his hand and placed it, beneath the blanket, on her bare stomach. "Is it different?" No. He stroked her skin, not understanding, and she breathed deep. I had a baby. His hand went still on the warm flesh. She shrugged. I said you'd be angry. A baby? His mind seemed to whirl like the snow above the flames. Your baby. Our daughter. Tears came to her eyes, and she buried her head on his shoulder. She's ill, Richard, so ill, and she cannot travel. She could die. She's so little. Our daughter? Mine? He felt the beginnings of joy. Yes. What did you call her? She looked up at him, her eyes bright with tears. Antonia. It was my mother's name. If it had been a boy, I would have called him Ricardo. Antonia. He said the name. I like it. You do? Yes. And you're not angry? Why should I be? She shrugged. Soldiers do not need children. He pulled her close, remembering the first kiss, not many miles from here, under the rainstorm as the French lancers searched the stream bed. They'd been given so little time together. He remembered the parting in the shadow of Almeida's smoke. How old is she? Just over 7 months. She's very small. He supposed she would be. Tiny, vulnerable, ill, and inside Badajoz, surrounded by the French, ringed with the walls that rose dark above the Guadiana. His daughter. Teresa shook her head. I thought you'd be angry. She spoke the words as soft as the snow that fell beyond the shuttered windows. Angry? No, I'm... But the words could not be found. A daughter. His? And this woman was the mother of his child? It seemed to sink in with a wonderment and a confusion, and there were no words for him. More than a daughter, a family, and Sharpe thought he had no family, not since his mother died nearly 30 years before. And he held Teresa tight, crushing her because he didn't want her to see his eyes. He had a family, at last a family, in Badajoz. Chapter 7. Where are we going? Badajoz! The battalion found the joke endlessly amusing. It took just one man in a company to shout the question, and the rest of the men took a deep breath and bawled out the answer. They exaggerated the Spanish pronunciation, the guttural choking sound of the J drawn out to the final F sound of the Spanish Z. The name shouted by the South Essex sounded like 400 men simultaneously vomiting and spitting, and the amusement had carried them far down the familiar Portuguese roads. They marched close to the frontier, going south. Where are we going? Badajoz! It was still cold. The snow had gone, except from the hilltops, and the final ice had melted in the rivers. But the wind stayed in the north and brought daily rain that flogged through the greatcoats, soaked blankets, and made the nightly billets steamy and damp. Most of the army was still in the north, close to Ciudad Rodrigo, attempting to persuade the French that no move was contemplated against the huge southern fortress that guarded the invasion route from Lisbon. Where are we going? Badajoz! Lawford was alive, feverish and weak, but growing stronger in the convent hospital where Crawford had died. In a month or so, as his old battalion faced Badajoz, the colonel would be shipped home, and, doubtless, taken by carriage from the dockside to the family estate. He had smiled when Sharpe visited him, and struggled to sit up. It's only the left arm, Richard. Yes, sir. I can still ride, carry a sword. I'll be back. I hope so, sir. Lawford shook his head. Bloody foolish thing to do, eh? Still, you were wrong about one thing. What's that? No one shot me, and I didn't wear the cloak. Then you deserve to be shot. Lawford smiled. I'll take your advice next time. If there was a next time, Sharpe thought. Lawford might be back, as he hoped, but not for months, and not with the South Essex. There'd be a new colonel, and the rumours had blown through the regiment like musket smoke over a battlefield. There had been a suggestion, greeted with dismay, that Sir Henry Simmerson might return to Spain, but Sharpe doubted whether the old colonel would want to give up his lucrative job with a newfangled income tax. Another thought was that Forrest might be promoted. Then that was discounted, and other names came and went. Every lieutenant-colonel whose path brought him near the South Essex was carefully scrutinized, in case he should be the new man. But as they marched one dawn across the Tagus into the south, Forrest still commanded, and there was no news of Lawford's replacement. Teresa rode with the battalion. The light company knew her, remembered her from the fighting around Almeida, and somehow, though Sharpe never spoke of it, the men learnt of the child's existence. Harper, marching with his effortless stride, grinned at Sharpe. "Not to worry, sir. That baby'll be all right, so she will. The lads'll all look out for her." The wives of the battalion, marching at the rear with their children, brought small presents to Sharpe and Teresa. A blanket, a pair of baby's mittens knitted from an unravelled sock, a carved rattle. Sharpe was surprised, touched, and embarrassed by the pleasure the news had caused. The men themselves were confident, looking forward to Badajoz, because the casualties at Ciudad Rodrigo had been blessedly light. The South Essex, like the rest of the army, thought that if they could storm the breaches at Ciudad Rodrigo for only 60 dead, then they would slice through the defences of Badajoz for a similarly light loss. Teresa listened to them and had shaken her head. "They don't know Badajoz." Perhaps Sharpe thought it was as well they did not. "Where are we going?" "Badajoz!" They stopped 3 days in Porto Alegre, letting a rainstorm hammer overhead that had made the roads treacherous and a river crossing impassable. They were the only battalion in town, living in comfort, but Sharpe could see from the doorposts of the houses how frequently the army had used this road. The commissary marked the doors with chalk. Thus, SE/L/6 meant that 6 men of the South Essex's Light Company were to be billeted in that particular house. But each house had a jumble of such fading marks that spoke of the years of this war. The marks told of English regiments, Irish, Welsh, Scottish, German, Portuguese. And there were even strange markings left by the French battalions. Only when Badajoz was taken would the war move again into Spain and leave Porto Alegre to its customary peace. Sharpe and Teresa slept in an inn, the battalion's headquarters, and for Sharpe the 3 days were a period of contentment, perhaps his last before they'd meet again, if they did, inside high, dark fortress walls. Teresa was leaving soon, riding on ahead to Badajoz to the small, sick baby. She had to leave before the British arrived at the city, and its gates were shut. "Why Badajoz?" Sharpe asked the question again, lying in the Porto Alegre attic as the afternoon rained itself into a soaking night. "I had family there. I didn't want her born at home." He knew why. Because his daughter was a bastard, with a mark of shame on her. "But they know, don't they?" She shrugged. "They know, but they don't see what they know, so they pretend they do not know." She shrugged again. "And my father's brother is a rich man. They're childless, and they look after her well." Antonia was ill. Teresa did not know what was the matter, nor indeed did the doctors, but the child was small, did not hold her food, and the sisters in the convent had said that the child would die. Teresa shook her head. "She will not." It was said with grim determination. No child of hers would give up easily its hold on life. "And she has black hair?" Sharpe was enthralled by any scrap of information. "You know she has. I've told you 100 times. Long black hair. And she was born with it. Then it all fell out, and now it is coming back. And she has a little nose, not like mine, and not bent like yours." "Perhaps she isn't mine." She hit him, laughing. "She's yours. She scowls like this." And she screwed up her face in imitation of Sharpe, and growled at him so that he pulled her down onto the bed, and they lay in silence, the rain slapping at the window, and he wondered what lay ahead on the greasy, stony road. "Perhaps we should marry." She did not reply at first. She lay beside him and listened to the rain, to voices downstairs, and then the clatter of hoofs in the stable-yard. "Someone's travelling." He said nothing. She traced the scar on his cheek. Would you live in Casa Tejada? He still lay silent. To be a stranger in a strange land? To be Teresa's man dependent on her for survival? He sighed. Well, maybe. After the war. She smiled, knowing the answer to be meaningless. This was the 4th year of fighting the French in Spain, and still the country was occupied by the enemy. No one could remember a time of peace. Before they fought France, the Spanish had fought against the English until their fleet sailed to utter defeat at Trafalgar, sunk or captured with the French fleet. There was no peace beyond the borders. Russia, Austria, Italy, Prussia, Denmark, Egypt, India, war everywhere. Until now even the Americans were talking of war, as if the young nation wanted to prove it could stand with the old world in a game that had racked the globe for 2 decades. It was a war fought on 3 continents, on all the oceans, and some men believed this was the final war, the ending of everything, the withering destruction foretold in the Bible. God only knew when it would end. Perhaps only when the last Frenchman, still dreaming of ruling the world, was hammered and battered into the blood-soaked mud. Teresa kissed him. After the war, Richard. Her hand lay over the pocket in his shirt, and she pushed in her fingers to draw out the gold locket which contained Jane Gibbons's picture. Sharpe had stolen the locket from her murdered brother. Teresa clicked it open and mocked him with her smile. Oh, you met her in England? Yes. She's pretty. I suppose so. He tried to take the locket from her, but she closed strong fingers on it. You suppose so? She's pretty, isn't she? Yes, very. She nodded, satisfied. You'll marry her. He laughed, thinking of the impossibility of the idea, but she shook her head. You will, I can tell. Otherwise, why do you carry this? He shrugged. Superstition? It keeps me alive. She frowned at him and crossed herself. Forehead, belly, nipple to nipple, an extravagant cross to warn off a demon. What's she like? Sharpe pulled a blanket over Teresa. Her only dress was drying by the small fire. She's slim. She smiles a lot. She's very rich. And she'll marry a very rich man. He grinned at her. She's soft, comfortable. Teresa dismissed the implied criticism. Anyone who had the chance to live in soft comfort was a fool to refuse. How did you meet her? Sharpe was feeling uncomfortable and tried to change the subject, but she insisted. Tell me, how? She wanted to know how her brother died. Teresa laughed. And you told her? Well, not the truth. I told her he was killed by the French fighting bravely. She laughed again. She knew the story, how Lieutenant Gibbons had tried to kill Sharpe, and how Patrick Harper had bayoneted the lieutenant. Sharpe thought back to the small, dark church in Essex, the blonde girl listening to his stumbling story, and the white marble stone that mocked the truth about her vicious, selfish, and sadistic brother. To the memory of Lieutenant Christian Gibbons, a native of this parish, who volunteered the 4th of February 1809 from the militia of this county into the regiment of the South Essex, then united with the British Army in the wars against tyranny in Spain. He distinguished himself on the fields of Talavera, where by night and by day the attacks of the enemy were routed. Such was his intrepidity that, having endured the assault of the outnumbering enemy, he and his company attacked and captured a standard of the French, the first such glory to be gained by our armies in Spain. While thus confirming his courage and spirit, he met a hero's death on the 28th day of July, 1809, in the 25th year of his age. This monument is erected as a just tribute to so much heroism and worth by Sir Henry Simmerson, commander of the victorious regiment, and by his fellow parishioners, A.D. 1810. Sharpe had laughed to himself, not just because Sir Henry had managed to claim a marble credit for the capture of the Eagle, which had happened after Sir Henry had been relieved of command, but because the whole stone was a lie. Gibbons had been nowhere near the Eagle when Sharpe and Harper had fought their way through the enemy battalion, but the marble would still be there, surmounted by its carved pile of weapons, when the truth had long been forgotten. There was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Price, sir." "What is it?" Someone to see you, sir, downstairs. Sharpe swore. Who? Major Hogan, sir? Price made it a question, as if Sharpe might not recognize the name. Oh, good God, I'm on my way down. Teresa watched as he pulled on long boots and buckled the sword. Is this the Hogan we sent papers to? Yes, you'll like him. He felt her dress. It was still damp. You'll come down? She nodded. Soon. The main room of the inn was noisy, good-natured, and boisterous. Sharpe pushed his way through the offices and saw Hogan dripping wet by the serving hatch. The Irish major held out a hand in welcome, but gestured first at the officers. They're in good spirits. They think Badajoz will be easy. Oh. Hogan raised his eyebrows, then made room for Sharpe on the bench. I hear you're a father. Does anybody not know? Oh, don't be ashamed, it's a fine thing, so it is. Wayne? Sharpe nodded. How are you? Oh, cold, wet, busy. Yourself? Dry, warm, and lazy. What's the news? Hogan poured wine and took out his snuff-box. The French are dithering like wet hens. They're not trying to retake Ciudad Rodrigo, and they're not sending troops to the south. Instead, they're all sending letters to each other, blaming each other. Hogan raised his glass. Your health, Richard. Your family's health. Sharpe blushed self-consciously, but raised his glass. He watched Hogan take a vast pinch of snuff. What are you doing here? The major's eyes watered, his mouth opened, and he sneezed fit to extinguish a chandelier. Mary, Moses, and Martha, but that's powerful muck. Oh, Badajoz, Richard. Always Badajoz. I'm taking a wee look and then reporting back to the pier. He wiped his moustache. Mind you, I don't expect it to have changed much from the last year. And? Sharpe knew Hogan had been present at both failures to take Badajoz in 1811. Hogan shrugged. That's a bastard, Richard, a real bastard. The walls are like the Tower of London, so they are. And you can add Windsor Castle up on that hill over the river. They've got ditches that can swallow an army. The Irishman shook his head. It would not be hopeful. As bad as that? Well, who knows? Hogan swallowed wine. It's a big place, so it is, and they can't defend every inch of those walls. I suppose the pier will put in several attacks of boats. I don't know. Wellington probably would attack the walls in several different places, just as he had put 3 attacks onto Ciudad Rodrigo in the one night. But several attacks at once did not guarantee success. Old soldiers, men who had fought with Wellington in India, knew that he did not like siege work. The pier was frugal with his men in battles, fought for their health between campaigns, but would throw them like random grape shot at the walls of a fortress to shorten a siege. Sharpe shrugged. It has to be done. As the Virgin said. Hogan grinned. What news of you? Not much. Sharpe traced the letter A and spilt wine on the table, then scrubbed it out. Recruits are joining us at Elvas. 200 men and officers, so we're told, but no news of a colonel. Have you heard? Hogan spat out an olive pip. Not a word. I'll bet you 2 cases of wine to 1 that you'll get one before the siege. Which starts when? Hogan thought about it, juggling an olive in his hand. 3 weeks. The guns are coming round by sea. Everything's moving. Sharpe looked through the small window by the back door at the rain which was pelting down. Well, you'll need better weather. Hogan shrugged. I can't rain forever. That's what Noah's brother said. Hogan smiled. Aye, but at least he was spared shoveling elephant dung for 40 days. Sharpe grinned. The battalion would soon be shoveling mud, digging forward to the great fortress, and as he thought of Badajoz, his expression changed. Hogan saw the worry. What's the problem? Sharpe shook his head. Nothing. Would it be that Gazette now? Sharpe gave a minute shrug. I suppose so. You're fool's gold, sure enough. They can't take it away from you, not now. Would you bet me some wine on that? Hogan said nothing. There was no answer. The Horse Guards had promoted officers who were totally blind, others who were only outside of the madhouse because of their money and connections, and they were certainly not in the habit of ratifying gazettes simply because a man was good at his job. Hogan shook his head and raised his glass again. Pox to pen-pushers. May they rot in agony. There was a heaving of bodies near the serving hatch. A welcoming smile on Hogan's face, and Major Forrest joined them. Sharpe half listened to Hogan repeating his news, but his thoughts drifted away, back to that damned Gazette. If only they would ratify it, he could relax. He tried to imagine what would happen if they didn't. If he were to find himself a lieutenant again, he would have to salute Knowles, call him Sir, and someone else would lead the company that Sharpe had trained, brought up, and led through 2 years of war. He remembered his first sight of them, cowed and helpless, but now they were as fine as any soldiers in the army. He couldn't imagine losing them. Losing Harper? Good God, losing Harper! Good God! For a moment Sharpe thought Hogan had been reading his thoughts, and then he saw the Major staring across the room. Hogan shook his head. "If ever any beauty I did see which I desired and got, 'twas but a dream as she." Teresa had come into the room and was crossing towards them. Hogan turned to Forrest. "She be your lady, Major?" "Well, she can't be Sharpe's. The man has no taste. He hasn't even heard of John Donne, let alone recognise a misquotation. Oh, something as beautiful as that would only fall in love with a man of taste. A man like you, Major, or me." He twitched at his collar as Forrest blushed with pleasure. Lieutenant Price had gone on his knees to Teresa, blocking her path, and was offering her his undying love in the form of a red pepper held up like a rose. The other lieutenants encouraged him, shouted at Teresa that Harold Price had prospects, but she just blew him a kiss and stepped past him. Sharpe was so immensely proud of her. In any place in the world, in any drawing-room, in any theatre, in any palace, let alone in a damp, smoky inn at Portalegre, she would be counted beautiful. The mother of his child. His woman. He stood up for her, embarrassed that his pleasure was obvious to so many, and offered her a chair. He introduced Hogan, who dropped into his fluent Spanish and made her laugh. She glanced at Sharpe, eyes fond under the long dark lashes, listened to the Irishman's nonsense, and laughed again. The engineer toasted her, flirted with her, and looked at Sharpe. "You're a lucky man, Richard." "I know, sir, I know." Lieutenant Price was left with the red pepper. He threw it across the room and followed it with a bellowed question. "Where are we going?" "Badajoz!" The room roared with laughter. Part 2. February to March, 1812. Chapter 8. "Halt!" Boots thudded onto the roadway. "Stand bloody still, you bastard, still!" The sergeant cackled, ground his few remaining teeth together, turned away, and immediately spun back. "I said still! If you want your sodding bum scratched, Gutteridge, I'll do it with my bayonet. Still!" He turned to the young officer and snapped an immaculate salute. "Tsa!" The ensign, visibly nervous of the tall sergeant, returned the salute. Thank you, Sergeant." "Don't thank me, sir. My job, sir." The sergeant gave his habitual cackle, a wild, discomforting sound, and his eyes flicked left and right. The sergeant's eyes were blue, almost a baby blue, the ensign decided, while the rest of him was yellow, fever yellow, a sickly cast over his hair, teeth, and skin. The baby blue eyes settled on the ensign. "Are you going to find the captain, sir, are you? Tell him we've arrived, sir." "Yes, of course." "Give him my best, sir, my very best." The sergeant cackled again, and the cackle turned into a racking cough, and the head twitched on its long, scrawny neck that had the terrible scar. The ensign walked into the courtyard that had SE/LC chalked on the gatepost. He was relieved to be away from the sergeant, his constant bane on the long journey from the South Essex depot, and relieved that the other officers of the South Essex Light Company could now share the brunt of the sergeant's madness. No, that was not right. The sergeant was not mad, the ensign decided, but there was something about him that spoke of the possibility of utter horror that lurked just below the yellow surface. The sergeant was terrifying to the ensign as he was to the recruits. The soldiers in the courtyard were almost as frightening. They had the look that other veterans in Portugal had assumed, a look quite at odds with soldiering in England. Their uniforms had turned from scarlet into either a faded whitish pink or else into a dark, virulent purple. The commonest colour was brown, where jackets and trousers had been repeatedly patched with coarse peasant cloth. Their skins, even in winter, were dark brown. Above all, the ensign noticed, was their air of confidence. They carried themselves casually, at home with their polished and battered weapons, and the ensign felt ill at ease in his new scarlet jacket with its bright yellow facings. An ensign was the lowest of all commissioned officers, and William Matthews, a 16-year-old who pretended to shave, was scared by the first sight of these men he was supposed to command. A man was bent beneath the yard pump, a second man working the handle so that water pulsed onto his head and naked back. As the man stood up, Matthews saw a lattice of thick scars that had been caused by a flogging, and the ensign turned away, sickened by the sight. His father had warned him that the army attracted the filth of society, the troublemakers, and Matthews knew he had just seen such a piece of human flotsam. Another soldier, for some reason dressed in rifle green, saw his expression and grinned. Matthews knew he was being watched and judged, but then an officer appeared, dressed properly, and it was with relief that he crossed to the newcomer, a lieutenant, and saluted. "Ensign Matthews, sir, reporting with recruits." The lieutenant smiled vaguely, turned away, and vomited. "Oh, Christ!" The lieutenant seemed to be having trouble in breathing, but he stood upright again, painfully, and turned back to the ensign. "Oh, my dear fellow, I'm frightfully sorry. Bloody Portuguese put garlic and everything. I'm Harold Price." Price took off his shako and rubbed his head. "I missed your name, frightfully sorry." "Matthews, sir." "Matthews. Price said the name as if it might mean something, and then held his breath as his stomach heaved, and, when the spasm had passed, breathed out slowly. "Forgive me, my dear Matthews, I think my stomach's delicate this morning. You wouldn't, I suppose, do me the honour of lending me £5, just for a day or two? Guineas would be better." His father had warned him of this, too, but Matthews felt it would be unwise to begin his acquaintance with his new company by a churlish refusal. He was aware of the soldiers in the yard listening, and he wondered if he was an innocent in some kind of private joke, but what else could he do? "Well, of course, sir." Lieutenant Price looked astonished. "Oh, my dear fellow, how kind, splendid. I'll give you my note, of course. And hope the ensign gets killed at Badajoz." Matthews spun round. The tall soldier, the one whose back was so horribly scarred, had spoken. The man's face was scarred, too, and it gave him a knowing, even mocking expression that was belied by his voice. He grinned at Matthews. "He's doing it to everyone, borrowing in the hope that they die. He should make a tidy enough profit." Matthews didn't know what to say. The soldier had spoken in a kindly way, but he hadn't used the word sir, which was disconcerting, and Matthews had the feeling that what little authority his lowly rank endowed was already being dissipated. He hoped the lieutenant would intervene, but Price's expression was sheepish as he put the shako on his head and grinned at the scarred man. "This is Ensign Matthews, sir. He's brought the replacements." The tall, scarred man nodded at the ensign. "Glad you're here, Matthews. I'm Sharpe, Captain Sharpe. What's your name?" "Matthews, sir." The ensign gaped at Sharpe, an officer who'd been flogged. He realized his answer had been inadequate. William, sir." "Good morning and welcome." Sharpe was making an effort to be pleasant. He hated mornings, and this morning in particular was unpleasant. Today Teresa was going from Elvas and riding the few miles across the border to Badajoz. Another parting. "Where did you leave the men?" Matthews had not left them anywhere. The sergeant had made all the decisions, but he pointed through the gate. "Outside, sir." "Get them in." Sharpe rubbed his hair dry with a piece of sacking. "Sergeant Harper, Sergeant Reed." Harper could settle the recruits into the company, while Reed, the Methodist teetotaler, could fuss over the company books. It would be a busy day. Sharpe dressed hurriedly. The rain had stopped, at least for the moment, but the wind still came cold from the north and brought with it high-streaked clouds that promised more bad weather in March. At least being the first troops to arrive, the battalion had the pick of Elvis's billets, and the men lived in comparative comfort even as they stared across the border at Badajoz. The two fortresses were just 11 miles apart, either side of a shallow valley, but despite their closeness, they were vastly different. Badajoz was a city, the capital of a province, while Elvas was a small market town that found itself in the centre of wide-spreading defences. Impressive as were the Portuguese walls, they were small compared with the Spanish fortifications that barred the road to Madrid. Sharpe knew it was fanciful, but there seemed something sinister about the huge fortress to the east, and he hated to think of Teresa going behind the towering walls and wide ditches. Yet she had to return to the child, his child, and he would have to find her and protect her when the moment came. His thoughts of Teresa and Antonia suddenly stopped, wrenched violently away, replaced by a loathing thick as vomit. His past was here, in Elvas, a hated past. The same yellow face, with the same twitch, and the same cackle. My God! Here in his company? Their eyes met, and Sharpe saw the insolent grin that seemed to verge on total insanity. "Halt!" The sergeant glared at the replacements. "Left on! Still, you bastards! Keep your bloody mouth shut, Smithers, or I'll use it to clean out the stables." The sergeant turned smartly, marched to Sharpe, and crashed to a halt. "Sir!" Ensign Matthews looked between the two tall men. "Sir, this is I know, Sergeant Hakeswill." The sergeant cackled, showing his few yellow teeth. Spittle dribbled onto his stubbled chin. Sharpe tried to work out the sergeant's age. Hakeswill had to be 40 at least, maybe 45, but the eyes were still the eyes of a cunning child. They looked unblinkingly at Sharpe with amusement and scorn. Sharpe was aware that Hakeswill was trying to outstare him, so he turned away and saw Harper buckling his belt as he came into the courtyard. He nodded at the Irishman. "Stand them easy, Sergeant. They need sleeping space and food." "Sir." Sharpe turned back to Hakeswill. "You're joining this company?" "Sir." He barked the reply, and Sharpe remembered how punctilious Hakeswill had always been in the etiquette of the army. No soldier drilled more exactly, replied more formally, yet every action seemed imbued with a kind of contempt. It was impossible to pin it down, yet it had something to do with the expression in those childlike eyes, as if there was a freak inside the rigorously correct soldier that watched and laughed as it fooled the army. Hakeswill's face twitched into a grin. "Surprise, sir?" Sharpe wanted to kill the man on the spot, to blot out those offensive eyes, still forever the twitch and the teeth-grinding, the cackle and the grin. Many men had tried to kill Obadiah Hakeswill. The scar on his neck with its fiery red folds of skin had been put there when he was just 12 years old. He had been sentenced to death by hanging for stealing a lamb. He had been innocent of the charge. His real offence was that he had forced the vicar's daughter to undress for him by holding a viper at her neck, its tongue flickering, and she had fumbled off her clothes and screamed as the boy attacked her. Her father had rescued the girl, and it had been simpler to accuse the boy of stealing a lamb, more certain to end in death, and the deal had been struck with the justices. No one, even then, had wanted Obadiah Hakeswill to live, except perhaps his mother, and the vicar, if he could have thought of a way, would have gladly strung her alongside her foul son. He had lived, somehow. They had strung him up, but he was still alive, with a stretched, scrawny neck and its livid scar to prove he had once been hanged. He had found his way into the army and into a way of life that suited him. He put up a hand and rubbed the scar below his left ear. "Be all right, sir, now that I'm here." Sharpe knew what he meant. There was a legend that Hakeswill, the indestructible man, the survivor of a judicial execution, could not be killed, and the legend did not diminish with time. Sharpe had seen 2 files of men blown away by grape-shot, yet Hakeswill, standing immediately to their front, had not been touched. Hakeswill's face twitched, hiding the laugh that was prompted by Sharpe's unexpressed hatred. The twitch stopped. "I'm glad I'm here, sir. Proud of you, I am proud. My best recruit." He had spoken loudly, letting the courtyard know of their joint history, and there was a challenge, too, as unspoken as their hatred, which announced that Hakeswill would not submit easily to the discipline of a man he had once drilled and tyrannized. "How's Captain Morris, Hakeswill?" The sergeant grinned, then cackled into Sharpe's face so that the officer caught the foul breath.
Remember him, sir, dear? He's a major now, sir, so I hear, in Dublin. Mind you, sir, you was a naughty boy. You'll pardon an old soldier for saying so.
There was silence in the courtyard. Every man was listening to the words, aware of the hostility between the two men. Sharpe dropped his voice so no one but Hegswell could hear.
If you lay a finger on any man in this company, Sergeant, I'll bloody kill you.
Hegswell grinned, was about to reply, but Sharpe was faster.
Shut!
Hegswell snapped upright, his face suddenly clouded with anger because he had been denied his reply.
About 10.
Sharpe left him there, facing a wall. God damn it, Hegswell! The scars were on Sharpe's back because of Hegswell and Morris, and Sharpe had sworn on that far-off day that he would inflict as much pain on them as they had on him. Hegswell had beaten a private into bloody insensibility. The man had recovered his consciousness, but never his senses, and Sharpe had been a witness. He had tried to stop the hammering, and for his efforts was accused by Morris and Hegswell of the beating. He had been tied to a cart's wheel and flogged. Now, suddenly face to face with his enemy after all these years, he felt an uneasy sense of helplessness. Hegswell seemed untouchable. He had the confidence of a man who simply did not care what happened to him, because he knew he was indestructible. The sergeant went through life with a suppurating hatred of other men, and from behind his mask of military conformity spread poison and fear throughout the companies he served. Hegswell, Sharpe knew, would not have changed, any more than his appearance had changed. The same great belly, perhaps a few inches bigger, a few more lines on the face, another tooth or two missing, yet still the same yellow skin and the mad stare. And Sharpe remembered uncomfortably that once Hegswell had told him they were alike, both on the run, both without family, and the only way to survive, the sergeant said, was to hit hard and hit first. He looked at the recruits. They were wary, as well they might be, cautious of this new company. Sharpe, though they could not know it, shared their unease. Hegswell, of all people, in his company? Then he remembered the Gazette, and knew that the company might not be his, and he felt his thoughts begin their profitless descent into gloom, so he snapped them away. "Sergeant Harper?"
"Sir."
"What's happening today?"
"Football, sir. Grenadier Company playing the Portuguese. Heavy casualties expected."
Sharpe knew that Harper was trying to cheer up the newcomers, and so he dutifully smiled.
"A light day, then, for your first day. Enjoy it. Tomorrow we work."
Tomorrow he would be without Teresa. Tomorrow would be a day nearer Badajoz, and tomorrow he might be a lieutenant. He realized the recruits, some of whom he had found himself, were waiting for him to continue. He forced another smile. "Welcome to the South Essex. I'm glad you're here. This is a good company, and I'm sure it will stay that way." The words sounded incredibly lame, even to himself, as if he knew they were untrue. He nodded at Harper. "Carry on, Sergeant." The Irishman's eyes flicked towards Hegswell, still facing the wall, and Sharpe pretended not to see. Damn Hegswell, he could stay there. But then he relented. "Sergeant Hegswell?"
"Sir."
"Dismiss!" Sharpe walked into the street, wanting to be alone, but Leroy was leaning on the gatepost, and the American lifted an amused eyebrow. "Is that how the hero of the field of Talavera welcomes recruits? No calls to glory, no bugles? They're lucky to get a welcome at all." Leroy drew on his cigar and fell into step beside Sharpe. "I suppose this unhappiness is caused by your lady leaving us?" Sharpe shrugged. "I suppose so. Then shall I share other news?" Leroy had stopped, and his dark eyes seemed to be amused. "Napoleon's dead?"
"Alas, no. Our colonel arrives today."
"But you don't seem surprised." Sharpe waited for a priest, mounted on a drooping mule, to go past. "Should I be surprised?" "No." Leroy grinned at him, but the usual reaction is to say, "Who, why, what, how do you know?" Then I give you all the answers, and that's called a conversation. Sharpe's depression was dissipated by Leroy. "So, tell me." The thin, laconic American looked surprised. "I never thought you'd ask. Who is he? His name's Brian Wyndham. I never liked the name Brian. It's the sort of name a woman gives to a boy in the hope he'll grow up honest." He tapped ash onto the roadway. Why? I think there's no answer to that. What is he? He's a mighty hunter of foxes. Do you hunt, Sharpe? You know I don't. Then your future may be gloomy, as mine may be. And how do I know? He paused. How do you know? Because our good Colonel, honest Brian Wyndham, has a forerunner, a messenger, a John the Baptist to his coming, a Paul Revere, no less. Who? Leroy sighed. He was being unusually loquacious. Well, you've never heard of Paul Revere? No. Lucky man, Sharpe. He called my father a traitor, and our family called Revere a traitor, and I rather think we lost the argument. The point is, my dear Sharpe, that he was a forerunner, an agent of warning, and our good Colonel has sent such a warning of his arrival in the shape of a new major. Sharpe looked at Leroy. The American's expression had not changed. I'm sorry, Leroy. I'm sorry. Leroy shrugged. As the senior captain, he had been hoping for the vacant majority in the battalion. One should expect nothing in this army. His name's Collett, Jack Collett, another honest name and another fox hunter. I'm sorry. Leroy began walking again. Oh, there is something else. What? Leroy pointed with his cigar into the courtyard of the house where the officers were billeted, and Sharpe looked through the archway, and for the second time that morning he had a sudden, unwelcome shock. A young man in his middle-twenties stood next to a pile of luggage that his servant was unstrapping. Sharpe had never seen the officer before, but the uniform was only too familiar. It was the uniform of the South Essex, complete even to the silver badge of the eagle that Sharpe had captured. But it was a uniform only one man could wear. It had a curved sabre, slung on chains, and a silver whistle holstered on the crossbelt. The insignias of rank, denoting a captain, were not epaulets, but wings made from chains, and decorated with a bugle horn. Sharpe was looking at a man dressed as the captain of the South Essex Light Company. He swore. Leroy laughed. Join the downtrodden. No one had the guts to tell him except Leroy. The bastards had brought in a new man over his head, and he had never been told. He felt a huge anger, a depression, and a helplessness in the face of the army's cumbersome machinery. He couldn't believe it. Hakeswill, Theresa going, and now this! Major Forrest appeared in the archway, saw Sharpe, and came towards him. Sharpe? Sir? Don't jump to conclusions. The Major sounded miserable. Conclusion, sir? About Captain Rymer. Forrest nodded towards the new captain, who at that moment turned and caught Sharpe's eye. He bowed briefly, a polite acknowledgment, and Sharpe forced himself to respond. He looked back to Forrest. What happened? Forrest shrugged. He bought Lennox his commission. Lennox? Sharpe's predecessor had died 2.5 years before. But that was— I know Sharpe. His will was in the courts, and the estate has only just released the commission for sale. I didn't even know it was for sale. Not Sharpe thought that he could have afforded the £1,500. Leroy lit a new cigar from the butt of his old. I doubt if anybody knew it was for sale, right, Major? Forrest nodded miserably. An open sale meant that the legal price had to be paid. It was far more likely that Captain Rymer was a friend of one of the lawyers who had cut out the competition, sold it to Rymer, and in return received a higher price. The Major spread his hands. I'm sorry, Sharpe. So what happens? Sharpe's voice was hard. Well, nothing. Forrest tried to sound hopeful. Well, Major Collett, we haven't met him. Sharpe agrees with me. It's a mix-up. So you stay in command till Colonel Wyndham arrives. Later today, sir. Forrest nodded. Everything will be all right, Sharpe. You'll see everything. Sharpe saw Theresa walk through the courtyard carrying her saddle, but she didn't see him. He turned away and stared over the rooftops of Elvas, pink in the sunlight, and saw that a cloud bank riding the north wind had bisected the landscape with its shadow. Spain lay in shadow, and Badajoz was a dark citadel far away. He swore again, foully and at length, as if the curses might fight for him against the ill fortune. He knew it was fanciful, stupid even, but it seemed as if the fortress that barred the eastern road, its walls high over the Guadiana, was at the centre of the evil, spreading a baleful fate over all who came near. Hakeswill, Reimer, Teresa going, all things changing, and what else, he wondered, would go wrong before they lanced the evil in Badajoz. Chapter 9. Everything about Obadiah Hakeswill was graceless and repulsive to the point of fascination. The body was huge, but any man who mistook the belly for a sign of weakness would be caught by the arms and legs that had massive strength. He was clumsy, except when performing a drill movement, though even when he was marching there was a hint that at any moment he might become some snarling, shambling beast, half wild, half man. His skin was yellowish, a legacy of the Fever Islands. His hair was blonde going grey, and stretched thinly over his scarred scalp, falling lank to the stretched, tensed, obscenely mutilated neck. Some time in the past, even before the hanging, he had known he would never be liked, and so, instead, determined to be feared. He had one advantage. Obadiah Hakeswill was afraid of nothing. When other men complained of hunger or cold, dampness or disease, the sergeant simply cackled and knew that it would end. He didn't care how much he was hurt in a fight. Wounds mended, bruises disappeared, and he could not die. He had known from the moment he had dangled on the rope's end he could not die because he was protected by a magic, his mother's magic, and he was proud of the foul scar, the symbol of his invulnerability, and knew that it frightened other men. Officers did not cross Obadiah Hakeswill. They feared the consequences of his anger, the foulness of his looks, and so they humoured him, knowing that in return he would stick to the letter of the regulations and would support their authority against the men. Within those limits, he was free to take his revenge on a world that had made him ugly, lumpen, and friendless, a world that had tried to kill him, and which now, above all, feared him. He hated Sharpe. To Hakeswill officers were officers, born like John Morris to their exalted station and the purveyors of reward and privilege, but Sharpe was an upstart. He came from the same gutters as Hakeswill, and the sergeant had once tried to break him and failed. He would not fail again. Now, sitting in the stable behind the officer's house, stripping a ham bone with his fingernails and cramming the scraps into an open, churning mouth, he took pleasure at remembering their meeting. Hakeswill had recognized the officer's embarrassment and chalked it up as a small victory to be followed and exploited. There was the sergeant, too, the Irishman who would be worth baiting, and he cackled as he stuffed the food into his mouth and scratched the flea bites in his armpit. There was profit in fear, none in harmony. Hakeswill had made himself comfortable by reducing companies into divided camps, those for him and those against. Those he disliked would be forced to pay money or services, so that the sergeant's life would be bearable. Hakeswill had a shrewd idea that Patrick Harper would not allow it to happen easily, nor Sharpe, but he laughed out loud. He had not re-enlisted in an active service battalion, one that would lead to the rich pickings of a war, to be thwarted by those two. He fished in his ammunition pouch and came up with a handful of coins. It wasn't much, a few shillings, but all he'd managed to steal in the chaos of the arrival. He'd come to the stable to count his gains and to hide them deep in his pack. He preferred services to money. Soon he would discover which soldiers in the light company were married, and which had the prettiest wives. Those were the ones to go for, the ones who'd be reduced to quaking misery by Hakeswill's battery of weapons, till they'd offer anything for a release from his torment. Their wives were his usual price. He knew that on average 2 or 3 would give in, would bring their women in tears to some straw-filled stable like this, and after a while the women surrendered. Some came drunk, but he never minded that, and one had tried to rip him with a bayonet, and he'd killed her, and blamed the husband for her death. And he laughed as he remembered the man's execution hung from a high tree. It would take time to become comfortable in this new battalion, to root around in it like a beast settling in its lair, but he would do it. And just like an animal slumping into rest, he would first claw out the rocks that would be uncomfortable beneath his yellow hide, rocks like Sharpe and Harper. He had the stable to himself. A horse moved in the stall behind him. Light chinked between the thick, curved roof tiles, and the sergeant was glad of the time to be alone, to think. Stealing equipment was a good beginning. Pick your men, steal from them, then report the loss and have them charged, hoping that the new colonel was a flogging man. It was extraordinary what a man would do to avoid a flogging. and what a woman would give to save her man from the lashes. It was so easy. And he laughed again. 2 or 3 savage floggings and the company would be eating out of his hand. There was even a rumour that had flashed through the battalion like wildfire that Sharpe had lost the company. That was good news. It removed an obstacle, and Hakeswell had judged the price would be no great problem. The new ensign, Matthews, was a mere boy, and the only problem was Patrick Harper. His fault was probably excessive honesty, and Hakeswell grinned. It was so easy. The door of the stable opened, and Hakeswell froze. He liked to stay unseen, to watch without being watched. One person entered, he could tell by the footsteps, and walked to the row of stalls behind Hakeswell as the big wooden door closed under its own ponderous weight. The newcomer was hidden from him, and he moved infinitely slowly, timing his movements so that the rustle of straw should seem like the stirrings of a draught, and then, thankfully, a horse staled noisily, and the splashing covered the sound of him kneeling up to peer through a chink in the boards. He almost crowed with delight. It was a girl with the kind of beauty a man might dream of, but no, he could never possess. She was a native, too. He could see that by the clothes, and by her dark skin and hair, and native girls were always fair game. He tensed himself. He wanted this girl. He forgot everything, Sharpe, Harper, his plans, everything, for he was suddenly swamped with lust for this girl, and he began to edge the bayonet from its scabbard. Teresa heaved the saddle onto her horse, pulled the blanket straight beneath the leather, and pulled the girth through its thick buckle. She spoke to the horse in Spanish, murmuring to it, and heard nothing strange in the stable. She did not want to leave Sharpe, to return to the Unfrancescados, the French lovers in the city, but Antonia was there, and ill, and Teresa had to go back to protect her child through the siege. After that, pray God, the child would be well enough to be moved. And marriage? She sighed and looked up to the roof. It was not right that Antonia should be a bastard, yet Teresa couldn't see herself following this army like a puppy behind a pack, and she knew Richard Sharpe would not leave to live in Casa Tejada. Marry anyway? At least the baby would have a name, a good name, and there was no shame for a child to carry the name of an unknown absent father. She sighed again. It would all have to wait until the siege was done, or the child better. And suddenly, like a dark cloud, she wondered what might happen if Sharpe died in the siege. She shrugged. She'd tell everyone that he'd married her before the siege, and no one would be any the wiser. Hakeswell waited till her hands were full, bridling the horse, and then he rolled over the partition, the bayonet bright in his hand, and grabbed her hair and pulled her down with his lumbering weight. She lashed at him, hopelessly falling, and then he had the needle-point of the slim bayonet at her throat and was kneeling at her head.
"Hello, missy."
She said nothing. She was flat on her back beside the horse, and his face was upside down above her. Hakeswell licked his lips.
"Portuguese, are we?"
The sergeant laughed. This was a gift from the gods, a present on his first day with his new company. He kept the bayonet at her throat and edged his way around so he could see her properly. The horse stirred, but he wasn't afraid of horses. And then his knees were beside her waist and he laughed aloud. This one was beautiful, even more beautiful than she'd looked through the gap in the stalls. This one he would remember forever.
"Speak English?"
The girl said nothing. He pressed with the bayonet, the slightest fraction, not breaking the skin.
"Do you speak English, missy?"
Probably not, which didn't matter much, because there was no chance that she would live to tell any tales in any language. The provosts would hang a man for rape, so the girl would have to die. Unless she liked him, of course, which he conceded was not likely. It wasn't impossible. There had been that bitch in the Fever Islands, that blind girl, but there was no sign that this little beauty was exactly welcoming his attentions. She did not seem frightened either, which was puzzling and distressing. He expected them to scream. Well, they usually did, but she was watching him calmly with big, dark, long-lashed eyes. The scream might come later, but he was ready for it. In a moment he would hold her throat and move the bayonet into her mouth. He would force the blade down till she was on the point of gagging, so all she could see was the 17 inches of edged metal protruding from her mouth, gripped in his fist, and in that position Hakeswell knew they neither moved nor screamed. and it was so easy to kill them at the end with one brief convulsive plunge. Her body could be pushed under straw at the back of the stable, and even if she was found, no one would know it was him. He cackled.
"Obadiah Eggswell, missy, at your service."
She smiled at him, transfixing, unexpected.
"Obadiah?"
He paused. He'd been about to transfer the bayonet. He was suspicious, but he nodded.
"Sergeant Obadiah Eggswell, missy, and in a hurry, if you don't mind."
Her eyes, large already, widened as if impressed.
"Sergeant? See?"
She smiled again.
"Sergeant Obadiah Eggswell, see?"
She caressed the words, lingered on them. Eggswell was puzzled. It was dark enough in the stable, to be sure, but not so dark that she couldn't see his face. Yet she seemed to like him. It was not impossible, he supposed, but even if she did like him, that was no reason to linger. Reason, indeed, to make haste.
"That's right, dearie. Sergeant. Musha importante."
He was short of room. The damned horse was too close, but then the girl smiled again and patted the straw on her other side.
"Importante."
He grinned at her, glad she was impressed, and eased the bayonet back a trifle.
"I'll move over, then."
She nodded, smiled again, and her hands went to the back of her neck, and she licked her lips. And Eggswell's eyes moved to watch her draw up her long, slim, trousered legs, and he never saw the blade that she took from the sheath that hung at the top of her spine. He was fumbling with his buttons when the knife sliced at his face, sprang blood, and the knees kept coming and slammed him against the horse's rear legs. He bellowed, swung the bayonet, but the knife was faster, and cut at his wrist, so he dropped the blade, screaming at her, and she kicked at it as she scrambled fast as a hare under the belly of her horse.
"Whore!"
He reached for her under the horse, but the bitch had his bayonet and stabbed at him, so he was forced back. And then she swore at him in fast, fluent English, and he wiped blood from his face and spat at her. She laughed, crouching beyond the horse, and she levelled the blade at him. "Come and get it, Obadiah!" He stood up and backed into the passageway between the stalls. He was still between her and the door, and there were more ways than one of skinning a cat. He felt his face. The wound was small enough, and his wrist was usable. He grinned at her.
"I'll have you, missy. Then I'll carve you into little pieces."
He cackled, feeling his head twitch.
"Bloody little Portuguese whore."
She was still between the horse and the wooden partition, and he went forward as she stood up, his bayonet still in her hand, and she was smiling. He checked at the sight of the bayonet. She was holding it low, ready to rip it upwards, and there was no sign of trembling. He thought of rushing her, but the bitch looked as if she might do real damage, so he backed away, keeping himself between her and the door, and looked around for the pitchfork that had to be in a stable. He wanted this girl. She was beautiful, and he wanted her, and he would have her. And his face twitched, and the words hammered in his head. He would have her, have her, have her, and then he saw the pitchfork and went back fast, turned and grabbed at it. The girl was nearly onto him. She had guts for a Portuguese bitch, and he twisted to one side to avoid the lunge of the bayonet. Damn her! She'd passed him, was by the door, but instead of opening it, she stopped, turned and taunted him. She spoke to him in Spanish, a language of rich insult, and laughed at her own words. Eggswell assumed it was Portuguese, a language of which he was as ignorant as he was of Spanish, but one thing was sure. He was not being complimented. He put the pitchfork out ahead of him and stalked towards her. There was no way she could beat this attack, and he grinned at her.
"Make it easy for yourself, missy. Drop the spike. Come on, drop it."
Teresa wanted to kill him, not leave it to Sharpe, and she switched to English so she might provoke an angered, unthinking charge. She had to assemble the sentence carefully, make sure it was right in her head, and then she laughed at him.
"Your mother was a sow, sold to a toad,"
he bellowed, the anger exploding like powder.
"Mother!"
He ran at her, swinging the pitchfork, and she would have placed the bayonet with the precision of a bishop pinning down a mortal sin if the door of the stable had not opened. The wood caught the pitchfork's tines, and the ugly sergeant was tipped off balance, fell, and the bayonet stabbed into empty air. Hakeswill spun as he fell, momentarily dazzled by the sun streaming through the doorway, and had an impression of a giant shadow. A boot caught him. He was kicked as he had never been kicked before. Lifted off the ground, slammed backwards, but he kept hold of the pitchfork and snarled at his assailant. The bloody Irish sergeant. He picked himself up and lunged at the Irishman, but Harper simply caught the pitchfork by its two tines and bent them outwards and apart. Hakeswill pushed forward, using all his strength, but Harper was rock solid, and the fork didn't move except for the metal, which was bent straight as if it was made from wet willow wands. "What the hell's happening?" Sharpe stood in the doorway, holding it open. Teresa smiled at him over the bayonet. "Sergeant Obadiah wanted to have me, then carve me in little pieces." Harper pulled the pitchfork away from Hakeswill and tossed it on the ground. "Permission to commit murder, sir." "Denied." Sharpe came forward, letting the door swing shut. "Latch that door." Hakeswill watched as Harper looped the string over the peg. So this was Sharpe's bloody woman. It looked like that, from the way she smiled at him, touched his arm, and Hakeswill knew he should have pushed the bayonet through the slut's throat when he had a chance. God, but she was beautiful, and he felt the desire still there, and he would have her, by God, he would have her. Then he looked at Sharpe's face, tight with anger, and Hakeswill shrugged. So he was about to have the hell beaten out of him. He'd been beaten before, and a beating meant no rape charges. And anyway, the girl was the only witness, and she was obviously unharmed. His face twitched violently, and he could not stop it. And then he remembered how the girl had angered him, made him rush his attack, and he decided that the same tactics would work on an angry Sharpe.
"Whores for the officers, does she, Captain? How much I can pay for her filth?"
Harper growled. Teresa started forward, but Sharpe checked them both. He looked only at Hakeswill, took 2 paces towards him, and it seemed as if he hadn't heard what the sergeant had said. He cleared his throat, spoke mildly. "Sergeant Hakeswill, you and I, through no choice of mine, find ourselves in the same company, do you understand?" Hakeswill nodded. So the jumped-up little bastard was going to do his officer act. Sharpe spoke calmly. "We have 3 rules in this company. Sergeant, are you listening?"
"Yes, sir."
Hakeswill fancied the bitch. He would have her, too, when the time came. "Those rules are as follows, Sergeant." Sharpe spoke in sweet reasonableness, as a captain to a valued non-commissioned officer, though whether he was a captain or no, he still had no idea. "First, that you fight well, that you fight to win. I know you can do that, Sergeant. I've watched you."
"Yes, sir."
Hakeswill barked the response. "Second, that no man gets drunk without my permission." Sharpe wondered if his permission would be worth a used musket ball in a few hours, but then let Reimer look after Lieutenant Price. "Understand?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good. And third, Sergeant—" Sharpe was now 2 paces from Hakeswill, ignoring the muttered Spanish threats from Teresa. "Third, Sergeant, that you steal nothing, except from the enemy, and except when you're starving. Understand?"
"Sir."
Hakeswill was laughing inside. Sharpe had turned as soft as bloody butter. "I'm glad you understand, Sergeant." "Shut!" Hakeswill sprang to attention, and Sharpe kicked him between the legs. Hakeswill snapped forward, and the officer's right hand cracked into his face, too high but with enough force to send him staggering backwards. "Shut! I'll tell you when to move, you bastard!" Habit froze the sergeant, as Sharpe had known it would. Hakeswill's survival in the army depended on absolute obedience to orders. Beyond that, anything could be done, but to disobey orders was to risk losing his stripes, his privileges, and his position to torment others. Hakeswill was hurting badly, but he stood still. Perhaps, the sergeant thought, Sharpe had not gone quite as soft as he thought, but no man had got the better of Obadiah Hakeswill, and lived to boast of it. Sharpe faced him again. "I'm glad you understand, Sergeant, because that'll make our life easier. Don't you agree?"
"Sir."
It came out as a grunt of pain. "Good. What were you doing to my woman?"
"Sir?"
"You heard, Sergeant."
"Getting acquainted, sir."
Sharpe hit him again, hard in the great belly, and again Hakeswill bent forward, and again Sharpe brought up the heel of his hand into the face, this time on the sergeant's nose so the blood started from it. "Still?" Hakeswill was shaking with anger, the years of discipline fighting the desire to hit back, but he stilled himself, stood to attention, and then the involuntary twitching spasm jerked his head, and Sharpe bellowed again. "Still! I didn't give you permission to move." Sharpe stepped closer, almost inviting Hakeswill to hit him. "What happens next, Hakeswill? I suppose the company will begin to lose things, spare boots, camp kettles, pipe clay, brushes, belts, and good Sergeant Hakeswill will be reporting the losses, am I right?" Hakeswill did not move. "And then it'll be sabotage on weapons, threads stripped on the flint screws, missing tumblers, wet mud-down barrels. I know your tricks. How many floggings do you want before they're all paying your money? 3, 4? There was silence in the stable. Outside there was the sound of dogs yelping excitedly, but Sharpe ignored the sound. Teresa came forward. "Why don't you kill him? Let me—" "I don't know." Sharpe stared at the ravaged, malevolent face. "Because he says he can't be killed. And when I kill him, I want it to be in public. I want his victims to know he died, that someone took revenge for them. And if we do it now, it'll have to be in secret. I don't want that. I want 1,000 eyes watching. And then I'll kill him." He turned his back on the sergeant, looked at Harper. "Open the door." Sharpe stood to one side, turned back to Hakeswill. "Get out, and keep going. Just leave here, Sergeant, and keep walking. 11 more miles and you can put on a blue uniform. Do something for your country, Hakeswill. Desert!" The blue eyes looked at Sharpe. "Permission to go, sir." He was still hurting. "Go!" Harper held the door ajar. He was disappointed. He wanted to crush Hakeswill, to obliterate him. And as the sergeant marched past, he spat at him. Hakeswill began to sing very softly. "His father was an Irishman, his mother was a pig." Harper lashed out. Hakeswill blocked the blow and turned on the vast Irishman. They were of a size, but Hakeswill was still hurting. He kicked out, missed, and felt the blows crash on his forearms and head. God, but the Irishman was a strong brute. "Stop it!" Sharpe bellowed. They were too far gone. Harper hit and hit again, butted with his head, and then a hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him off. "I said, stop it!" Hakeswill could see nothing after the butting. He swung a fist at a vaguely green uniform, and Sharpe stepped back, brought up a leg, and pushed it into Hakeswill's belly. The sergeant fell backwards, out into the sunlight, splashing into a yellow puddle of horse urine. Sharpe looked at Harper. He was unhurt, but staring into the yard, over the fallen Hakeswill's head, and the Irishman's face was astonished, stunned. Sharpe looked into the sunlight. The yard seemed full of dogs, foxhounds, some of whom, their tails busy in ecstasy, explored the fallen man in the beautiful-smelling puddle. In the centre of the dogs was a horse. A black horse, big and beautifully groomed, and on the horse's back was a lieutenant colonel, who wore beneath his bicorn hat an expression of savage distaste. The lieutenant colonel looked down on the sergeant, who was bleeding from wrist, nose, and cheek, and then the flinty eyes came back to Sharpe. The rider's hands gripped a crop. His boots were exquisitely tasselled, while his face, above the crowned epaulette, was the kind of face Sharpe expected to see over the bench of a county court. It was a knowing face, lined with experience, and Sharpe guessed this man could set a plough-blade as handily as he quelled a riot. "I assume you're Mr. Sharpe?" "Yes, sir." "Report to me at 12:30, Sharpe." The eyes flicked round the group, from Sharpe to the Irish sergeant, then to the girl with the bayonet. The lieutenant colonel's crop flicked at the horse. It stepped obediently away, and the dogs forsook Hakeswill and followed. The horseman had not introduced himself, nor had he needed to. Across a puddle of urine, in the middle of a brawl over a woman, Sharpe had just met his new colonel. Chapter 10. "Soon, Richard?" "Soon. You know where to find me?" He nodded. "In the house of Moreno, in a narrow street behind the cathedral." She smiled, bent down to pat her horse's neck. "And there are 2 orange trees in the court at the front of the house,"
It's easy to find.
Will you be all right?
Of course.
She glanced at the Portuguese sentries who held open the main gate.
I must go, Richard. Be happy.
I will.
And you.
He found it difficult to smile, and the next words sounded awkward. Give the baby, my love. She smiled down at him.
I will. You'll see her soon.
I know. And then she was gone, her horse's hooves echoing in the dark, curving tunnel of the gateway, and he watched as the Portuguese soldiers wound down the portcullis and slammed the inner gates. He was alone. No, not really alone, for Harpe waited for him up the street, but he felt alone. At least he believed that Teresa would be safe. Merchants were still trading from Badajoz, their convoys still going north, east, and south, and Teresa would circle the city, find such a convoy, and ride safely back to the house with the 2 orange trees. It was just 11 miles away, an easy walk, but he felt as if it were on the far side of the world. Harpe fell into step beside him, his face long.
I am sorry, sir.
Doesn't matter. The sergeant sighed.
I know you wanted to make a good impression on the colonel. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I shall have killed that bastard in the stable. Harpe grinned.
Hey, you should. Do you want me to?
No. He's mine, and in public. They edged past ox carts loaded high with spades, gabions, and great timber bulks that would become gun platforms. Elvis was filling with material for the siege. Only the guns were missing, still being dragged on the roads from the river Tagus, and bringing with them the promise of another breach, another forlorn hope.
Sir?
Harpe was embarrassed.
Yeah? Is it true, sir?
Is what true? The Irishman looked down on Sharpe from his huge height.
That you're losing the company. Hey, here's a new captain, some youngster from the 51st.
I don't know.
The lads won't like it, sir, no, will they?
The lads will just have to bloody put up with it.
God save Ireland.
They climbed a few paces in silence up towards the town centre.
So it is true.
Probably. Harpe shook his head massively and slowly.
God save Ireland. I would never have believed that. Will you talk to the general?
Sharpe shook his head. He had thought of it, but instantly dismissed the thought. He'd once saved Wellington's life, but the debt had long been repaid, and the general had already promoted him captain once. It was not Wellington's fault that the Gazette had been refused, if it had, or that a lawyer had sold a commission illegally. It happened all the time. I can't run to him every time there's trouble. He shrugged. Something'll turn up, Patrick, it always does. Harpe, unappeased, slammed a fist against a wall, startling a sleeping dog.
I don't believe it. They can't do it.
Oh, they can.
And they're fools.
Harpe thought for a second.
Would you be thinking of moving on?
Where?
Back to the Rifles?
Oh, I don't know. Nothing certain yet. Anyway, the Rifles have all the officers they need, and then more.
So you have thought about it?
Harpe nodded to himself.
Would you promise me something?
Sharpe smiled. I know. And the answer's yes.
Hey, God, I'll not stay on here without you. I'll go back to the Rifles with you. You need someone sensible near you.
They parted at the officer's house, just as the great cloud bank engulfed Elvis in shadow and a promise of rain. Sharpe paused in the archway. I'll see you at 4.
Aye, sir. I hope it's you.
There was to be a parade at 4 at which Colonel Wyndham would inspect his new battalion. Sharpe nodded. So do I. Make it a good turn-up. He didn't know where Wyndham would be, so he paused in the hallway and saw the array of clean new shakos on the table. He couldn't face the big room, the mess, the pitying glances of his fellow officers, and the inevitable confrontation with Reimer, so he stayed in the hall and stared at a huge gloomy painting of a white-cassocked priest who was being burned at a stake. The soldiers who stoked the faggots were mean-faced weaselly, and obviously intended to be the English, while the suffering priest had an ethereal look of forgiveness and martyrdom. Sharpe hoped the bastard had hurt.
Captain Sharpe?
He turned. A small major with a clipped moustache was looking at him from a doorway. "Sir?" "Collett. Major Collett. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Sharpe. Heard of you, of course. This way." Sharpe was regretting his lack of charity to the long-burned priest, wondering if the evil wish would bring him bad luck, so he looked up at the painting and winked at the man. "Sorry." "What's that, Sharpe?" Nothing, sir. Nothing." He followed Collett into the parlour of the house, a room hung with more gloomy religious pictures, and with vast brown curtains that seemed to enclose the room in premature night. Colonel Wyndham was at a low table feeding scraps of meat to his dogs, and he didn't look up as Collett led Sharpe into the room. "Sir, this is Sharpe, sir." Collett could have been Wyndham's twin. The same bowed horseman's legs, the same leathery skin, and the same cropped grey hair. But as the colonel looked up, Sharpe saw shrewd lines on Wyndham's face that were lacking on the major. The colonel nodded affably. "You like dogs, Sharpe?" "Yes, sir." "Faithful beasts, Sharpe. Feed 'em regular, kick 'em often, and they'll do anything for you. Just like soldiers, yes?" "Yes, sir." He was standing awkwardly, shako in hand, and Wyndham waved him towards a chair. "Brought the beast with me. I hear there's some decent sport to be had. You hunt, Sharpe?" "No, sir." "Fine sport, fine sport." He was holding a scrap of beef high, teasing a arm with it so that the dog jumped vainly, higher and higher, until Wyndham dropped the food and the dog snapped it in mid-air and took it growling beneath the table. "Shouldn't spoil 'em, of course, bad for them. That's Jessica, my wife." He was pointing to the table. "Your what, sir?" "Wife, Sharpe, wife. Wife's called Jessica. Colonel's lady and that sort of thing. Mrs. Wyndham." He offered the various categories of his wife in a rapid voice, and Sharpe understood that he was not referring to the dog beneath the table, but to an oval portrait about 6 inches high that stood above the dog. The portrait was mounted in a superb filigree silver frame, and it showed a woman with dark, severe hair, a receding chin, and an expression of terrifying disapproval. Sharpe had the distinct feeling that the chewing dog would be a better companion, but the colonel's face softened as he looked at the painting. "A good woman, Sharpe, good woman. A force for the good in society." "Yes, sir." Sharpe was beginning to feel slightly confused. He'd come to the meeting expecting to be told about the company, about Reimer, even to be reprimanded for the fracas of the stable-yard, but instead the new colonel of the battalion was extolling the virtues of a good wife. "She takes a keen interest, Sharpe, very keen. Knows about you. Wrote to me when I said I was getting the battalion, and sent me a scrap from a newspaper. She thinks you've done well, Sharpe." "Yes, sir?" "Yes, she's eager to see people better themselves. Isn't that true, Jack?" "Indeed, sir." Collett rapped the words out with an alacrity that made Sharpe wonder if Collett's role in life was to agree with everything the colonel said. Wyndham put the portrait back on the table. He had been holding it, cradling it between his hands. "What was that business about this morning, Sharpe?" "Oh, a private argument, sir. It's been dealt with." He felt a stab of satisfaction at the memory of punching Hakeswill. Wyndham was not satisfied. "Well, what was the argument about?" "The girl was insulted, sir." "I see." The expression was one of profound disapproval. "Local girl?" "Spanish, sir." Following the troops, no doubt. I want the women cleared out, Sharpe. Proper wives can stay, of course, but there are too many whores. Looks bad. Clear them out." "I'm sorry, sir." "Whores, Sharpe. You're to clear them out." Wyndham nodded, as if the command being given, the deed was as well as done. Sharpe saw him glance very quickly at the portrait of the stern Jessica, and the rifleman suspected that Mrs. Wyndham's keen interest in the battalion extended by letter to its moral welfare. "Where do I clear them to, sir?" "What do you mean?" "Well, the next battalion, sir." Collett stiffened, but Wyndham didn't take offence. "I take your point, Sharpe, but I want them discouraged. Understand? I shall make an example of men caught brawling over women." "Yes, sir." The colonel obviously intended being busy. "Number 2, Sharpe. Battalion's wives are to parade for inspection each Sunday. 10 of the forenoon. You braid them, I'll inspect them." "A wives' inspection, sir?" "Yes, sir." Sharpe kept his thoughts to himself. Such a parade was not unusual in England, but it was rare in Spain. Officially, the wives were subject to army discipline, though very few of them accepted the fact, and Sharpe suspected that the coming Sundays would be amusing, if nothing else. But why him? Why not one of the majors, or even the sergeant major? 10 o'clock, Sharpe. I don't want any unmarried women on parade, tell him that. I'll demand papers. I want no one like that girl this morning. That was my wife, sir. Sharpe had no idea why he said it, unless it was to puncture Wyndham's air of certainty, and it worked. The Colonel's mouth dropped. He looked to Collett for help, received none, and stared back at Sharpe. "What?" "My wife, sir. Mrs. Sharpe." "Good God!" The Colonel leafed through papers that were beside his own wife's portrait. "There's no note here of your marriage?" "It was private, sir." "When? Who gave permission?" 16 months ago, sir." He smiled at the Colonel. "We have a daughter, nearly 8 months old." He could see the Colonel adding up the figures, receiving the wrong answer, and the discrepancy effectually stopped any more questioning. Wyndham was embarrassed. "I'll owe you an apology, Sharpe. No offence, I trust?" "None, sir." Sharpe smiled seraphically. "Lives for the battalion, does she, Mrs. Sharpe?" "No, sir, in Spain. She has employment there." "Employment?" Wyndham looked suspicious. "What does she do?" "Kills Frenchmen, sir. She's a partisan, known as La Aguja, the Needle." "Good God alive!" Wyndham gave up. He'd heard about Sharpe from Lawford and from a dozen other people, and he'd construed the information as a kind of warning. Sharpe, he'd been told, was an independent man, effective in battle, but liable to use irregular means to succeed. He'd come up from the ranks, the Colonel knew, which had to be a liability. Wyndham had never known a man from the ranks to make a successful officer. Either the power went to their heads, or the drink did, and whichever it was, the men usually resented them. They were good for one thing, though: administration. They knew the system backwards, far better than other officers, and they made the best drill masters in the army. It was true that Lawford had said Sharpe was an exception, but Wyndham was 15 years older than Lawford, and reckoned he knew the army better. He conceded that Sharpe's record was magnificent, but it was also undeniably true that the man had been given uncommon freedom, and freedom Wyndham knew was a damned dangerous thing. It could give a man ideas well above his station. But he still found himself reluctant to cut him down, even though that was his duty. Wyndham liked to jump his fences straight, yet here he was, dithering like an old woman on a tube nag, searching for a gap in the hedge. I've been lucky, Sharpe." "Lucky, sir? In my establishment?" "Yes, sir." Sharpe felt like a man who'd known execution was coming, but did not believe it, and now the barrels of the firing squad were being levelled. 11 captains. It's too much." "Yes, sir." Wyndham glanced at Collett, but the Major had his eyes down, being no help at all. "Damn it, then, straight at the fence. Reimer has to have the company, Sharpe. He's purchased it, used his own money. You can see his rights, I'm sure." Sharpe said nothing. He kept his face expressionless. He'd expected this, but it didn't lessen the bitterness. So, Reimer got the prize because Reimer had the money. The fact that Sharpe had captured an eagle, had been described by Wellington as the finest leader of light troops in the army, counted for nothing. Such things were meaningless matched against the purchase system. If Napoleon Bonaparte had joined the British army instead of the French, he would count himself lucky if he'd achieved a captaincy by now instead of being emperor of half the world. Damn Reimer, and damn Wyndham, and damn the whole army. Sharpe felt like walking away and shaking the whole unfair system from his back. There was a sudden, harsh rattle of rain on the window. Wyndham cocked his head just as the foxhounds at his feet had done. "Rain?" The Colonel turned to Collett. "My blankets are airing, Jack. Can I trouble you to rouse my servant?" Collett obligingly left, and Wyndham leant back. "I'm sorry, Sharpe." "Yes, sir." "And the Gazette?" "Refused." So there it was. The firing squad pulled their triggers, and Lieutenant Richard Sharpe gave a mocking, sardonic laugh that made Wyndham frown. A lieutenant again. "So what am I to do, sir?" Sharpe let the bitterness edge his voice. "Am I to report to Captain Reimer?" "No, Sharpe, no, you're not. Captain Reimer would find your presence an embarrassment. I'm sure you can understand that. He must be given time to settle in. I'll keep you busy." "Oh, I forgot, sir. I'm in charge of the women now." "Don't be impertinent, Sharpe." Wyndham snapped forward, starting the dogs. You don't understand, do you? These are rules, orders, regulations, Sharpe, by which our lives are conducted. If we ignore those rules, burdensome though they may be, then we open the gates to anarchy and tyranny, the very things against which we fight. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Sharpe knew it would be pointless to mention that the rules, orders, and regulations were made by the privileged to protect the privileged. It had always been so, and always would. The only thing for him to do now was to get out with his shreds of dignity intact, and then get stinking drunk. Show fellow Lieutenant Price how a real expert fell over. Wyndham leant back. "We're going to Badajoz." "Yes, sir." "You're senior lieutenant." "Yes, sir." Sharpe's replies were listless. "There'll be vacancies, man, if we attack." That was true, and Sharpe nodded. "Yes, sir." "You can exchange?" Wyndham looked expectantly at Sharpe. "No, sir." There were always officers who found their regiments going to unpopular places, such as the Fever Islands, and who would offer to exchange with another officer in a battalion closer to the gaming tables and far from weird diseases. Usually they would offer a cash bribe to facilitate the exchange, but Sharpe dared not leave Spain. Not while Teresa and Antonia were shut up in Badajoz. He listened to the rain on the window and thought of the girl riding. "I'll stay, sir." "Good." Wyndham sounded far from pleased. "Well, there's plenty of work. The mule train needs tidying up. I'm seeing that already, and God knows we'll be swamped with pickaxes and spades. They all need counting." "In charge of mules, pickaxes, and women, sir?" Wyndham's eyes met the challenge. "Yes, Mr. Sharpe, if you insist." "A suitable job, sir, for an aging lieutenant." "It might, Lieutenant. It might engender humility." "Yes, sir." An important quality to a soldier, humility, and Sharpe gave another sardonic laugh. Humility had not captured the gun at Ciudad Rodrigo, nor hacked a path through Fuentes de Honoro's tight streets, nor fetched the gold from Spain, nor taken an eagle from the enemy, nor rescued a general, nor brought a group of starving riflemen out of a rout, nor killed the Sultan Tipu. And Sharpe's sardonic laugh became real. He was being arrogant to himself, and perhaps Wyndham was right. He needed humility. He would now be parading wives and counting shovels, neither of which activity called for much initiative or leadership, and mules were notoriously chary of quick, confident decisions, and humility was best. He would be humble. "Sir?" "Yes?" "A request." "Go on, man." "I want to lead a forlorn hope at Badajoz, sir. I'd like you to forward my name now. I know it's early, but I'll be grateful if you do so." Wyndham stared at him. "You're unbalanced, man." Sharpe shook his head. He was not going to explain that he wanted a promotion that no man could take from him, and that he wanted to test himself in a breach because he had never done it, and if he died, as he surely would, and never saw his daughter, then she would know that her father had died trying to reach her, leading an attack, and she could be proud. "I want it, sir." "You don't need it, Sharpe. There'll be promotion at Badajoz." "Will you forward my name, sir?" Wyndham stood up. "Think about it, Sharpe, think about it." He gestured towards the door. "Report to Major College in the morning." The interview had been far worse than he'd feared, and the colonel shook his head. "You don't need it, Sharpe, you don't. Now, good day to you." Sharpe didn't notice the rain. He stood and stared across the valley at the fortress. He thought of Teresa closing on the huge walls, and knew that he must go into the breach whatever happened. The restitution of his rank, and hopefully the command of his company, demanded it, but, most of all, because he was a soldier, it was pride. The meek, he had been told, would inherit the earth, but only when the last soldier left it to them in his will. Chapter 11.
"Sergeant Hexwell, sir, reporting to Lieutenant Sharpe, sir, as ordered, sir."
The right boot crashed into the attention, the arm quivered at the salute, the face twitched, but was full of amusement. Sharpe returned the salute. It had been more than 3 weeks since his demotion, yet it still hurt. The battalion, embarrassed, called him Sir or Mr. Sharpe. Only Hexwell twisted the knife. Sharpe pointed to the mess on the ground. "That's it. Sort it out."
"Sir."
Hexwell turned to the working party from the light company.
"You heard the lieutenant. Sort it out and get a bloody move on. The captain wants us back."
Hagman, the old rifleman, the best shot in the company, who had served with Sharpe for 7 years, gave his old captain a sad smile.
"Nasty day, sir."
Sharpe nodded. The rain had stopped, but it looked as if it would start again soon. "How are things, Dan?" The rifleman grinned, shrugged, and looked round to see if Hegswell was listening.
"Bloody terrible, sir."
"Hagman!" Hegswell bellowed.
"Just because you're bloody old doesn't mean you can't work. Get your bloody self here, fast!"
The sergeant grinned at Sharpe.
"Sorry, Lieutenant, sir. Can't stop to chat, can we? Work to do."
The teeth ground together, the blue eyes blinked rapidly.
"How's your lady, sir? Well, I was hoping to renew the acquaintance. In Buddy Joss, is she?"
He cackled and turned away, back to the working party that was rescuing the fallen shovels from the broken-axled cart. Sharpe ignored the jibes, because to react was to give Hegswell the satisfaction of having unsettled him, and he looked away from the cart and stared over the grey swollen river. Badajoz. Just 4 miles away, a city built on a corner of land formed by the river Guadiana and the Ribillas stream. The city was dominated by the sprawling castle high on the rock hill which stood where the stream flowed into the river. The army had marched from Elvas that morning, and now they waited as the engineers put the last touches to the pontoon bridge that would take the British to the southern bank on which Badajoz stood. Each tin pontoon, strengthened by wooden braces, weighed 2 tons, and the clumsy oblong boats, dragged here by oxen, had been floated in a line across the Guadiana. They were all moored now, anchored against the rain-heightened river, and across their top surfaces the engineers had laid massive 13-inch cables. The water foamed dirty between the tin boats, as, on top of the cables, planks were slapped into place with a speed that spoke of the frequent practice the engineers had made in crossing Spain's rivers. Almost before the last planks were in place, the first carts were crossing, and men shovelled sand and earth onto the planks to make a crude roadway. "Forward!" The first troops began to cross, unmounted men of the newly arrived heavy cavalry brigade, leading their horses. The animals were nervous on the thrumming bridge, but they crossed, and Badajoz was about to be ringed with troops. On the far bank the cavalry mounted, sorted themselves into squadrons, and as the first infantry began to cross, the horsemen put spurs to their mounts and trotted towards the city. There was little they could do against the massive walls. There were a demonstration, a flaunting of intent, and a discouragement to the handful of French cavalry inside Badajoz who might be tempted to ride against the bridgehead. It began to rain, pitting the swirling dark water and soaking the already damp troops as they crossed the river and turned left towards the city. Once there was a cheer from the infantry as a cannon shot was heard from Badajoz. A squadron of the heavy cavalry had ridden too close to the walls. A French gun had fired, and the British riders galloped ignominiously out of range. The cheer was ironic. The infantry might die soon at the hands of the guns, but it was still good to see the fancy cavalry taught a lesson. No cavalryman would have to go into Badajoz's breeches. The South Essex had become pack mules. The engineers had over 100 carts waiting to cross the river, and 2 had snapped their axles. The South Essex would have to carry the loads across the water. Wyndham reined in beside Sharpe. "All ready, Mr. Sharpe?" "Yes, sir." "Keep the baggage close when we cross." "Yes, sir." "No, sir. 3 bags full, sir." "Sir?" "Mr. Sharpe?" Wyndham was eager to be away. "Have you forwarded my request, sir?" "No, Mr. Sharpe, much too early. My compliments." The colonel touched the tassel on his bicorn and wheeled his horse away. Sharpe hitched his sword up, useless to him for counting spades and pickaxes, and trudged over the mud towards the battalion's baggage. Each company kept a mule that carried the books, the endless paperwork that went with a captaincy, a few paltry supplies, and, quite illegally, some officers' baggage as well. Other mules carried the battalion supplies, the spare arms chest, uniforms, more paperwork, and the surgeon's grim load. Mixed with the mules were the officers' servants, leading spare horses and pack-horses, and, mingled among them all, the children. They shrieked and played round the animals' legs, watched by their mothers who crouched beneath makeshift shelters waiting for the order to march. By regulation there should be just 60 wives with the battalion. But inevitably, after 3 years of war, the South Essex had collected far more. There were nearer 300 women marching with the battalion, the same number of children, and they were a mixture of English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Spanish and Portuguese. There was even a Frenchwoman, left behind in the fighting at Fuentes de Honoro, who had chosen to stay with her captors and had married a sergeant in Sterrett's company. Some were whores, following the army's meagre pennies. Some were proper wives with papers to prove it, while some called themselves wives and did not need the ceremony. All were tough. Many had married 2 or 3 times in the war, having lost their husbands to a French bullet or a Spanish fever. The previous morning Wyndham had cancelled the wives' parade. In barracks the parade made some sense. It kept the colonel in touch with the families and gave a good officer a chance to detect brutality. But the women of the South Essex did not like the parade, were not used to it, and had showed their discontent. The very first time that Sharpe had lined them for Wyndham's inspection, Private Clayton's wife, a pretty girl, had been suckling her baby. The colonel had stopped, glanced down and frowned at her. "This is hardly the time, woman." She had grinned, lifted her breasts towards him. "When he's hungry, just like his father." There was a chorus of laughter from the wives, jeers from the men, and Wyndham had strode away. Jessica would have known what to do, but not he. Now, as Sharpe approached the rain-swept baggage, the women grinned at him from beneath their blankets. Lily Grimes, a tiny woman of irrepressible cheerfulness, and a voice with the piercing quality of a well-honed bayonet, gave him a mock salute. "Give it up for Readiness, Captain!" The women always called him Captain. "That's right, Lily." She sniffed. "He's mad!" "Who?" "Bloody Colonel! What do you want us to parade for, anyway?" Sharpe grinned. "He worries about you, Lily. He likes to keep an eye on you." She shook her head. "He wants to look at Sally Clayton's tits, more like." She laughed and peered up at Sharpe. "You didn't look away either, Captain. I watched you." "I was just wishing it had been you, Lily." She shrieked with laughter. "Any time, Captain. You just ask." Sharpe laughed, walked away from her. He admired the wives, and he liked them. They endured all the discomforts of the campaign, the nights under pouring rain, the hard rations, the long marches, yet they never gave up. They watched their men go into battle, and afterwards they searched the field for a corpse or a wounded husband, and all the while they brought up their children and looked after their men. Sharpe had seen Lily carrying 2 of her children up a hard road, her husband's musket, and the family's few belongings as well. They were tough. And they were not ladies. 3 years in the peninsula had made sure of that. Some dressed in old uniforms, most were garbed in voluminous, filthy skirts with tattered shawls and scarves around their heads. They were tanned dark brown, with calloused hands and feet, and most could strip a corpse bare in 10 seconds, a house in 30. They were foul-mouthed, loud, and utterly immodest. No women could live with a battalion and be anything else. They slept with their men often enough in open fields, with nothing but a tree or hedge to give an illusion of privacy. The women washed themselves, relieved themselves, made love, gave birth, and all in plain sight of 1,000 eyes. To a fastidious observer, they were a fearful sight. Yet Sharpe liked them. They were tough, loyal, kind, and uncomplaining. Major Collett bawled an order for the battalion to make ready, and Sharpe turned to his command. The baggage. It was chaos. 2 children had succeeded in cutting the pannier from one of the sutler's mules, and the sutler, a Spaniard who was a kind of travelling shopkeeper with the battalion, was screaming at the children, but not daring to let go of the straw halter that tethered his other mules. Sharpe yelled at them. "Make ready!" They took no notice. The sutler's assistants caught the children, snatched back the bottles, but then the mothers, sensing loot, attacked the assistants for beating the children. It was pandemonium, his new command. "Richard!" Sharpe twisted back. Major Hogan was behind him. "Sir?" Hogan grinned down from his horse. "We're very formal today." "We're very responsible, look." Sharpe waved to the baggage train. "My new company." "I heard." Hogan slipped from his horse, stretched, and then turned, as there were sudden shouts from the bridge. An officer's horse had become frightened by the sliding grey water. It was nervously backing in short jerking steps towards the infantry company behind. The captain, panicking, was whipping the beast, increasing its terror, and the horse began to rear fitfully. "Get off!" Hogan shouted. He had a surprisingly loud voice. "Fool! Get off! Dismount!" The officer lashed down at the horse, wrenched the reins, and the horse put all its force into bucking the rider off its back. It succeeded. The horse slammed up, screaming, and the officer tumbled from the saddle, bounced once on the roadway's edge, and disappeared downstream into the river. "Stupid bastard!" Hogan was angry. A sergeant threw a length of timber into the water, but it fell short, and Sharpe could see the captain flailing the river, struggling against the freezing current that took him away from the bridge. "Oh, he's had it!" No one dived in to save the officer. By the time a man had stripped himself of pack, haversack, ammunition pouch, weapons, and boots, the captain would be long gone. The horse, free of its burden, stood shivering on the bridge, and a private soothed it, then led it calmly to the southern bank. The captain had disappeared. "Well, there's a vacancy," Sharpe laughed. "Letter?" "Letter, sir." "No, sir. Being a lieutenant is very satisfying." Hogan gave a sad smile. "I hear you were drunk." "No." He'd been drunk 3 times since the day Teresa left, the day he had lost the company. Sharpe shrugged. "You know that Gazette was refused in January. No one dared tell me. Then the new man arrives, so someone has to tell me, so I look after the baggage while some half-cooked youngster destroys my company." "Is he that bad?" "I don't know. I'm sorry." Sharpe's anger had taken himself by surprise. "You want me to talk to the general?" "No." Pride would stop Sharpe bleating for help, but then he turned back. Yes, you can talk to the general. Tell him I'll leave the forlorn hope for him at Badajoz." Hogan paused with a pinch of snuff halfway to his nostrils. He put it back in the box carefully and snapped the lid shut. "Are you serious?" "I'm serious." Hogan shook his head. You don't need it, Richard. God, there'll be promotion by the grave-load. Don't you understand? You'll be a captain within a month." Sharpe shook his head. He understood, but his pride was hurt. "I want the hope, sir, I want it. Ask for me." Hogan took Sharpe's elbow and turned him, so they were both looking eastwards along the river towards the city. "Do you know what it's like, Richard? It's bloody impossible." He pointed to the great stone bridge that carried the road to the city. "We can't attack there. Anyone trying to cross that bridge will be shredded. So, try the east wall. They've dammed the stream. It's one bloody great lake. We need the navy to cross that unless we can blow up the dam, and they've built a fort to stop us doing that. There's the castle, of course." Hogan's words were urgent, almost bitter. "If you feel like climbing 100 feet of rock and then scaling a 40-foot wall, and all the time dodging the grape shot, you're welcome." He pointed again. "So, there's the west wall. Looks easy enough, doesn't it?" It did not look easy. Even at 4 miles, Sharpe could see the huge bastions, jutting like miniature castles that protected the wall. Hogan's accent was becoming more pronounced, as it always did when the engineer spoke with passion. "It looks too easy. They want us to attack there. Why? My guess is that it's mined. There's more bloody powder under that glacis than Guy Fawkes dreamed of. We attack there and we give St. Peter's his busiest day since Agincourt." He was really angry now, seeing with his engineer's eye the problems, turning the problems into blood. "That leaves the south wall. We have to take at least 1 outlying fort, perhaps 2, and then get through the walls. Do you know how thick they are? What was the distance from the brink of the ditch to the back of the walls at Ciudad Rodrigo, Sharpe thought back. 30 yards, 50 in some places? Aye. Hogan pointed back to Badajoz. 100 yards at least, and more in some places. And that ditch is a bastard, Richard, a real bastard. It'll take a minute to cross it at least. And they have all the flank fire they'll ever need, and more. That wall, Richard, is big, big. You could put Ciudad Rodrigo's wall in that ditch and you wouldn't even see it. Don't you understand? It is a killer. He said the words distinctly, trying to convince Sharpe. Hogan sighed. Jesus, we can starve them out, we can hope they die laughing, we can hope they get the plague, but I tell you, Richard, I don't know if we can get through a breach. Sharpe stared at the great fortress in the slanting, hissing rain. We'll have to. And you know how? By throwing so many poor bastards into the fight that the French simply can't kill 'em all. It's the only way, and I don't like it. Sharpe turned back. The poor bastards will still need a forlorn hope. And there has to be a bloody fool to lead, I suppose, and you're proving a fool. For God's sake, Richard, why do you want the hope? Sharpe's anger flared. Because it's better than this humiliation. I'm a soldier, not a bloody clerk. I fetch bloody forage, count bloody shovels, and take punishment drills. It's yes, sir, no, sir, can't dig your latrine, sir, and it's not bloody soldiering. Hogan glared at him. It is bloody soldiering. What the hell else do you think soldiering is? The two men were facing each other across the mud. Do you think we can win a war without forage, or without shovels, or, God help us, without latrines? That is soldiering. Just because you've been allowed to swan about like a bloody pirate for years doesn't mean you shouldn't take your turn at the real work. Listen, sir, Sharpe was close to shouting. When they tell us to climb those bloody walls, you'll be glad there are some bloody pirates in the ditch and not just bloody clerks. And what will you do when there are no more wars to fight? Start another bloody one. Sharpe began to laugh. Sir, if you survive this one. Hogan shook his head, his anger dying as quickly as it had flared. Good God, man, your woman's inside, and your child. I know. Sharpe shrugged. But I want the hope. You'll die. Ask Wellington for me. The Irishman frowned. You're just hurting in your pride, that's all. In 2 months it'll be a bad dream, I promise. Well, maybe. I still want the hope. Ha! You're a stubborn bloody fool. Sharpe laughed again. I know. Colonel Wyndham says I need humility. He's right. It's a wonder any of us like you at all. But we do. He shrugged. All right, I'll talk to the General for you, but I'm making no promises. He gathered the reins into his hand. Would you give me a leg up, if that's not beneath your dignity? Sharpe grinned, heaved the Major onto his horse. You're asking for me? I said I'd talk to him, didn't I? It's not his decision, you know that. It belongs to the General of the attacking division. But they listen to Wellington. Aye, that's true. Hogan pulled on the reins, and then checked himself. You know what tomorrow is? No. Tuesday, March the 17th. So? Sharpe shrugged. Hogan laughed. Oh, you're a heathen, an unrepentant, doomed heathen, so you are. St. Patrick's Day, Ireland's Day. Give Sergeant Harper a bottle of rum for being a good Catholic. Sharpe grinned. I will. Hogan watched the South Essex break up Steb as they marched over the bridge, followed by Sharpe and his raggle-taggle of women, children, servants, and mules. Hogan was saddened. He counted the tall rifleman as a friend. Perhaps Sharpe was arrogant, but Hogan, along with all the engineering in his head, kept more than a little of Shakespeare. In peace, there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But this was not peace. This was a horrid campaign, and tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day, the army would start digging towards Badajoz. Hogan knew that stillness and humility would not capture the fortress. Time might, but Wellington would not give them time. The General was worried that the French field armies, bigger than the British, might march to the rescue. Badajoz must be taken swiftly, paid for in blood, and the assault would come soon, too soon, perhaps even before Lent was over. Hogan did not relish the prospect. The wall could be closed up with the English dead. He had promised he would talk to Wellington, and so he would, but not as Sharpe had hoped. Hogan would do a friend's duty. He would ask the General, if it were possible, that Sharpe's request should be refused. He would save Sharpe's life. It was, after all, the very least he could do for a friend. Part 3. St. Patrick's Day, March the 17th, to Easter Sunday, March the 29th, 1812. Chapter 12. If a man could have found a newfangled hot air balloon and flown it over Badajoz, he would have looked down at a city shaped like the quarter segment of a cogged wheel. The castle, ancient stone on rock, was the giant axle boss. The north and east walls were spokes, leaving the axle at right angles to each other, while the south and west walls joined in a long, rough curve that was studded with 7 huge cogs. It was impossible to attack from the north. The city was built on the bank of the river Guadiana, wider at Badajoz than the Thames at Westminster, and the only approach lay across the long, ancient stone bridge. Every yard of the bridge was covered by the guns mounted on the city's north wall, while across the river the bridge entrance was guarded by 3 outlying forts. The largest, San Cristobal, could house more than 2 regiments. The French were sure that there could be no attack from the north. The east wall, the other spoke, was more vulnerable. At its northern end was the castle, high and huge, a fortress that had dominated the landscape for centuries. But south of the castle, the city wall was on lower ground and faced towards a hill. The French knew the danger, and, just where the castle hill dropped steeply to the lower city, they had dammed the Ribillas stream. Now the vulnerable east wall was protected by a sheet of floodwater as wide as the river to the north and running far to the south of the city. As Hogan had said to Sharpe, only the navy could attack across the new lake unless the dam could be blown up and the lake drained, which left the huge curve of the south and west walls, a curve nearly a mile long, that had no convenient river or stream to offer protection. Instead, there were the cogs on the wheel's rim, the 7 vast bastions that jutted out from the city wall, each bastion the size of a small castle. San Vincente was the most northerly, built beside the river at the angle of the north and west walls, and from the San Vincente the bastions ran south and west till they met the flooded Ribillas. San Jose, Santiago, San Juan, San Roque, Santa Maria, and so to the Trinidad. The saints, the Mother of Christ, and the Holy Trinity, each with more than a score of guns to protect a city. The bastions were not the only protection to the great curve of walls. First came the glacis, the earth slope that deflected the round shot and bounced it high over the defences, and then the huge ditch. The drop from the glacis to the ditch bottom was nowhere less than 20 feet, and, once in the ditch, the real problems began. The bastions would flank any attack, pouring in their plunging fire, and there were ravelins in the great dry moat. The ravelins were like great triangular fake walls that split an attack, and, in darkness, could deceive men into thinking they had reached the real wall. Any man who climbed a ravelin would be swept off by carefully aimed cannon. From the ditch, the walls rose 50 feet, and on their wide parapets they mounted guns every 5 yards. Badajoz was no medieval fortress hastily converted for modern warfare. It had once been the pride of Spain, a brilliantly engineered, massively built death trap that was now garrisoned by the finest French troops in the peninsula. Twice the British had failed to take the city, and there seemed no reason, a year later, to suppose that a third attempt would meet with success. The fortress had just one weakness. To the southeast, opposite the Trinidad bastion and across the floodwaters, rose the shallow San Miguel hill. From its low, flat top, a besieger could fire down onto the southeast corner of the city, and that was the single weakness. The French knew it, and had guarded against it. 2 forts had been built to the south and east. One, the Picurina, had been built across the new lake on the lower slopes of the San Miguel hill. The second fort, the huge Pardeleras, was to the south, and guarded the approach to any breach that might be carved by the guns on the hill. It wasn't much of a weakness, but all the British had to work on. And so, on St. Patrick's Day, they marched to the rear of the San Miguel hill. They knew, and the French knew, that the effort would be against the southeast corner of the city, against the Santa Maria and Trinidad bastions, and the fact that the self-same plan had failed twice before didn't matter. From the top of the hill, where curious men gathered to look at the city, the breach made in the last siege could be clearly seen between the 2 bastions. It had been repaired in lighter-coloured stone, and the new masonry seemed to mock the coming British efforts. Sharpe stood next to Patrick Harper and stared at the walls.
"Jesus, they're big."
The sergeant said nothing. Sharpe pulled the bottle from inside his greatcoat and held it out.
"Here. A present for St. Patrick's Day."
Harper's broad face beamed with pleasure.
"Oh, you're a grand man, sir, for an Englishman. Would you be ordering me to save you half for St. George's Day?"
Sharpe stamped his feet against the cold.
"I think I'll take that half now." I thought you might."
Harper was glad to see Sharpe, of whom he had seen little in the past month, but there was also an embarrassment in the meeting. The Irishman knew Sharpe needed reassurance that the light company missed him, and Harper thought him a fool for needing the words to be said. Of course they missed him. The light company were no different to the rest of the army. They were failures, almost to a man, whose failings had led them to courtrooms and jails. They were thieves, drunks, debtors, and murderers, the men Britain wanted out of sight and mind. It was easier to empty a town jail to a recruiting party than go through the tedious business of trial, sentence, and punishment. Not all were criminals. Some had been gulled by the recruiting sergeants, offered an escape from village tedium and narrow horizons. Some had failed in love, and joined the army in despair, swearing they would rather die in battle than see their sweetheart married to another man. Many were drunkards who were terrified of a lonely, shivering death in a winter ditch, and joined an army that offered them clothes, boots, and a third of a pint of rum each day. Some, a very few, joined for patriotism. Some, like Harper, joined because there was nothing but hunger at home, and the army offered food and an escape. They were, almost to a man, the failings and leavings of society, and to them all the army was one big forlorn hope. Yet they were the best infantry in the world. They had not always been, and without the right leaders would not be so again. Harper instinctively knew that this army that faced Badajoz was a superb instrument, better than anything the great Napoleon could muster, and Harper knew why. Because there were just enough officers like Sharpe who trusted the failures. It started at the top, of course, with Wellington himself, and went right through the ranks to the junior officers and sergeants, and the trick of it was very simple. Take a man who has failed at everything, give him a final chance, show him trust, lead him to one success, and there is a sudden confidence that will lead to the next success. Soon they'll believe they're unbeatable, and become unbeatable. But the trick was still to have officers like Sharpe who kept on offering trust. Of course the light company missed him. He'd expected great things of them, and trusted them to win. Perhaps the new man would one day learn the trick, but until he did, if ever, the men would miss Sharpe. Hell, thought Harper, they even like him, and the fool did not realize it. Harper shook his head to himself and offered the bottle to Sharpe. "Here's to Ireland, sir, and death to Hickswell." "I'll drink to that. How's the bastard?" "I'll kill him one day." Sharpe gave a humorous laugh. "You won't?" "I will." "How the hell is he still alive?" Sharpe shrugged. "Well, he says he can't be killed." It was cold on the hill, and Sharpe hunched his shoulders beneath the greatcoat. "And he never turns his back. What's yours?" "I'm growing hazy in my bum with that bastard around." "What does Captain Rymer think of him?" Harper paused, took the bottle from Sharpe, drank and passed it back. "God knows. I think he's scared of him, but so most." He shrugged. "The captain's not a bad fellow, but he's not exactly confident." The sergeant was feeling awkward. He didn't like to sound critical of one officer in front of another. "He's young." "Well, none of us are old. How's that new ensign?" "Matthews? He's fine, sir. Sticks to Lieutenant Price like a kid brother." "And Mr. Price?" Harper laughed. "He keeps us cheerful, sir. Drunk as a cross-eyed stoat, but he'll survive." It began raining small, spitting drops that stung their faces. Behind them, on the Seville road, the bugles called the battalions to the evening lines. Sharpe turned up his collar. "Well, they better be getting back." He stared at the small, blue-uniformed figures on the city parapets, 3/4 of a mile away. "Those sods will be warm tonight." He suddenly thought of Teresa and Antonia inside the walls, and looked at the big, square, battlemented cathedral tower. It was odd to think they were so close to her. The rain became heavier, and he turned away, back towards the sprawling makeshift British camp. "Sir." "Yes?" The sergeant seemed embarrassed. "Major Hogan stopped by the other day." "So?" "He was telling us about Miss Teresa, sir." Sharpe frowned. "What about her?" "Only, sir, that she'd asked you to look out for her and the city, in case the lads go a bit wild." "So?" "Well, the men are keen to help, so they are." "I mean, they don't think I can manage?" Harper was tempted to tell Sharpe not to be so foolish, but decided it might be one step too many over the subtle boundaries of rank and friendship. He sighed. "No, sir, no. Just that they're keen to help. They're fond of her, sir, so they are." "And of you," he might have added. Sharpe shook his head ungratefully. Teresa and Antonio were his problem, not the company's, and he didn't want a horde of grinning men to witness his emotion at first seeing his child. "Tell them no." Harper shrugged. "Well, they may try and help anyway. I'll have a problem finding her in the city." The sergeant grinned. "That won't be difficult. I'll be trying the house with 2 orange trees, just behind the cathedral." "Go to hell, Sergeant. Follow you anywhere, sir." A few hours later the army seemed in hell, or a watery version of hell. The skies opened. Thunder cracked like the rumbling of field guns over wooden boards in the storm clouds. Lightning slashed, piercing and blue, to an earth soaked by great slanting volleys of rain. Human noise was drowned by the seething water, a constant crashing downpour in a darkness splintered by jagged thundering light. 1,800 men were on the hilltop, digging the first parallel, a trench 600 yards long that would protect the besiegers and from which they'd excavate the first gun batteries. The workers were soaked to the skin, shivering, made weary by the sheer weight of water, and sometimes peering through the deluge at the dark citadel starkly revealed in the lightning strikes. The wind billowed the rain in huge scything loops, suspended it, and then smashed it down even harder. It plucked greatcoats into fantastic bat-like shapes and drove the water in unstoppable rivulets that filled up the trench, seeped over the men's boots, and sank their spirits down into the cold, sodden earth that yielded each spadeful with such reluctance. All night they dug, and all night it rained. And in the cold morning it still rained, and the French gunners came out of their warm shelters to see the scar of fresh earth curving over the shallow hill. The gunners opened fire, smashing solid shot across the wide ditch, over the glacis, over the floodwaters, and into the wet earth of the trench parapet. The work stopped. The first parallel was too shallow to give shelter, and all day the rain weakened the trench, and the guns hammered it. The excavation filled with sopping mud that would all have to be scooped out in the night. They dug all night. It still rained, a rain like the rain before Noah's flood. Uniforms doubled their weight with water, boots were sucked off in the glutinous slime, and shoulders were chafed raw and bleeding with the effort of sinking the trench. On this night, the French gunners kept up a harassing and sporadic fire that turned some part of the mud scarlet, until the unending rain diluted the blood, but slowly, infinitely slowly, the spades hacked deeper, and the parapet went higher. The creeping dawn showed a trench deep enough to be worked by daylight. The exhausted battalions filed back through the zigzag trench that led to safety at the rear of the hill, and new battalions took their place. The South Essex, their packs and weapons discarded, went down the crooked way to the mud, the gunfire and the spades. Sharpe was left behind. 24 men were with him, the baggage guard, and they made crude shelters out of the piled packs and crouched, muskets between their knees, and stared at a wet, grey, dripping landscape. Sharpe could hear the French guns, muffled by rain and distance, and he hated the thought of not seeing what he could hear. He left an old sergeant in charge of the guard and walked the trench to the hillside. Badajoz was a dark rock in a sea of water and mud. The walls were fringed with cannon smoke that was lanced through by the leaping flames of each shot. The French gunners were concentrating their fire to Sharpe's left, where the first 2 British batteries were being dug. A whole battalion was working on the gun pits. The round shot smacked into the parapets, destroyed the earth-filled wicker gabions, and sometimes smashed a bloody path through the men. The French even tried their howitzers, whose short, squat barrels spat shells high into the air, so that the tiny smoke trail of the burning fuse disappeared into the low clouds before dropping onto the wet hillside. Most of the shells simply fell and lay silent, their fuses extinguished by mud or rain, but a few exploded in black smoke and jagged iron fragments. They did no damage, the range was too great, and after a time the French stopped the shell fire and saved the howitzers for the digging of the second parallel, lower down the hill and much closer to the walls. Sharpe walked along the hilltop and searched for the South Essex. He found them at the northern end of the parallel, where the hill had dropped away to the soaking plain beside the grey, swollen river. Any batteries dug here would be firing up at the castle that seemed vast and inviolable on its rock hill. Sharpe could see as well the San Roque fort, the small fortress that Hogan had mentioned, which defended the dam across the Rebellias stream. If the British could blow up the dam, the lake would drain north into the river, and the approach to the breach would be far easier. But to blow up the dam would be difficult. It looked to be no more than 50 yards from the city wall, and built just beneath the San Pedro, the single bastion on the eastern side. A figure jumped out of the trench in front of Sharpe. It was Sergeant Hakeswill. He stalked along the trench edge and cursed down at the men.
"Dig, you bastards! You syphilitic pigs, dig!"
He whirled round after a few paces to see if anyone was reacting to him, and saw Sharpe. He snapped into a salute, his face twitching crazily.
"Sir! Lieutenant, sir! Come to help, sir!"
He cackled and turned back to the light company.
"Get on with it, you pregnant sows, dig!"
He was leaning over the trench, screaming at them, spittle flailing from his mouth. It was an irresistible moment. Sharpe knew he should not do it, knew that it was inconsistent with the so-called dignity of an officer. But Hakeswill was bending by the trench, screaming obscenities, and Sharpe was close behind. The second that the temptation came, Sharpe acted, and pushed the sergeant. Hakeswill's arms beat at the air. He twisted, bellowed, and collapsed into the sopping mud at the bottom of the trench. The light company cheered. The sergeant turned a furious face at Sharpe as he scrambled to his feet. Sharpe held up a hand. "My apologies, Sergeant. I slipped." He knew it had been a childish thing to do, and unwise, but it was a small gesture that told the men he was still on their side. He walked on, leaving Hakeswill twitching, and saw Captain Reimer climbing from the trench to meet him. If Reimer had seen the incident, he said nothing. Instead, he nodded civilly. "Nasty day?" Sharpe felt his usual paralysis in the face of small talk. He gestured at the men in the trench. "Digging keeps you warm?" He suddenly realized that it sounded as if he were telling Reimer to pick up a spade, and he scrabbled in his head for a sentence to correct the impression. "One of the advantages of being in the ranks, eh?" He could hardly bring himself to call Reimer sir. Reimer didn't seem to notice. "They hate digging." "Wouldn't you?" Captain Reimer had never thought about it. Birth into the Reimers of Waltham Cross did not encourage a man to think about manual labour. He was a good-looking man, fair-haired, about 25 years old, and desperately nervous with Sharpe. The situation was not of Reimer's making, not to his taste, and he was terrified of the time that Colonel Wyndham had said was coming, when Sharpe would be returned to the company as lieutenant. The colonel had told Reimer not to worry. "Won't happen yet. Give you time to settle in, take charge. But you may want him in a fight, Reimer?" Reimer did not look forward to the event. He looked up at the tall, scarred rifleman, took a deep breath. "Sharpe?" "Sir?" The word had to be said sooner or later, however much it hurt. "I wanted to say that—" Whatever it was would have to wait. A French round-shot ploughed into the earth nearby, spumed up soaking mud, and then came a second and a third. Reimer's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He froze, and Sharpe grabbed his elbow and pushed him towards the trench. He followed, jumping down the 5 feet and skidding on the trench floor. The air was filled with the rumble of cannonballs, and the men stopped digging and looked at each other as if one of them might have the answer to this sudden cannonade. Sharpe looked over the parapet and saw the armed pickets running back for shelter. Every gun on Badajoz's eastern wall, from the high castle past the San Pedro down to the Trinidad bastion at the southeast corner, seemed to be firing at the northern 100 yards of the parallel. Reimer stood beside him. "What's happening?" A picket jumped over them, cursing the enemy. Sharpe looked at Reimer. "Do you have weapons?" "No, ordered to leave them behind." "There must be a company here." Reimer nodded, pointed to the right. "The Grenadier Company. They're armed. Why?" Sharpe pointed through the murk and the rain to the dark shadows at the foot of the fortress. Coming from the fort that guarded the Rebellias Dam were lines of men, formed into marching blue ranks that melded into the shadows, so they were difficult to see. Reimer shook his head. "Well, what is it?" "The bloody French!" They were coming in force, marching to attack and destroy the parallel. And suddenly they were visible, because they drew their bayonets and the rows of steel glistened through the slanting rain. The French gunners, fearful of hitting their own men, stopped firing. A bugle sounded, and on its note the hundreds of steel bayonets dropped into the attack position, and the French cheered and charged. Chapter 13. It was unfortunate for Captain Reimer. He'd been anticipating, with resolve and trepidation, the first time he would lead his own company into action. He hadn't imagined it to be like this. Instead, he'd seen himself on a wide hillside, under a brilliant sky, with the standards snapping in the wind, and himself, sabre-drawn, taking a skirmish line against the very centre of the enemy's battle. He sometimes considered a wound, nothing too ghastly, but enough to make him a hero back home, and his imagination, leaping vast distances, saw him modestly telling the story to a group of admiring ladies, while other men, untested in battle, could only look on in jealousy. Instead of which, he was at the bottom of a muddy trench, soaked to the skin, in charge of men armed only with spades and facing 1,000 fully armed Frenchmen. Reimer froze. The company looked to him and passed him to Sharpe. The rifleman hesitated for a second, saw Reimer's indecision, and waved his arm. "Back!" There was no point in trying to fight. Well, not yet. Not till the armed companies could come together and make a proper counterattack. The working parties scrambled out of the trench, ran back over the wet grass, then turned to watch the enemy jump into the deserted workings. The French ignored them. They were interested in just two things. They wanted to capture and destroy as much of the parallel as they could, and, more important, take back to the city every spade and pickaxe they could find. For each such mundane trophy, they'd been promised a reward of $1. Sharpe began walking to the top of the hill, parallel to the trench, keeping pace with the French, who hurled spades and picks to their comrades beyond the parapet. In front of the enemy, like startled rabbits, other working parties leapt from the earth and scampered for safety. No one had been hurt in the attack. Sharpe doubted if any man had tried to fire a musket or lunge with a bayonet. It was almost farcical. Above the enemy was chaos. The British, mostly unarmed, moved like a herd, while the enemy, just yards away, systematically stripped the parallel. Some of the French tried to push the parapet down, but the earth was so sodden that it was impossible. The British, glad of a diversion from the unending digging, jeered at them. One or two Frenchmen levelled their muskets, but the British were 50 yards away, doubtful musket range, and the rain was still pouring down. The French were unwilling to unwrap their locks if there was not to be a real fight.
"Bloody chaos, sir."
Sergeant Harper had caught up with Sharpe, strode easily alongside with the spade gripped in his hand. He grinned cheerfully. Sergeant Hakeswill, the front of his uniform still smeared with thick mud, ran past them. He gave them one malevolent glance and hurried on towards the rear of the hill. Sharpe wondered what the man was doing, and then forgot about it as Captain Reimer caught him. "Shouldn't we be doing something?" Sharpe shrugged. "See if anyone's missing?" There was not much else to be done, not till the guard companies that had been ordered to carry weapons could organize an attack on the busy French. An engineer in blue coat and wearing an ornate cocked hat ran towards the French. He was shouting at the working parties that were still scrambling for safety. "Keep your spades! Keep your spades!" It had taken dozens of ox carts to bring the precious tools from Lisbon, and now they were being casually abandoned to the French. Sharpe recognized the blue-coated man as Colonel Fletcher, the chief engineer. A few men turned back to pick up their discarded spades, and the leading French troops tugged the rags off their muskets, aimed and shot. It was a miracle that any fired, but 3 were dry enough. The smoke coughed, and Colonel Fletcher fell backwards, hands clutching at his groin. There was a French cheer as the colonel was carried away to safety. The South Essex Grenadier Company came running past Sharpe, muskets at the trail, with Captain Leroy at their head. He had his inevitable cigar in his mouth, sodden and unlit, and as he ran past he raised an eyebrow to Sharpe in ironic acknowledgment of the chaos. There was another armed company just ahead, and Leroy lined his men up next to them. The American looked back to Sharpe. "Want to join in?" The French had captured half the first parallel, 300 yards of trench, and were still pushing up the hill. The 2 companies of British infantry, outnumbered 10 to 1, pulled out their bayonets and twisted the blades onto the muskets. Leroy looked at his men. "Don't bother pulling your triggers. Just cut the bastards." He drew his sword and swished the thin blade through the rain. A third company, panting and hurried, attached themselves to the small line. The captains nodded to each other and ordered the advance. Other companies were scrambling into position, but the first danger to the French was from the 3 companies advancing from the flank. They lined the trench, unwrapped the rags from the musket locks, and waited. Sharpe doubted if 1 musket and 10 would work. He drew his own sword, suddenly happy to feel the weight in his hand after the weeks of boredom. And then the British line began a stumbling run as if they wanted to reach the trench before the French could fire their muskets. A French officer's sword flashed down. "Tirez!" Sharpe saw the men's faces flinch as they pulled the triggers, but the rain had done the work for the British. A few shots banged out, but most of the flints sparked onto wet powder that was like thick putty, and the French cursed and waited with their bayonets. The British cheered. The frustration of days and nights of rain, of the interminable digging, was suddenly to be vented on the enemy, and men who had nothing but spades, or even bare hands, came in behind the armed companies and screamed defiance at the French. Sharpe swung the sword, slipped and half fell, half jumped into the trench. A bayonet stabbed at him, and he hammered it to one side and kicked the man down. Other Frenchmen were trying to scramble out the far side of the parallel, helped by comrades on the parapet. The British bayonets reached for them, and blue-uniformed bodies slumped down. "Watch right!" someone shouted. A group of French were working their way up the trench, rescuing the men overwhelmed at the point of the British attack, and then they themselves were suddenly fighting for survival. A motley band of soldiers, mostly armed with spades, waded into the French, and Sharpe could see Harper swinging murderously with his makeshift weapon. The sergeant leapt into the trench, swept a bayonet to one side, and rammed the blade of his spade into the man's solar plexus. He was shouting his Gaelic challenge, clearing the trench with massive, scything blows, and no Frenchman would stand and fight. The enemy still possessed the parapet. They clubbed down at the British in the trench, jabbed with long bayonets, and every once in a while succeeded in making a musket fire down into the parallel. Sharpe knew they had to be forced away. He hacked at the feet of the men nearest him, clawed at the side, and a boot kicked him back to the trench floor. The French were recovering, drawing their forces together, and the parallel was an unhealthy place. There was a ragged volley of shots as a rank of the enemy uncovered their flintlocks. Men fell into the water that poured like a small stream down the trench. Sharpe swung again at the enemy's legs, dodged a bayonet, and knew that the sensible thing was to retreat. He ran down the trench, the mud fouled and slippery beneath his boots, and then a massive hand checked him, and Sergeant Harper grinned at him. "This is better than digging, sir." He was holding a captured musket, the bayonet bloodied and bent. Sharpe turned. The French still held a portion of the trench in the centre of the parallel, but the British were attacking from the hill. Only to the north, where Sharpe and Harper caught their breath in the bloody trench, were the French undisturbed. They were not planning to stay long. Already their officers were sending back half-companies loaded with captured tools, and the sight made Sharpe climb up on the parapet of the French side of the trench. About half of his old company were with Harper, some with captured muskets, most with spades. He grinned at them, glad to be back. "Come on, lads! Up here!" One company of Frenchmen formed a guard facing north, and the officer watched nervously as Sharpe's ragged band, their uniforms plastered with wet mud, came towards them. They would not attack, for the British were not properly armed, under strength. But suddenly a sword was raised, and the small group burst on him, and it was bayonets against spades, and 2 tall devils were hacking at his men. No one likes hand-to-hand combat, but Sharpe and Harper hurled themselves at the company, and the South Essex came with them. They snarled at the French, clubbed them with spades, and Harper used his captured musket like a mace. The French went backwards, stumbling on the slick mud, blinded by rain, and still the madmen came at them. Sharpe pushed with the sword, going for faces and throats, once having to parry a sergeant's efficient bayonet. He knocked the blade aside. The Frenchman slipped. The sword was up and falling like an axe into the man's head. Sharpe tried to stop the blow. The sergeant was defenceless, and the sword swerved and thudded into the wet earth of the parapet. The French were running, back to their main body, and the half-company of the South Essex were left with a dozen prisoners who had fallen on the slippery ground. The French sergeant, his single arm stripe bloodied in the fight, looked round his own dead, and then at the sword which had so nearly killed him. He had seen the tall officer change the death stroke, swerve the blow, and he nodded to him. "Merci, monsieur." Harper looked at the dozen men. "What do we do with them, sir?" "Let them go." It was no place to take prisoners. They took their weapons and hurled them across the parallel, out of reach, and searched each Frenchman for wine or brandy. Ahead of Sharpe, the battle still raged. The main body of the French had fought their way to within 50 yards of the first battery, but had been held. Scattered parties of men, some armed, some with nothing more than lengths of timber, were charging the French and starting vicious fights in the mud. Officers on horseback galloped at the fringe of the fight, trying to restore order to chaos, but the British soldiers did not want order. They wanted a break from the tedium of digging and the drowning rain, and they wanted a fight. It was like a street brawl. There was no smoke because the muskets would not fire. The noise of the fight was metal clashing on metal, wood on metal, the screams of the wounded and sobs of the dying. From the side, where Sharpe and his half-company shared brandy with their prisoners, it looked like hundreds of swamp monsters grappling in grotesque slow motions. Sharpe pointed the French sergeant towards the city. "Go!" The Frenchman grinned, gave Sharpe a friendly salute, and led his small band away. 20 yards from the trench they stopped, picked up 6 spades. Harper shouted, "Bring them back!" The French sergeant made a rude gesture and began running towards Badajoz. "Let them go." Sharpe turned back to the fight. "Come on!" They trudged up beside the parapet, the rain sweeping across them and down onto the dead in the trench. Broken spades and shattered muskets littered the slope. The sound of the fight, the sound of men clawing each other to death in the mud, was muffled by the rain. A French officer had organized a small group with spades and was trying to fill in the parallel. Sharpe began to hurry, the ground treacherous, and he turned to see his men strung out as they followed him. But Harper was beside him, and the French turned and saw them coming. It was the turn of the French to use spades. A huge man swung at them, forced them back, parried Harper's thrust, and Sharpe flailed his sword at the brute, cutting through the spade handle, and still the Frenchman came at them. Harper bayoneted him, and still he came on, and Sharpe cut at the back of the man's neck until he finally collapsed. "Come on!" There was a stinging pain in his back. He whipped round, and the French officer, white-faced, was going back from the sword lunge. "You bastard!" Sharpe went forward, blade level, and the Frenchman came at him. The blades rattled. Sharpe twisted his wrist so that the heavy sword went from the Frenchman's left to his right, under his guard, and Sharpe stamped his right foot forward, ignored his opponent's blade, and caught him in the ribs. The French officer tried to back away, slipped on blood and mud, but Sharpe kept on going forward, feeling the steel scrape on ribs. His men swept past him with their bayonets held out, their captured bayonets, and Sharpe watched them drive the enemy back. Bugles called the French back to the city, and within seconds the hillside was a mass of retreating enemy, carrying their wounded and bundles of captured shovels and picks. They were heading straight for the city, as if frightened of cavalry pursuit, and Sharpe watched as men waded into the floodwater rather than go the long way round by the dam. For 10-20 yards it was fine. The water came up to their thighs, and then with horrid suddenness the bottom dropped away. French officers shouted at their men, ordered them away from the water, shepherded them to the Revillas dam. The sortie was over. The French cannon opened fire, the round shot ploughing into mud-soaked red, and the British leapt for the damaged trench. Harper looked at Sharpe's drawn and gory sword. "Like old times, sir." Sharpe looked round his small group. All his riflemen were there, grinning at him, and a good number of the rest of the light company. He grinned at them, then picked up a piece of wet sacking and wiped the sword blade. "You'd better get back to the company." "Rather stay here, sir." Sharpe couldn't see who had spoken. He looked at Harper. "Take them back, Sergeant." "Sir." Harper grinned at him. "And thank you, sir." "For nothing." He was left alone. Small groups wandered the area of fighting and picked up the wounded and stacked the dead. There were a lot of bodies, more, he guessed, than had been in the breach at Ciudad Rodrigo. A spade brought down on a man's head is a vicious instrument, and the British troops had been frustrated and ready for a fight, for a savage brawl in the mud. A dead Frenchman was curled at Sharpe's feet, and the rifleman crouched and ran his hands through the corpse's pockets and pouches. There was nothing worth taking. A letter folded into quarters which smeared as soon as Sharpe pulled it into the rain, a copper coin, and a loose musket ball that may have been the dead man's talisman. Round the neck, thick with blood, was a cheap metal crucifix. He'd tried to grow a moustache, to look like a veteran, but the hairs were wispy and thin. He was hardly more than a boy. One of his boot soles had come loose, was hanging free and vibrating fitfully as the rain struck it. Had that killed him? Had the sole come loose in the fight, and, as his comrades ran, had he limped or stumbled, and had a British bayonet sliced into his neck? The ink washed off the letter, ran into the mud, but Sharpe could see the last word on the page that was written larger than the rest. Maman. He looked at the city, now fringed again with the long flames as the guns hammered the threnody that would not cease till the siege was over. Teresa was there. He looked at the cathedral tower, squat and arched with bell windows, and thought how close the bell must sound to her. The cathedral only seemed to have the one bell, a harsh bell whose note died almost as soon as it was struck on the hour in its quarters. He wondered quite suddenly if she ever sang to the child. And what was mother in Spanish? Maman, like the French? "Sir! Sir!" It was Ensign Matthews blinking through the rain. "Sir! Is that you, sir? Captain Sharpe?" "It's me." Sharpe did not correct the captain to lieutenant. "You'd better come, sir." "What is it?" "The officer's baggage, sir. It's been rifled." "Rifled?" He was scrambling out of the trench. "The colonel's lost some silver, sir. Everyone's lost something, sir." Sharpe swore. He had been in charge of the baggage, and instead of guarding it, had been brawling in the mud. He swore again, and began to run. Chapter 14. "God damn it!" Colonel Wyndham paced up and down in the tiny sheepfold. He was carrying a riding crop, and he cut with it in his fury, slashing at the pile of baggage. When he bent his head to look at the rifled baggage, water cascaded from his bicorn hat. "God damn it!" "When did it happen?" Sharpe asked Major Forrest. "Oh, we don't know." Forrest smiled nervously at the rifleman. Wyndham swivelled. "Happen? When?" "This goddamned afternoon, Sharpe, when you were supposed to be in goddamn command." There were another dozen officers crowded back against the walls of the sheepfold, and they looked to Sharpe with accusing faces. They were all wary of the colonel's anger. "Do we know it was this afternoon?" Sharpe insisted. Wyndham looked as if he would like to whip Sharpe with his riding crop. Instead, he swore again and turned away. It was not the officers' day-to-day baggage that had been burgled, but their valuables, which had been stored in leather mule bags. None of the baggage, as far as Sharpe knew, had been touched for 3 days. It contained the kind of things that a man would only unpack if he were in comfortable quarters for a long period. Silverware, crystal, the luxuries that reminded them of home comforts. Wyndham growled at Major Collett. "What's missing?" It was not a long list. Forrest had lost a money draft, but it had been found screwed up and thrown away in the mud. Whoever had slit the bags had not known what to do with the paper. There was a pair of snuff-boxes gone, a gold chain that Sharpe suspected had been looted from Ciudad Rodrigo. Certainly the officer who reported that loss had been voluble about his poverty before the siege, and remarkably silent afterwards. There was a set of gold scabbard furniture, too valuable to wear in battle, a pair of silver spurs and a pair of jewelled earrings that an embarrassed lieutenant claimed was a present for his mother. Major Collett had lost a shaving mirror with a silver lid, and a watch that he said was worth a small fortune. Most important of all was the colonel's loss, the silver filigree-framed portrait of his wife, the chinless, stern Jessica. The colonel, rumour had it, was particularly fond of his wife. She had brought him a small fortune, and the hunting rights for half of Leicestershire, and Colonel Wyndham was furious at the loss. Sharpe remembered the portrait sitting on the low table in Elvas. Wyndham pointed the whip at Sharpe. "Did you lose anything?" Sharpe shook his head. "I've nothing here, sir." Everything he owned he carried on his back, except for the Patriotic Fund sword, and the gold stolen at Almeida, which were with his London agents. "Where's your pack?" "With the others, sir." "Is it marked?" Sharpe shook his head. "No, sir." "Fetch it, Sharpe." It did not make sense. Was the colonel accusing Sharpe of being the thief? If so, why ask Sharpe to fetch his own pack, and in so doing have an opportunity of hiding the stolen goods? He found the pack, brought it back to the sheepfold. Do you want to search it, sir?
Don't be a fool, Sharpe, you're an officer.
And thereby went the unspoken words, and, despite all evidence to the contrary, a gentleman.
I want to see how far our thief's net was cast. See if anything's missing, man.
Sharpe unbuckled the straps. The French pack was crammed with spare dirty clothes, 2 spare locks for his rifle, and a half bottle of rum. He kept only one valuable in the pack, and he did not need to look for it. It was gone. He looked up at Wyndham.
I'm missing a telescope. Telescope? Anything special about it?
Something very special. The inlet brass plate that was inscribed Ingratitude, A.W., 23rd of September, 1803. It had gone. Sharpe pushed his hand desperately down through the clothes, but it was gone. Damn the thief! The telescope had been a gift from Wellington, a valued gift, and Sharpe cursed himself for leaving the pack with all the others. Yet they'd been guarded, as the sheepfold with the officer's valuables had been guarded. Wyndham listened to Sharpe's description and nodded with satisfaction.
That proves one thing.
Proves what, sir?
Wyndham smiled. I think we know where our thief comes from. Only one company would know that pack.
He pointed at Sharpe's gradually soaking clothes in their French pigskin pack. He turned to Major Collett.
Parade the light company, Jack. Search every man.
Sharpe tried to protest. Sir, Wyndham whipped round on him, held out the crop accusingly.
If you had stayed on guard, Sharpe, instead of gallivanting on the hill, this wouldn't have happened. Stay out of it.
Hakeswill. It had to be Hakeswill. Sharpe knew it, and knew with an utter certainty that the accusation would never be proved. The theft of the telescope, at least, had to have been done in the afternoon, because Sharpe had seen the glass in his pack at midday. The light company, or most of them, had been with Sharpe fighting the French, but he suddenly remembered the awkward, lumbering figure of the yellow-faced sergeant hurrying back towards the baggage. The loot would all be hidden by now, and the guards whom Sharpe had left to watch the baggage would all have wandered to the hilltop to see the fight. He strapped up the buckles of his pack. Major Forrest waited till the other officers had filed out the gate.
I'm sorry, Sharpe.
I don't think it's the light company, sir.
I meant about the telescope.
Sharpe grunted. Forrest was a decent man, always wanting others to be content. The rifleman shrugged. It's gone, sir. It won't come back. Hakeswill was too clever a thief to be discovered. Forrest shook his head unhappily.
I don't believe it. And we used to be such a happy battalion.
His face suddenly changed, became curious.
Sharpe?
Sir?
Colonel Wyndham said you were married. I didn't like to contradict him.
Well, did you, sir?
Oh, good Lord, no. Are you?
Sharpe shook his head. No, sir.
But he said you told him you were.
Sharpe squatted back on his heels and smiled up at the Major. I did.
Well, for God's sake, why?
Dunno, sir. Just came out.
But good Lord, Sharpe, it goes on your papers.
Forrest gave up.
Why don't you tell him the truth?
I quite like the idea, sir.
Forrest laughed. Well, I thought it was odd when he mentioned it, but I thought it could be true. You're such a private fellow, Sharpe.
The way I'm going, sir, I probably will be soon.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Forrest frowned.
There'll be a captaincy soon. There nearly was this afternoon. Poor Sterrett tripped over and had a bayonet through his jacket.
Sharpe said nothing. He had shamelessly searched the survivors to see if any captain was missing, but they all seemed to bear charmed lives and a remarkable freedom from disease in the foul weather. He stood up and slung his pack on one shoulder. Over the hill came the thumps of the French guns, a sound so common that the men hardly noticed it any more, as common as the endless hissing of the rain. Forrest looked over his shoulder at the parading light company.
This is sad, Sharpe. Very sad.
Wyndham paraded them, and the sergeant-major called each man forward in turn to have pouches, haversack, and pack emptied onto a ground sheet. Another sergeant went through the packets. Sharpe turned away. He found it sad, too, and unnecessary. He would have paraded them and given them 10 minutes to come up with the thief or face the consequences, if, that is, he really believed that one of the company was the thief. Forrest shook his head.
He's very thorough, Sharpe.
Not really, sir.
What do you mean?
Sharpe gave a tired smile. When I was in the ranks, sir, we had packs with false bottoms. He's not looking inside the shakos. Anyway, a real thief won't have the stuff anymore. He's hardly had time to get rid of it. Sir, one of the women could have it by now. He could have sold it all to the sutler for a few shillings and a bottle or two. It could be hidden. It won't be found. We're just wasting our time. A horseman pulled up outside the sheepfold and saluted Forrest. Sir? Major Forrest peered through the rain. Good Lord, young Knowles, you've got a new horse. Yes, sir. Robert Knowles slid from the saddle and grinned at Sharpe. Now I'm not in your company, I'm allowed to ride a horse. Do you like it? Sharpe looked morosely at the beast. Very nice, sir. Knowles stiffened on the sir. He looked from Sharpe to Forrest. His smile went. Your Gazette? He stammered at Sharpe. It was refused, sir. Stop it. Knowles was embarrassed. He had learned his trade from Sharpe, modelled himself on his old captain, and now he had a light company of his own. He tried to think every hour of how Sharpe would lead them. It's ridiculous. Forrest nodded. Oh, the world's gone mad. Knowles frowned, shook his head. I don't believe it. Sharpe shrugged. It's true. He felt sorry for having embarrassed Knowles. How's the company? Oh, wet. They want to get on with the fighting. He shook his head again. So, who's got your company? Forrest sighed. A man called Reimer. Knowles shrugged. Well, they're mad. He looked at Sharpe. Well, it seems crazy. You underneath some captain? Forrest tut-tutted. Oh, no, Mr. Sharpe has special duties. Sharpe grinned. I'm the lieutenant in charge of women, pickaxes, mules, and baggage guard. Knowles laughed. I don't bloody believe it. He suddenly noticed the strange parade beyond the circular small sheepfold. What's happening? A thief. Forrest sounded sad. The colonel thinks it might be someone in the light company. He's mad. Knowles kept a fierce loyalty to his old company. They're much too fly to be caught. I know. Sharpe watched the search. The men had all been processed and nothing found, and now the sergeants came forward. Hexwell stood, ramrod straight, his face twitching as his pack was turned upside down. Nothing would be found, of course. The sergeant gave Wyndham a snapping salute. Harper came forward, grinning with amusement that anyone should think him capable of such an act. Hexwell first, then Harper, and Sharpe began running up the hillside, because of course Hexwell wanted Harper out of the way. Patrick Harper saw Sharpe coming and raised his eyebrows, taking the insult of the search with the same calm tolerance with which he met most of life's indignities. And then the face registered shock. Sir? The sergeant major was straightening up. Sharpe had realized what was happening, but too late. He should have got to Harper sooner, before the parade. Officer of the day! Wyndham's voice was harsh. Put the sergeant under arrest! They only found one thing, but it was enough. On top of the pack, not even hidden, was the silver frame that had enclosed the picture of Wyndham's wife. The glass had been smashed, and the portrait was missing, razed from the filigree that had itself been bent. Wyndham held the frame, seemed to quiver with rage, and looked up at the huge sergeant. "Where's the picture?" "I know nothing about it, sir. Nothing, so help me, sir, I did not take it." "I'll flog you! By God, I will flog you!" He turned on his heel. The light company stood frozen, the rain dripping from shako peaks, their uniforms soaked. They seemed shocked. The rest of the battalion, crouched in their inadequate shelters, watched as the officer of the day assembled a guard, and Harper was taken away. Sharpe did not move. The company was dismissed. Fires were lit under the shelters in a vain attempt to drive out the dampness. Bullocks were slaughtered for the evening meal, the musket smoke lingering over the panicked survivors of the herd, and Sharpe let the rain chill his skin as he felt a terrible impotence. Knowles tried to move him. "Come and eat with us. Be my guest, please." Sharpe shook his head. "No. I must be here for the court-martial." Knowles looked worried. "What's happening to the battalion, sir?" "Happening, Robert? Nothing." He would kill Hexwell one day, but now he needed proof, or otherwise Harper could never be cleared. Sharpe did not know how to get the truth. Hexwell was cunning, and Sharpe knew that the truth could not be beaten out of him. He'd laugh at a beating. But one day Sharpe would bury the sword in that belly and let the rottenness burst out like putrescent ooze. He would kill the bastard. The bugles sounded sunset, the end of the regulation day, the 4th day of Barachoth. Chapter 15. It rained all night. Sharpe knew, for he was awake most of it, listening to the ceaseless water, the wind, and the sporadic shot from the French cannon that tried to disturb the digging of the batteries. There was no counterfire from the British. The siege guns, still wrapped in straw and sacking, were waiting for a break in the weather, so that the carts could be dragged over the hill and the massive guns put into their emplacements. Sharpe sat with Harper at the top of the hill and stared down at the dull lights inside the city. They looked far away, blurred by the weather, and Sharpe tried to distinguish the cathedral, and thought of the sick child nearby. Harper should not have been with him. He was under guard, sentenced to be flogged and reduced to the ranks, but Sharpe had simply told the sentries to look the other way, while he and Harper climbed to the hilltop. Sharpe glanced at the Irishman. "I'm sorry." "Oh, nothing to be sorry for, sir. You did all you could." Which had amounted to very little. Sharpe had pleaded, begged almost, but the filigree frame was proof enough for the regimental court-martial. Sharpe had testified that Harper had been with him all afternoon, fighting the French attack, and that his own telescope had disappeared in that time, so that the sergeant could not have been responsible. Wyndham had been implacable. The telescope, he said, must have been stolen by another thief. Harper was guilty, broken down to a private, and sentenced to a flogging. Harper was thinking of the morning. The Donegal voice was soft. 100 strokes, eh? Could be worse. 1,200 lashes was the maximum sentence. Sharpe handed a bottle to him. Both men were swathed in lengths of tarred canvas on which the rain drummed. "I got 200. The army's going soft, so it is." Harper laughed. "I'm back to a bloody private, too. They don't even call me a rifleman in this bloody regiment. Private bloody Harper." He drank. "I wonder they think I stole the bloody things." "Tuesday." "God save Ireland. St. Patrick's Day." "Well, you were missing from the lines." "Jesus, he was with you, drinking." "I know. I told them." There was silence between them, a companionable misery. From the slope below came the chink of pickaxes as the batteries were sunk below the topsoil. At least, Sharpe reflected, the two of them had plenty of drink. The light company had pooled their resources, scrounged and stolen more, and beneath the canvas shelters there were at least a dozen canteens of rum or wine. "Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick." "Save your breath, sir. That'll not hurt." He knew he was lying. "I'll kill that bastard." "After me." They sat and thought about the comforting idea of killing Hagswill. The sergeant was taking precautions. He'd pitched his shelter just yards from the officers' crude canvas tents, and Sharpe knew that there was no hope this night of their successfully spiriting Hagswill away to some silent, lonely place. The Irishman chuckled softly, and Sharpe looked at him. "What?" "I was thinking of the colonel. What was on the bloody portrait?" "His wife." She must be a rare beauty." "No." Sharpe uncorked another canteen. "She looked a sour bitch, but, well, you can never tell with paintings. Anyway, our colonel approves of marriage. He thinks it keeps a man out of trouble." "That's probably true." Harper sounded unconvinced. "I hear a rumour that you and Miss Teresa are married. How the hell did that get started?" "I told the colonel." "You did?" Harper laughed. "Mind you, he should marry her. Make an honest woman of her." "And what about Jane Gibbons?" Harper grinned. He'd met the blonde girl, the sister of the man he'd killed, and he shook his head. "She'll not have you. You have to be born in a big house to marry that kind. Lots of money and all that. You're just a foot soldier like the rest of us. Fancy red sash won't get you into her bed, at least not for keeps." Sharpe chuckled. "You think I should marry Teresa?" "Why not? She's a skinny thing, so she is, but you could put some meat on her bones." Harper profoundly disapproved of Sharpe's taste for slim women. They sat silent again, listening to the rain pelt on the canvas, and sharing a friendship that rarely had a chance to be expressed or defined. Sharpe had a reputation, with those who did not know him well, of being a man short on words, and it was true, he thought, except with a handful of friends. Harper and Hogan, Lossoff, the German cavalryman, and that was about all. Exiles to a man, cut off from their own countries and fighting with a strange army. Sharpe was an exile too, a stranger in the officers' mess. "You know what the General says?" Harper shook his head.
"Tell me what the General says."
"He says that no one ever promoted from the ranks turns out well."
"Does he now?"
"He says they turn to drink."
"And this army, who wouldn't?"
Harper pushed a canteen at Sharpe.
"Here, get yourself drunk."
Some fool opened the door of a lantern in the parallel, and the French gunners, ever alert, saw the light, and suddenly the ramparts of Badajoz blossomed flame and shot. There were shouts from the workings. The light disappeared, but then there was the sick thud of the shots striking home, and the screams from the trench. Harper spat.
"We'll never take this bloody town."
"Well, we can't stay here forever."
"That's what you said when you first went to Ireland."
Sharpe grinned. "It's the welcome you give us. We don't want to leave. Anyway, we like the weather."
"You can keep it."
Harper squinted up into the darkness.
"Christ, I wish the rain would stop."
"I thought the Irish liked rain."
"We love rain, so we do, but this isn't rain."
"What is it?"
"It's the flood, the deluge, the end of the whole sudden world."
Sharpe leaned back on a wicker gabion, abandoned by a working party, and stared up. "I haven't seen the stars in a week. Longer." "That's true. I like stars."
"That's nice for them."
Harper was amused. He didn't often hear Sharpe's tongue loosened by drink. No, really. You like birds. I like stars."
"Birds do things. They fly, make nests. You can watch them."
Sharpe said nothing. He remembered the nights lying in fields, head on haversack, body inside the sewn blanket, and legs thrust into the arms of the jacket, which was buttoned upside down on his stomach. It was the soldier's way of sleeping, but on some nights he would simply lie there and watch the great smear in the sky that was like the campfires of an unimaginably huge army. Legion upon incomprehensible legion, up there in the sky, and he knew that they were coming nearer, night by night, and the picture was confused in his head by the strange, drunken preachers who had come to the founding home when he was a child. The stars were mixed up with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the last trump, the second coming, the raising of the dead, and the lights in the night were the army of the world's end. "The world won't end in a flood. It'll be bayonets and battalions, a bloody great battle."
"As long as we're in the skirmish lane, sir, I don't mind."
Harper drank more rum. "Let's save some for the morning." Sharpe sat up. "Hagman's bribing the drummer boys."
"Never works."
Harper was right. The drummer boys did the flogging, and were usually bribed by the victims' friends, but under the gaze of the officers they were forced to lay on with their full strength. Sharpe stared at the dark bulk of Badajoz, relieved by a few haze lights. There was a fire burning in one of the castle's many courtyards. The dull, brief bell of the cathedral rang the half-hour. "If only she wasn't there." He stopped.
"What?"
"Oh, I don't know." "If she wasn't there—" Harper's Ulster accent was slow, as if he was treading very carefully. "You'd be tempted to bugger off. Is that right? Up to the hills, to fight with the partisans?" "No, I don't know." "You do. Do you think no one else has thought of it?" Harper meant himself. "You're not a fair-weather soldier only." "We'll get desertion soon."
"Aye, if Hickswell isn't buried soon."
No one had deserted from the battalion for months. Other battalions were losing men, a handful each day who slipped across to Badajoz. There was traffic the other way, too, including, so Hogan had told Sharpe, a French engineer sergeant who brought with him the plans of the defences. The plans held few surprises, except confirmation that the western glacis was thickly mined. Sharpe changed the subject. "Now how many died today?"
"Was it today?"
Harper sounded surprised.
"It seems like last week."
100 of us. They counted nearly 300 French, and some of them drowned too, poor bastards.
I always see double counting the French. Harper was scornful. And the French are probably boasting they killed 1,000 of us. I didn't do much damage. No. The French had hoped to set the siege back by at least a week by forcing the British to redig the whole parallel. A week gained would be an extra week during which a French field army might march to the garrison's relief. Harper opened another canteen. And the assault'll be rough. Yes. The rain hissed down, seething on the soaked ground, thudding monotonously on the canvas. It was bitterly cold. Harper offered Sharpe the new canteen. "I have an idea."
"Tell me." Sharpe yawned. "Am I keeping you up?" "What's your idea?"
"I am volunteering for the Forlorn Hope."
Sharpe snorted.
"Don't be a bloody fool. You want to live, don't you?"
"I'm not being a fool, and I want to be a sergeant again. Will you ask for me?" Sharpe shrugged.
"Well, they don't listen to me anymore."
"I said, will you ask?" Harper's voice was stubborn. Sharpe could not imagine Harper dead. He shook his head. "No."
"You keeping it for yourself?"
The words were spoken harshly. Sharpe turned and looked at the huge man. There was no point in denial. "How did you know?" Harper laughed. "How long have I been with you? Mary, mother of God, you think I'm a fool? You lose your captaincy, and what will you do? You'll go screaming up some bloody breach with your sword waving because you'd rather be dead than lose your